You're the patriarch of the Garnier family, right? Duan Tian looked at Dal, whom he was carrying like a bag of trash, indifferently. He said calmly, "You can finish issuing your order now. I'd like to experience the might of the disaster-level battleships." Then he turned to look at the 17 disaster-level battleships. Duan Tian's words caused Dal and the illustrious members of the Garnier family's expressions to turn unsightly. Similar to Dal, the members of the Garnier family had also realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Their expressions remained dark as they discussed the purple-clad young man who looked like the god of war. "Can anyone tell me? Who's this cultivator?" "This cultivator is definitely stronger than a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial would not have survived an explosion like that unscathed. Why is the Garnier family so unlucky to have provoked such a terrifying person? After all, for bodiless celestials or those who are stronger are extremely rare in the entire Cost Galaxy. Our Garnier family has a record of all the 4 bodiless celestials in more than 10 galaxies around our Cost Galaxy. However, there's no mention of these people. If they're among the 4 bodiless celestials in our records, we wouldn't have provoked them, let alone send out the disaster-level battleships. Even if he's only a 4 bodiless celestial, he's entirely capable of forcing our 17 disaster-level battleships to retreat. At most, he would be heavily injured. It's impossible for us to kill him. If he's a 5 bodiless celestial, our Garnier family's 17 disaster-level battleships would only be able to inflict small injuries on him. Moreover, he would only risk injuries if he decides to destroy our 17 disaster-level battleships. Our Garnier family cannot afford to offend this man." The high-ranking officials of the Garnier family, with the exception of their patriarch, Dal, who was captured by Duan Tian, quickly held an emergency meeting using their communication devices. After a while, they reached the consensus that they could not afford to offend Duan Tian. "If the Garnier family survives this calamity, I'll retire and longer intervene with matters regarding the family," the Garnier family's Grand Elder said in a somber voice. He was the one who suggested making a great fanfare out of these 2 cultivators' execution after all. He had to shoulder this responsibility. It did not take long before Dal received messages through his implanted microchip. "Patriarch, the conclusion of this emergency family meeting is that the purple-clad young man is a 4 or possibly 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. We can't afford to provoke him. We have to obtain his forgiveness no matter what the price is." Dal shivered when he heard the messages. "He's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least?" Although 4 tribulation bodiless celestials might not be a match for 17 disaster-level battleships, they are capable of escaping. He knew it would only spell disaster for the family if someone like that was able to escape. If the purple-clad young man was stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, if he was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was capable of destroying the disaster-level battleships. At most, the purple-clad young man would injure himself by doing so. Therefore, regardless if the purple-clad young man was a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, there was no doubt they could not afford to offend him. After taking a deep breath, he finally said, "Sir, I surrender." The Garnier family surrenders. The proud patriarch of the Garnier family was forced to lower his head in the end. "Surrender?" Duan Tian furrowed his brow when he heard this. "Based on your words, you've decided against ordering the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on me?" "I don't dare." "I don't dare." Dal lowered his head even more, looking nervous and worried. He only felt regretful when he recalled his decision that led him here. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only try to reduce the losses the Garnier family would suffer as much as he possibly could. For this reason, he surrendered even though it meant he would humiliate himself in front of everyone in the Cost Galaxy. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Cost Galaxy who were watching the projections were dumbfounded. What's this? The Garnier family's patriarch is surrendering? What a joke. The Garnier family was one of the 3 most powerful families in the Cost Galaxy. They had always behaved ruthlessly and arrogantly. No forces in the Cost Galaxy dared to oppose them due to this reason. However, currently, the high and mighty patriarch of the Garnier family was lowering his head to a cultivator. Since the patriarch of the Garnier family has lowered his head, This means the entire Garnier family is lowering their heads as well. It seems like the Garnier family doesn't want to offend this purple-clad young man. This is as expected. Didn't you see the power that the purple-clad young man displayed earlier? He's definitely stronger than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. He's probably a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? No wonder. The Garnier family definitely doesn't have the courage to offend for tribulation bodiless celestials, or those who are stronger. The inhabitants of the Cost Galaxy had the same thoughts as the members of the Garnier family. After all, they knew what 4 tribulation bodiless celestials or those who were stronger were capable of. For tribulation bodiless celestials could not be killed by disaster-level battleships, let alone those who had successfully passed more than 4 tribulations. When they thought about this, they did not dare to laugh at the Garnier family. After all, they knew if they were in Dahl's shoes, they would have reacted in the same way as well. Meanwhile, the 2 elite families in the Cost Galaxy were delighting in the Garnier family's misfortune. They hoped the purple-clad young man would kill Dahl and destroy the Garnier family. Someone laughed. The Garnier family has bitten off more than they can chew this time. Hopefully this expert will destroy the Garnier family in his anger. This way we'll have one less rival. Duanling Tian looked at Dahl, whose head was lowered, as he said indifferently, "I'll give you another chance. I'll give you 5 breaths to tell the 17 disaster-level battleships to fire at me. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, I'll destroy the Garnier family as well." 1 breath passed. "You only have 4 breaths left to make a choice." Duanling Tian's voice echoed in Dahl's ears and caused the expressions of the members of the Garnier family to change. Duanling Tian's words echoed in the ears of every inhabitant in the Cost Galaxy as well. All of them broke into an uproar again. "Madman! Madman! He has to be stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident and ask the patriarch of the Garnier family to order the 17 disaster-level battleships to fire at him." That's true. This means he's probably a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Duanling Tian's words caused the members of the Garnier family to panic. They could not figure out Duanling Tian's intention. What on earth is he trying to do? What's he trying to do? Is he a masochist? The 2 elite families in the Cost Galaxy discussed this among themselves excitedly. This cultivator is very confident. It looks like he's not just a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Hopefully this cultivator will destroy the Garnier family's 17 disaster-level battleships. At that time, the Garnier family will no longer be one of the 3 great families in the Cost Galaxy. There would only be 2 great families in the Cost Galaxy. Dahl looked at Duanling Tian as he said tentatively, "Sir, 1 more breath left." Dahl felt as though a bucket of ice had been poured down his shirt when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He no longer dared to dally and quickly issued an order to the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on Duanling Tian. He had to disregard the fact that he was firmly caught in Duanling Tian's hands at this moment. He did not want to think about the fact that he was also in the firing range of the 17 disaster-level battleships. Fire! Fire! As soon as the people in the 17 disaster-level battleships received the order, boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. Laser blasts, electromagnetic blasts, ultranuclear warheads, and other similar sophisticated weapons from the Cost Galaxy were fired at Duanling Tian. Everyone in the Cost Galaxy watched as the laser blasts, electromagnetic blasts, ultranuclear warheads, and other weapons were fired at Duanling Tian and Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening noise reverberated in the air. Although the weapons were fired in outer space, the shockwave traveled to planet Satel, the home planet of the Cost Galaxy. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the shockwave from the attacks of the 17 disaster-level battleships hit planet Satel, the planet shook violently. Many buildings on the planet collapsed thunderously, unable to withstand the shockwave that traveled in from outer space. Fortunately, the shockwave's intensity began to lessen with time. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have lost their lives from such a violent earthquake? As the shockwave's intensity decreased, people from planet Satel quickly boarded their flying vehicles to escape from the earthquake. How horrifying! Is this the power of 17 disaster-level battleships? Can that confident cultivator really survive such destructive power? Can a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial survive such powerful gunfire? As the people on planet Satel ran for their lives, everyone else from the Kost galaxy watched as a mushroom cloud rose. They were shocked. Bang! 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 The blasts from the 17 disaster-level battleships continued for a quarter of an hour. 15 minutes passed before they finally stopped. Gradually, the thunderous noises began to fade away. The mushroom cloud turned smaller and smaller as well. Everyone in the Kost galaxy, including the inhabitants of planet Satel who had escaped in their flying vehicles, watched the projections with rapt attention. All of them were curious if the purple-clad young man would survive the attack. Is the cultivator still alive? Even if he's alive, he should be heavily injured, right? He must be injured. The blasts from the weapons are so powerful. I agree. The majority of the inhabitants in the Kost galaxy believed Duan Tian would not be able to escape unscathed. It seems like there's nothing special about disaster-level battleships. A familiar and flippant voice suddenly rang in the air. The voice had come from the inside the gradually disappearing mushroom cloud. Everyone was shocked to their cores. This scene was something they would not forget in their lives. They watched as the purple-clad young man emerged from the mushroom cloud clearly unharmed. How's this possible? He's unharmed. Even the robes he's wearing are in one piece. It's not just that. There isn't even a single crease on them. It looks the same as before the disaster-level battleships opened fire. Even Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, is unharmed. Did the 17 disaster-level battleships even open fire earlier? Heavens! Am I dreaming? As Duan Tian casually carried Dal out from the gradually dissipating mushroom cloud, Dal, who was in a daze, finally regained his senses. He cried out in fear, 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. When everyone in the Kost galaxy heard Dal's words, they felt as though they were suffocating. All of them were speechless. 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. How did a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial end up in the Kost galaxy? What's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial doing in the Kost galaxy? A general survey of cultivators in the Kost galaxy shows that the strongest among them are only 4 tribulation bodiless celestials. How can this young man be a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Is the patriarch of the Garnier family mistaken? He's not wrong. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial would suffer some injuries when attacked by 17 disaster-level battleships. However, this cultivator is completely unharmed. Even his clothes are untouched. At the very least, he's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. The first ones in the Kost galaxy to return to their senses were interplanetary merchants who traveled often between galaxies around the Kost galaxy. Since they had seen far more than the average person, they could tell he was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger. After all, they had the 17 disaster-level battleships as a comparison. Otherwise, they would never be able to conclude if someone was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger based on his looks and physique, regardless of how well-traveled they were. Before the inhabitants of the Kost galaxy regained their senses, Duan Tian looked at Dal and said, "Seeing as you've been rather cooperative, you'll be the only member from the Garnier family whom I will kill." Dal's expression had just changed when Duan Tian flicked his hand and sent Dal flying away. Bang! With just a simple slap, Dal, who was not a cultivator, died instantly. The expressions of the members of the Garnier family changed as they cried out in anguish. Patriarch! After killing Dal, Duan Tian flew to Tang Xiao, who was watching from afar, and motioned to her to leave. "Let's go." He brought her with him as he stepped on his sword formation and flew off. They quickly disappeared from the projections since they were moving at top speed. Despite the projector's special programming, they could not capture his movement at all as he carried Tang Xiao away. At this moment, only the 17 disaster-level battleships that looked like mountains could be seen on the projections. The interplanetary merchants from the Kost galaxy were shocked again when they saw this. How's this possible? Even the projectors can't capture his movements? If he's a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, the projectors should have been able to capture his movements even if he's moving at top speed. However, the projectors can't catch any of his movements at all. When they regained their senses, one thought appeared in their minds. That purple-clad young man is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, or those who are stronger, can avoid being captured by the projectors. The Garnier family should rejoice. Fortunately, this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. Otherwise, he can kill all of them with just a flick of his finger. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial is capable of killing everyone in the Cost Galaxy before we can even escape. With these in mind, the interplanetary merchants were thankful that Duanling Tian did not kill indiscriminately. The other inhabitants in the Cost Galaxy felt chills running up their spines when they heard these words. Meanwhile, the members of the Garnier family were so frightened that some of them had fallen to the ground, unable to get up for half a day. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? That purple-clad young man is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? The Grand Elder of the Garnier family fell to his knees as he cried out, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I nearly caused the family's destruction." Then, he did not hesitate as he pulled out a laser gun and pulled the trigger on himself. He had killed himself out of remorse. Over the next few days, the Cost Galaxy regained its peace. However, it did not mean the inhabitants had forgotten about the event. It was likely that they would not forget it in their whole lives. The godlike purple-clad young man was etched so deeply in their minds. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of this. He and Tang Xiaoxiao needed to travel for 3 months in order to reach planet Yen Huang's galaxy from the Cost Galaxy, even if they traveled at top speed. Over the past 3 months, Tang Xiaoxiao had educated Duanling Tian on the galaxies governed by science and technology. So disaster-level battleships aren't the most powerful weapons in the galaxies governed by science and technology? The Cost Galaxy is only an ordinary galaxy that's governed by science and technology. Above the disaster-level battleships, they have the apocalypse-level battleships. They're the most powerful weapons in Yen Huang realm? After mulling over all the information, he asked Tang Xiaoxiao, "Are apocalypse-level battleships a threat to me?" "Of course not." Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head in response to Duanling Tian's question. Apocalypse-level battleships may be powerful, but one battleship would only be able to kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. 10 battleships would only be able to injure a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. To severely injure a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, one would need tens or even 100 apocalypse-level battleships. Regardless of the number, it would be difficult for apocalypse-level battleships to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, unless that bodiless celestial has a death wish. Tang Xiaoxiao continued to say, "A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial has more than enough strength to escape from a fleet of apocalypse-level battleships. Given a chance and enough time, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to destroy all the apocalypse-level battleships. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, on the other hand, would only pay a small price to destroy a fleet of apocalypse-level battleships. Finally, it would be child's play for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to destroy apocalypse-level battleships, regardless of the number." At this point, Tang Xiaoxiao turned to Duanling Tian and said, "No matter how powerful an apocalypse-level battleship is, it's not capable of releasing soul attacks. No matter how many there are, apocalypse-level battleships would be like sticks and stones to you. You can probably destroy them easily. Although apocalypse-level battleships are much more powerful compared to disaster-level battleships, you should have some understanding of the battleships since you've encountered them in the Cost Galaxy." Duanling Tian nodded. When he was in the Cost Galaxy, he had ordered Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, to order the disaster-level battleships to open fire on him because he had wanted to see and experience the might of the battleships. It was not because he was a masochist like many people had thought. In the end, he discovered the power of the battleships was a disappointment. Tang Xiaoxiao continued to say, "Those 18 disaster-level battleships might look powerful, but it would only take one apocalypse-level battleship to destroy all of them. It would be difficult for the 18 disaster-level battleships to break through the hull of an apocalypse-level battleship even if the disaster-level battleships opened fire at the same time. She paused for a moment before she praised Duanling Tian. Naturally, any number of apocalypse-level battleships would still be useless against you. Duanling Tian could not help but feel pleased when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's praise. After a moment, he recalled some of the things Tang Xiaoxiao had told him earlier. He asked, are apocalypse-level battleships the most advanced technology in Yanhuang Realm? Are they the strongest weapons in Yanhuang Realm? Yes, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Apocalypse-level battleships are the strongest weapons in Yanhuang Realm. Moreover, based on my knowledge, the strongest weapons in the other 3 large mundane realms that are connected to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone should also be apocalypse-level battleships. Duanling Tian said with a sigh. It seems like science and technology can never compare to cultivators in the mundane realms. Of course, Tang Xiaoxiao said in a matter-of-fact manner. Don't forget that among cultivators, even 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are actually considered celestial beings. Even eminent celestials who've just ascended to the Devata realms are considered as celestial beings since their strength is comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian nodded. He knew this as well. Those with the strength of a 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger were considered as celestial beings. In any case, we still shouldn't underestimate what science and technology are capable of. However, regardless of how formidable they are, the people who have control of technology in the mundane realms still can't compare to the true elites in the cultivation world. I guess this means that whether it's Yanhuang Realm or other large mundane realms, galaxies with abundant resources should be mostly occupied by cultivators. Tang Xiaoxiao chimed in. Put aside forces like the Celestial Masters sect and the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Even forces that are weaker like the Tang sect in the galaxies are superior to those who rely on science and technology. Duanling Tian did not find Tang Xiaoxiao's words surprising. After all, no number of apocalypse-level battleships would be able to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since there are 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect, how could they be inferior to those who relied on science and technology? Moreover, Tang sect had more than 10 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, according to Tang Xiaoxiao. No matter what, those proud overlords from galaxies and planets that relied on science and technology would still have to lower their heads to forces like the Tang sect, regardless of how many apocalypse-level battleships they had at their disposal. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Planet Yanhuang's galaxy is just up ahead. Duanling Tian's calm was shattered by Tang Xiaoxiao's words. How could he remain calm? He was so close to returning to his home planet in his past life, planet Yanhuang, or as he knew it, Earth. After an hour, Tang Xiaoxiao pointed ahead and said, We're here. That's the Milky Way. It's the galaxy where Earth is located. Duanling Tian, who had slowed his speed, saw a galaxy that remembered a silver waterfall suspended in outer space. His heart was overwhelmed with emotions. Earth meant a lot to him. After all, it was where he came from in his past life. Seeing the Milky Way before him, he was overcome with nostalgia and a longing for home. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he surveyed the galaxy before him and thought to himself, It seems like the Milky Way is much larger compared to all the galaxies we've passed by during our journey here. I've been hearing about how big planet Yanhuang's galaxy is. Now that I'm seeing it with my own eyes, it seems like those words are true. However, I can already sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy in planet Yanhuang's galaxy has become very thin without even needing to go closer. It seems like the cultivators in the past had almost completely depleted the heaven and earth spirit energy in this galaxy. Even to this day, the galaxy has not recovered the heaven and earth spirit energy. Whoosh! Duanling Tian increased his speed as he brought Tang Xiaoxiao with him to the Milky Way galaxy. When they entered the Milky Way, he could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy had grown even thinner. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao, who had pulled out the star chart, gave directions to Duanling Tian. Planet Yanhuang is over there. Duanling Tian nodded. He increased his speed and brought Tang Xiaoxiao in the direction she had pointed. Although he was traveling at a fast speed, he took the time to examine the small stellar galaxies in the Milky Way and the planets in these small galaxies. Some of these planets were like a wasteland since they were not suited for humans to live in. However, there were also planets that were filled with monsters since they were not suited for humans to live in. Most of the planets that were inhabited by humans were planets governed by science and technology. Naturally, the technology in the planets was far inferior compared to the technology in the Kost galaxy. It was only natural since the Kost galaxy was 1,000 years ahead of Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Soon after, Tang Xiaoxiao pointed up ahead after consulting the star chart and said, Planet Yanhuang's stellar galaxy is just up ahead. The solar system. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw a large planet that resembled a fireball. His breathing quickened and his heart raced when he saw this. From a distance, he saw 8 planets revolving around the fireball-like planet, making the fireball-like planet look like an emperor. As he looked at the 7 planets that revolved around the sun, he muttered to himself, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the remaining planet. Out of the 8 planets that revolved around the sun, this planet was bursting with the scent of life. Whoosh! In just a moment, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao arrived close to the planet that was bursting with the scent of life. He stopped moving as he stared at the planet before him in a daze, clearly enraptured by the sight before him. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as well. What a beautiful planet! Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. She did not seem to notice the change in Duan Lingtian's behavior, since her eyes were firmly glued on the azure planet before her. Most of the planet was covered with water. She continued looking at the beautiful azure planet as she murmured, This is planet Yanhuang is where Tang's sect originated from? I've only heard about the beauty of planet Yanhuang before this. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it seems like the planet's reputation is well-deserved. However, Tang Xiaoxiao regained her senses immediately as a thunderous cry that was filled with excitement rang in the air. Earth, I, Duan Lingtian, have returned. When she turned to look at Duan Lingtian, she only saw the afterimage that he had left behind. It seemed like he could not wait any longer and had rushed to enter the beautiful azure planet up ahead. Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. Earth? I think I heard him referring to planet Yanhuang as Earth before this. Although Duan Lingtian had spoken to Tang Xiaoxiao about many things during their journey, naturally, he did not mention his past life. Since Duan Lingtian did not tell Tang Xiaoxiao about his past life, she, naturally, was unaware of Duan Lingtian's connection to Earth. For this reason, she was baffled when Duan Lingtian referred to planet Yanhuang as Earth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already entered Earth. Earth was only a small planet in the Milky Way galaxy, let alone in the boundless outer space. In comparison, even planet Satel, the home planet of the Kost galaxy where Duan Lingtian had visited 3 months ago, was more than 100 times bigger than Earth. Due to its small size, he managed to cover the entire planet with his divine consciousness with just a thought. Through his divine consciousness, nothing on Earth was hidden from his eyes. After more than just 10 years, Earth has changed so much. With his divine consciousness, he discovered the changes on Earth. It was very different from his own memories of the planet he once lived on. Although the technology here could not compare to the technology in the Kost galaxy or the other planets in the Milky Way galaxy, it was still more advanced compared to the time when Duan Lingtian was here. It was a few hundred years ahead compared to the time when he was living on the planet. Only more than 10 years have passed. How did Earth change so much? Science and technology on Earth had advanced to a few hundred years ahead in such a short time. How could Duan Lingtian not feel shocked? As Duan Lingtian continued to investigate Earth with his divine consciousness, he discovered some of the human souls on Earth were as strong as those from the Kost galaxy. Moreover, their souls were almost as strong as his soul. It should be noted that his soul was as strong as an eminent celestial soul. It seemed like these people could strengthen their souls to a certain extent. The souls of bodiless celestials were, naturally, in a league of its own. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao finally caught up to Duan Lingtian. It was not difficult for her to find him since she could also cover the entire planet with her divine consciousness. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she asked, "What is it? Is something wrong? I remember you said the people from the Kost galaxy have souls as strong as some cultivators because they consume some genetic medicine. Duanling Tian said as he looked at Tang Xiao. Although that's the case, you also mentioned that they don't have divine consciousness and are unable to cast soul attacks. Previously, Duanling Tian had discovered the inhabitants of the Kos galaxy had souls as strong as his. At that time, Tang Xiao had explained that those people strengthen their souls by ingesting genetic medicine. Naturally, the medication had its limits. Those people had no divine consciousness nor could they cast soul attacks. However, even if he wanted to use soul attack on them, it would be useless since their souls were almost as powerful as his. Duanling Tian was still slightly confused. Is it really all due to genetic medicine that their souls are so strong? Well, genetic medicine is half of the reason why their souls are strong. Since their genetic medicine's quality is only mediocre, they have to undergo physical training as well before their souls become as strong as ours, Tang Xiao explained patiently to Duanling Tian. Due to the strength of their souls, some of them can sense and control certain natural elements. When Tang Xiao finished speaking, she used her divine consciousness and locked on two people who were in the middle of a fight. Then, she pulled out a jade token with intricate carvings and sent some of her energy into it. Soon after, a moving image appeared before her and Duanling Tian. The moving mirror image displayed the people Tang Xiao had locked on with her divine consciousness. At this moment, a man and a woman could be seen fighting. Their fighting style was incredibly unique as well. One controlled fire and the other controlled lightning. Duanling Tian murmured, "They look a little like Dao cultivators." He thought these two were like mutants he had seen in science fiction movies in his past life. Naturally, he did not verbalize these thoughts. They're not Dao cultivators. They're called super soldiers. Tang Xiao shook her head when she heard Duanling Tian's words. In a way, super soldiers are the result of mediocre technology. Due to mediocre knowledge in science and technology, the genetic medicine's quality is quite low. However, some people who manage to forcefully further strengthen their souls through harsh physical training are able to sense and control certain elements. These people are called super soldiers. She looked at the two people in the moving image and pointed out, "These two people, for example, are super soldiers." Duanling Tian was stunned by this information. "Why didn't you tell me about them earlier?" "Well, I didn't think it's necessary to tell you about them. These super soldiers' strength are nothing to speak of unless they have some fortuitous encounter and manage to become a cultivator. Let alone people like us, even the average person from the Kos galaxy would be able to easily kill an excellent super soldier with the lowest grade mecha." Duanling Tian understood why Tang Xiao did not mention the super soldiers. After all, in her eyes, they were as insignificant as ants. His mind was filled with questions at this moment. What happened on Earth during the past 10 years? How did science and technology advance so much? He sighed in relief after he investigated further with his divine consciousness. Luckily, my homeland, Hua, is still around. Moreover, almost half of the humans with stronger souls come from Hua. Duanling Tian had been an orphan in his past life. He did not know who his parents were, nor did he know if he had any living relatives. His homeland had trained him, giving him a sense of belonging. Therefore, he put his heart and soul into serving his homeland, becoming the most outstanding weapon specialist and achieving many honors for the glory of his homeland. Even after he was decommissioned, he continued protecting his homeland in secret. He had zero tolerance for those who offended his country. This was his unshakable belief in his past life. It was the same now. Unfortunately, it was also due to this belief that he ended falling for his manager's trap and lost his life back then. I wonder if he's still alive. If he is, I have no doubt he's living a good life. Duanling Tian knew the manager very well. That man would not be content with mediocrity. He would always strive for the extraordinary. In the past, that man had obtained Duanling Tian's trust because he had saved Duanling Tian's life once. Although Duanling Tian would have survived even without his help, he would still be heavily injured. Since Duanling Tian had always been a grateful person, he acceded to the man's request to stay by his side. Throughout the long time they were together, that man had always been conscientious. It did not take long before Duanling Tian, who did not have family nor friends, saw him as a brother. Who knew, in the end, the man whom he had treated as a brother would betray him? "I hope you're still alive." Duan Ling Tian continued to use his divine consciousness to investigate the inhabitants on Earth with strengthened souls. Most of them were super soldiers and were well-known figures. The reason Duan Ling Tian had chosen to begin his search with these people was due to his understanding of that manager. With the huge change on Earth, he was certain that the manager would not stay idle. He would definitely strive to become the most outstanding as well so that he could benefit from the change. As expected, he's one of these people. Duan Ling Tian's speculation was proven right when he discovered the manager from his past life was among the more than 100 top super soldiers on Earth who had gained mastery over their souls. Thanks to his divine consciousness, it did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to find the manager. He was not surprised when he saw that the manager's youthful appearance did not change at all even though more than 10 years had passed. After all, with the current technological advancement on Earth, it would be easy to use genetic medicine to preserve one's youth. However, it was only limited to outer appearance. The genetic medicine could not completely stop the aging process of internal organs, it could only slow down the process. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself, "I'm glad you're alive. I was afraid you had died." When Duan Ling Tian had died in his past life due to his manager, his soul had crossed over to the Saint Province realm. Although he had hated the manager so much that he wanted to tear him into pieces, he thought revenge would only remain a dream. After all, he did not think he would have a chance to return to Earth. When he met the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the three-legged golden crow Elder Hua, he learned that there was a chance he would be able to return to Earth. However, even then it would take hundreds or thousands of years before he could return. At that time, would the manager even be alive? Obviously not. For this reason, seeking revenge from the manager had become an obsession to him. He saw a ray of hope when he entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and learned that it was not difficult for him to return to Earth. Considering only a short time had passed since his death on Earth, the manager should still be alive. With this thought in mind, his obsession to seek revenge only grew stronger. The obsession was like a seed that had been planted in him and was slowly sprouting, even he was unaware of it. Duan Ling Tian had temporarily forgotten about it when Yun Qing Yen showed up, capturing his family and friends and forcing Kuer to leave with him. He only thought of becoming stronger at that time. However, he discovered his hatred toward his manager had become an obstacle to him becoming stronger. His obsession, the knot in his heart, had made it difficult for him to further comprehend the 13 green lotus swords. Although Duan Ling Tian was filled with anguish and resentment due to being separated from Kuer, his family, and friends, he could only bury the feelings deep inside him. He did not dare to dwell on those feelings. With his current strength, he could not save his family and friends. He could only wait for the celestial ascension force to come so he could ascend to a Devata realm. At that time, he would be able to plan his next step after investigating the divine offering land that Kuer had mentioned. Before he ascended to a Devata realm to improve his strength, he could only remove this obsession and knot in his heart since it had become a huge obstacle to him. For this reason, he had left the Saint Province realm to Yan Huang realm so he could return to Earth. If the manager had died, Duan Ling Tian's obsession would still remain even after he had ascended to a Devata realm. At that time, it would still affect his cultivation. How could he not be happy to discover the manager was still alive? He would kill the manager to remove the obsession in his heart before he had to ascend. Through his divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian saw the manager lying on a beach chair in a luxurious enclosed sky garden on a luxury cruise ship at this moment. At the same, he could see the manager was accompanied by 3 sexy and beautiful ladies who were clad in bikinis. The 3 beauties had golden, brown, and black hair respectively. It was clear they were from different countries. 2 of the beauties were massaging his legs on each side while the 3rd beauty was feeding him peeled grapes. It seems like you're living well. However, now that I've returned, your good days will have to come to an end. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as his figure vanished into thin air, startling Tang Xiao. Where did that man go again? Since they had arrived on planet Yanhuang, she discovered he was behaving strangely even though she did not know why. There were several major countries on Earth, including Hua. However, apart from Hua, the other major countries had more or less been infiltrated by a strong organization of super soldiers known as the Devil's Hand. Hua was the only country that was fully autonomous. Based on this, it could be seen that Hua was possibly the strongest country in the world. This was due to Hua's profound heritage. Moreover, during the Nirvana change a few decades ago, Hua had produced many outstanding super soldiers. Most of these super soldiers joined the government, causing Hua's strength to rise greatly. Currently, there were two major organizations of super soldiers on Earth. One of the organizations was the Soul of Yen Huang. Their mission was to protect Hua. The other organization, the Devil's Hand, took root in other major countries on Earth. Almost all the members of the Soul of Yen Huang were citizens of Hua. On the other hand, there were merely a few citizens of Hua among the members of the Devil's Hand. Most of its members were from other countries. For this reason, very few people knew that the head of the Devil's Hand was actually a citizen of Hua. Currently, the leader of the Devil's Hand, Du Wei, was enjoying his holiday on a private luxury cruise ship surrounded by exotic beauties. These beauties were presented to him by his men after a careful selection. The sexy lady with golden hair smiled as she spoke fluently in Hua's language. "Master, I heard you almost defeated the head of Hua's Soul of Yen Huang, Long Zhenghua, a month ago." She continued feeding Du Wei, the leader of the Devil's Hand, grapes as she spoke. Smack! Du Wei lifted his hand and playfully slapped the golden-haired beauty's butt. The golden-haired beauty pouted at him as he replied, "You little brat, you're quite well informed. It's true that I almost won in the battle between Long Zhenghua and I a month ago." He paused for a moment as his eyes flashed coldly. Then he continued to say, "It'll take me a year at most before I'll be able to defeat Long Zhenghua." A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice as he continued to say, "In a year, my form and will boxing will be able to form internal energy. At that time, I'll become a master of the form and will boxing." At this moment, the black-haired beauty who was massaging Du Wei's left leg spoke up, "Master, I heard you stood out among the super soldiers due to the form and will boxing. However, I wonder where you learn it from. Based on what I know, the form and will boxing manuals we have are incomplete. According to rumors, one would only be able to form internal energy and enter the master level with the complete manuals of form and will boxing. You're a knowledgeable girl." Du Wei stared at black-haired beauty intently as he said nonchalantly, "Yes, I'm cultivating the complete set of form and will boxing. If I'm not mistaken, I should be the only person on Earth who will completely master form and will boxing." A prideful expression could be seen on his face when he spoke. During the Nirvana change on Earth, Du Wei seized the chance and became one of the first to consume genetic medicine. With the complete manuals of form and will boxing, he repeatedly broke through his body's limit, strengthening his soul. This was how he became one of the strongest super soldiers on Earth. In fact, among the first group of super soldiers, he was the strongest. When he cultivated the form and will boxing, his strength was also extraordinary among the later groups of super soldiers. Initially, Du Wei planned to show his strength in Hua. However, at that time, a man whose strength was comparable to his appeared in Hua as well. That man was none other than Long Zhenghua. Long Zhenghua came from an ancient martial arts family in Hua, the Long family. He was also the head of a secret department in Hua. When he became an elite super soldier, he began to gather other super soldiers and founded a super soldier organization, the Soul of Yen Huang, to serve Hua. Since there could only be one alpha male in a territory, Du Wei, who was ambitious and unwilling to submit to Long Zhenghua, left Hua and made his mark outside. He also founded an organization of super soldiers, the Devil's Hand. As time passed, the Devil's Hand became the only organization that could rival the Soul of Yen Huang. The black-haired beauty asked again, "Master, where did you learn your form and will boxing?" Du Wei replied flippantly, "I learn it from a boxing manual. The boxing manual is left behind by a wretched man." Du Wei was unaware that at this moment, a man was glaring at him from the sky above the luxury cruise ship. This man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. A wretched man? Duan Ling Tian had, naturally, come here since the manager who cost him his life in his past life was on the luxury cruise ship. The manager was none other than Du Wei, the leader of one of the largest super soldier organizations on Earth, the Devil's Hand. Duan Ling Tian treated his manager, Du Wei, like a brother in his past life. Therefore, when Du Wei told him that he wanted to practice the form and will boxing, he had personally taught Du Wei. When he saw that Du Wei was rather impatient in practicing, he had written a boxing manual of the form and will boxing for Du Wei. When Duan Ling Tian died in his past life, Du Wei was still a beginner in form and will boxing. He did not expect that after only such a short time, not only did Du Wei become one of the top super soldiers, but Du Wei had also gained this status from the form and will boxing manual he had left behind. I wonder if Long Zhenguo, the head of soul of Yan Huang, is Instructor Long? In Duan Ling Tian's past life, his manager, Du Wei, whom he treated like a brother, was his best friend. However, the person he had respected the most was his instructor. Long Zhenguo was the person who had trained him into the mercenary king. Although his strength surpassed Long Zhenguo later, he had never lost his respect for Long Zhenguo even after he had retired. He had never heard of the soul of Yan Huang in his past life. After a while, Duan Ling Tian was about to reveal himself to Du Wei, whom he used to treat like a brother. However, the conversation on the luxury cruise ship stopped him. The brown-haired beauty who had remained silent up until now finally spoke up. "Master, who's that wretched man you mentioned?" Both the black-haired and golden-haired beauties turned to look at Du Wei curiously as well. "Master, I'm curious. Who's that wretched man? Please tell us, Master." Du Wei took out a limited edition cigar. After the golden-haired lit the cigar for him, he smoked and replied, "A few decades ago, that wretched man was the strongest man on earth." The strongest man on earth? The three beauties were taken aback by Du Wei's words. They had not been born when Earth went through the Nirvana change. At that time, the technology on Earth was not what it was now. There were no super soldiers or flying cars. To be widely acknowledged as the strongest man on Earth, one could just imagine how terrifying that man was. Why did Du Wei call such a man a wretched man? A thought appeared in the black-haired beauty's mind, and she asked, "Master, are you talking about the former mercenary king, Ling Tian?" Upon hearing the black-haired beauty's words, Du Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at her pointedly. "You've heard of him?" The black-haired beauty was so terrified that her face turned pale. After a while, she replied timidly, I heard about him from my uncle who used to be a mercenary. He respected mercenary King Ling Tian very much." In the sky above the luxury cruise ship, mercenary King Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have fallen into a daze when he heard these words from the black-haired beauty. It had been a long time since he had heard this familiar title. Duan Ling Tian, who was lost in his thoughts of his past life, regained his senses when a voice rang next to him. "Ling Tian? That person has the same name as you. You're here as well?" Duan Ling Tian discovered that Tang Xiao had arrived at some point. "You're behaving strangely, so I decided to follow you." Tang Xiao chuckled. "You're so lost in thought, listening to that woman speak about the mercenary king, that you didn't even realize when I came over." She shot Duan Ling Tian a meaningful look. With his strength, he should have been able to sense her presence before she even arrived, even if he was lost in his thoughts. Based on the conversation she overheard, although she was not certain, she suspected that the strongest man on Earth, mercenary King Ling Tian, was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at her and asked, "Would you believe me if I tell you that I'm mercenary King Ling Tian? It's really you?" Tang Xiao was shocked when Duan Ling Tian confirmed her suspicion. Although she had suspected it, she still had some doubts after all. However, when she saw the solemn expression on his face, she knew he was telling the truth. Based on their interactions so far, he was not someone who would lie. Regardless, it was still difficult to accept. How did an ordinary man from planet Yan Huang become an eminent celestial after a few decades? Moreover, he had strength comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he came from a small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. While all these thoughts were running through Tang Xiao's mind, Duan Ling Tian had already turned his attention back to the luxurious cruise ship. Faced with the curious gazes from the three beauties, Du Wei took a drag from the cigar and slowly said, "Not bad. You're right. The wretched man I mentioned is mercenary King Ling Tian. I used to be his manager." The three beauties were shocked by Du Wei's words. This man was the head of one of the strongest super soldier organizations on Earth. Some country leaders even had to lower their heads in front of him. It was not a stretch to say he currently held one of the highest positions on Earth. And yet, he said he used to be mercenary King Ling Tian's manager a few decades ago? Du Wei continued to say nonchalantly, all this time, I've never told anyone about this. Since all of you are curious, I'll tell you about it. Initially, I wanted to become his manager due to the benefits he would be able to bring me. Since he was used to being alone and was filled with distrust, it was extremely difficult for me to approach him. However, with how resourceful I am, it was not difficult for me to find a way to gain his trust. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression was turning darker and darker when he listened to Du Wei's words. As it turned out, Du Wei had staged their meeting and pretended to save his life. At that time, he had felt moved and allowed Du Wei to stay next to him as his manager. Who knew everything was a lie since the beginning? Tang Xiaoxiao had also heard of Du Wei's words, and she noticed the dark expression on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard those words. Based on Du Wei's words, she could roughly guess that Ling Tian must have died due to Du Wei's schemes. She became confused. Is Duan Ling Tian really mercenary King Ling Tian? It seems like that Ling Tian died a few decades ago. The three sexy bikini-clad beauties were thoroughly frightened when they heard Du Wei's words. At the same time, they became guarded as well. He had betrayed mercenary King Ling Tian, who had treated him as a brother and caused his death. They truly despised such an act, but they did not dare to show their contempt. Du Wei continued to speak. If Ling Tian were still alive, with his achievement in form and boxing, it would have been easy for him to become the strongest person on earth. It's unfortunate that he had no fate with that title. Although in the past he was also acknowledged as the strongest man on earth, he would still die if the major countries sent a troop of soldiers to deal with him. The current me is different from him. Even if the major countries send their troops to kill me, they'll only fail miserably. A confident and smug expression on his face when he finished speaking. Du Wei paused for a moment before he finally said, I've been keeping this matter in my heart for the longest time. I've never told a single soul about what happened. It really feels good to be able to speak about this with all of you. He looked at the three beauties coldly before he continued to say, I have no intention of letting other people find out about this. It would be detrimental to my reputation after all. For this reason, 3 of you will have to pay the price for your curiosity. His eyes flashed with killing intent when he finished speaking. The 3 beauties cowered in fear when they heard these words. They quickly begged for mercy. Master, we definitely won't spread this matter out. Du Wei smiled. Only the dead can keep a secret. Du Wei was about to make a move when an indifferent voice rang from the sky. Since you dare to do it, is there a need to be afraid of people talking about it? If you dare to do it, why are you afraid of others talking about it? The voice that rang from the sky stunned Du Wei, who was about to kill the 3 beauties around him. When he regained his senses, he quickly rose to his feet. He looked at the sky as he barked, Who's it? Upon closer inspection, fear could be seen in the depths of Du Wei's eyes. He was not familiar with the voice. However, for the person to appear above the luxury cruise ship without him realizing it, the owner of the voice had to be someone with skills. It's me, the voice rang in Du Wei's ears again as he continued searching the sky with his eyes. He shuddered and chills ran up his spine. The voice now rang from beside him. He quickly turned to look at the source of the voice. Du Wei saw a purple-clad young man standing 3 meters away from him. The purple-clad young man was dressed in ancient clothing, a contrast to his modern beach shorts, the bikinis that the 3 beauties wore, and the luxury cruise ship they were standing on. An actor? Similar to Du Wei, 3 women had also instinctively looked at the sky when the voice first rang in the air. When they followed Du Wei's line of sight, they also saw the purple-clad young man. They were dumbfounded. They even thought the young man who was so handsome that they had a hard time taking their eyes away from him was an actor filming an ancient drama. They seemed to have forgotten that they were currently standing on Du Wei's private ship. How could there be an actor on Du Wei's ship? Du Wei was a top super soldier on Earth after all. He was also the head of the Devil's Hand, one of the top super soldier organizations on Earth. He quickly regained his composure. He looked at the purple-clad young man fearfully as he asked, Who are you? For some reason, the purple-clad young man dressed in ancient robes made Du Wei extremely uncomfortable. Even when he had confronted the head of the soul of Yan Huang, he did not feel this way. Panic slowly tightened its grip around his heart. How did he appear? His voice had clearly come from the sky when he had first spoken. How did he get here in such a short time? How fast is his speed? Duan Ling Tian, who was standing 3 meters away, stared at Du Wei indifferently as he spat out, Du Wei. Duan Ling Tian's gaze sent a frisson of fear through Du Wei's body. He did not dare to move. The purple-clad young man made alarms blare in his mind. He could vaguely feel how dangerous the young man was. For the first time since he had grown strong and obtained his lofty status, someone made him feel this way. Although he found this difficult to accept, he had no choice but to raise his guards. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in Du Wei's ears at this moment. A figure suddenly appeared next to the purple-clad young man out of thin air. It was a woman dressed in black. Similarly, her clothes looked ancient. Her beauty and bearing seemed out of this world, a beauty from ancient times. When Tang Xiao regained her senses, she had quickly followed Duan Ling Tian and descended on the luxury cruise ship. As soon as she appeared, the 3 bikini-clad beauties were eclipsed by her. Even the 3 bikini-clad beauties were embarrassed when they saw Tang Xiao's peerlessly beautiful face. She's so beautiful. Who knew there's a classic beauty like her on Earth? Heavens! Who is she? She's so beautiful. Everyone loved beauty. The 3 bikini-clad beauties were no different. They were fascinated by Tang Xiao's beauty, staring at her as though they had lost their souls. Even females were enraptured by Tang Xiao's beauty. Du Wei was, naturally, no different. Since he had risen to the top, he had been living a luxurious life, lacking nothing. Naturally, he did not lack women and sex as well. This could be clearly seen from the fact that he was on his luxury cruise ship, surrounded by 3 beauties. However, despite being surrounded by so many women over the years, none of them could compare to the black-clad woman who had just appeared. Not only did the black-clad woman have a peerlessly beautiful appearance, but even her figure was extremely good. The 3 bikini-clad beauties could not compare to her at all. Even her slightly loose clothing could not hide her amazing figure. If you continue staring at me, I'll gouge your eyes out, Tang Xiao said in a voice that was capable of freezing one's soul with a frown on her face when she saw Du Wei blatantly staring at her in a daze. Although Du Wei's soul was not any weaker than Tang Xiao's soul, his soul was ultimately only strengthened by genetic medicine. Therefore, he felt chills running up his spine and his expression changed drastically when he felt the aura she had released when she threatened him. At this moment, his eyes were longer filled with awe when he looked at her. It was filled with fear instead. He assumed she was a super soldier. Since she was able to intimidate him, she had to be a top super soldier. A wave of relief flooded Du Wei's heart at this moment. He grew more confident when he recalled that no one on Earth, apart from the head of the soul of Yan Huang, could survive 100 moves from him. After all, his attainment in the form and will boxing was not too shabby. However, how did she come here? She seemed to have appeared out of thin air earlier. Du Wei, who had just sighed in relief, felt a frisson of fear again when he thought about how the woman had appeared. He had never seen any super soldier, ordinary or elite, who was capable of something like that. Even he was not capable of something like that. It seems like you're not taking my words seriously, Tang Xiao said coldly, her words dripping with killing intent. No. Du Wei's heart skipped a beat. An ominous feeling rose in his heart immediately when he heard the coldness in Tang Xiao's voice. Swoosh! Tang Xiao moved like a gust of wind. In just a blink of an eye, Du Wei discovered the black-clad woman who was originally 3 meters away had appeared before him. Her hand was raised, targeting his left eye. He vaguely saw something like a needle between her forefinger and middle finger. Ah! Du Wei cried out in pain. Before he could even react, he felt an intense pain in his left eye. Soon after, he discovered he had lost his vision in his left eye. His left eye had been blinded. Ah! Heavens! The 3 bikini-clad beauties screamed in terror when they saw this bloody scene. Blood flowed out of Du Wei's left eye. Half of his face was drenched in blood, making him look hideous and terrifying. Du Wei was the head of the devil's hand, and yet, today, he was reduced to such a wretched state by a woman without even a chance to fight back. The 3 bikini-clad beauties looked at Tang Xiao who had returned to Duan Ling Tian's side. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could this woman who looked so delicate possess such terrifying strength? If they had this kind of strength, would they need to cater to Du Wei's every whim? Du Wei was no longer just a manager of mercenary King Ling Tian. He was the head of the devil's hand. He quickly dealt with his eye injury. He tried to suppress his anger. He looked at the ground as he asked warily, Who are you? If he still did not know the black-clad woman's strength far surpassed his, he would not be worthy of his position as head of the devil's hand. Therefore, he no longer dared to look at her, afraid she would blind his other eyes. However, Tang Xiaoxiao did not deign to reply to Du Wei. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, Are you really mercenary King Lingtian whom this man betrayed and killed a few decades ago? Tang Xiaoxiao was truly confused. How could an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Saint Province realm be the same person as someone from planet Yanhuang in Yanhuang realm who had died a few decades ago? Although they shared the same name, it did not seem convincing at all. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied lightly as he continued staring at Du Wei. When Du Wei heard Tang Xiaoxiao's question, he was dumbfounded. Mercenary King Lingtian? He was completely certain that Lingtian had died a few decades ago. Du Wei could still vividly recall the incident from back then. When mercenary King Lingtian was shot to death by a group of gunmen, he had been standing behind the gunmen. He had even personally witnessed the disposal of Lingtian's body. For this reason, he did not believe it at all when he heard the black-clad woman's words that indicated Lingtian was still alive. Nevertheless, it did not stop him from looking at the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man had admitted he was mercenary King Lingtian. After looking at Duan Lingtian, Du Wei said confidently, He's not that man. Duan Lingtian, who was looking at Du Wei, naturally, saw the confidence and disbelief in Du Wei's eyes. He said, It seems like you don't believe I'm Lingtian, the person you betrayed and caused the death of. Du Wei looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression on his face and said, I don't know you. Your joke isn't funny at all. A joke? Duan Lingtian felt speechless. Then he said indifferently, I remember the first technique of the form and will boxing I taught you was the cannon fist. On the last page of the form and will boxing manual that I drew for you, my signature can be seen on the top left corner. I remember, he continued looking at Du Wei coldly as he began to recount all the things only both of them knew. When Du Wei heard the first few sentences from Duan Lingtian, his expression had changed drastically. The things Duan Lingtian spoke about were only known between him and Lingtian. It did not take long before his gaze was filled with horror as though he had seen a ghost. He cried out in disbelief, interrupting Duan Lingtian. No, impossible. Duan Lingtian did not continue talking. He knew Du Wei no longer doubted he was mercenary King Lingtian. Du Wei rambled with a panicked expression on his face. I personally witnessed your death. How are you still alive? How's this possible? At this moment, he seemed like a crazed man. He could not figure out how a man who was killed a few decades ago was alive and well. Moreover, all these years, there had been no news of this man at all. Meanwhile, the 3 bikini-clad beauties were filled with excitement when they heard Du Wei confirming that the purple-clad young man was mercenary King Lingtian. Heavens! He's really mercenary King Lingtian. Lingtian is actually so handsome? Naturally, the 3 bikini-clad beauties could easily accept that mercenary Lingtian was alive. They merely thought Du Wei was mistaken. Du Wei, naturally, had a difficult time believing this, unlike the 3 bikini-clad beauties. After all, he had witnessed Lingtian being killed and his body disposed of. Therefore, he was absolutely certain Lingtian had died. There was no way he could survive. If the person standing in front of him did not reveal the things that only he and Lingtian were privy to, he would not believe it. Nothing is impossible, Duan Lingtian said lightly. How did you survive? Du Wei had no choice but to believe mercenary King Lingtian did not die after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. It doesn't matter how I survived. Anyway, I'm really curious about the massive change on Earth. The technology is hundreds of years ahead even though just a few decades have passed. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, confident there was no way Du Wei could escape from him. Therefore, he was not in a rush to kill Du Wei. Moreover, he loathed Du Wei to the bones. He would not be able to vent his anger if he killed Du Wei so quickly. Before he killed Du Wei, he wanted Du Wei to feel despair. On the other hand, Du Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lingtian, whose appearance had changed, did not intend to kill him for the time being. He might not know how strong Duan Tian was, but he was certain the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Tian was stronger than him. Due to his fear of Tang Xiao, Du Wei instantly revealed what happened in the past 30 years on Earth. Through Du Wei's explanation, Duan Tian learned that a huge incident happened not long after his death. A spaceship from a planet governed by technology had come to Earth. The aliens on the spaceship had brought with them advanced technology from their planet, helping Earth to advance their technology. After that, the aliens left on the spaceship as though they had never come to Earth at all. If it were not for the huge leap in advancement of science and technology, people would have thought everything was just a dream. In the years to come, due to the technology from the aliens, Earth went through a drastic change. Many lives were lost, but at the same time, people's achievements began to rise. The drastic change during that time was called the Nirvana change. During the time, Du Wei quickly seized the golden chance he was presented with. He further mastered the form and will boxing from the manual he received from Duan Tian. It did not take long before he became one of the top super soldiers on Earth and successfully founded the Devil's Hand. Duan Tian felt anger rise in his heart when he heard Du Wei said he was now the head of the Devil's Hand. He knew the Devil's Hands was a force that all major countries, with the exception of Hua, were afraid of. His ex-manager was currently one of the most powerful men in the world. Even world leaders had to act deferentially toward Du Wei. He said scornfully, "It seems like you've been living well." Du Wei forced a smile on his face despite the fear that rose in his heart. He said, "It's all thanks to the form and will boxing manual you left for me." Duan Tian could not hold back his anger when he heard Du Wei mention this matter. He really did not expect Du Wei to rise to the top by relying on the form and will boxing manual he had left behind. After all, his death was caused by Du Wei's betrayal. Moreover, he could imagine Du Wei living such a good life until the day he died if he did not return to seek revenge. After a while, Duan Tian changed the topic and asked, "Why did you betray me?" He had treated Du Wei like a friend when Du Wei first saved his life. As time passed, he began to consider Du Wei as his brother. He asked coldly, "Did you think I was a tool that could benefit you?" Du Wei fell silent when he heard Duan Tian's questions. He knew it would not help even if he pandered to Duan Tian. After all, his betrayal was more than enough to prove he had never viewed Ling Tian as a friend, let alone a brother. "It seems like I'm right." Duan Tian stared at Du Wei coldly. The killing intent that surged out of his body caused Du Wei's expression to change dramatically. He continued to say coldly, "Initially, I planned to slowly torture you and let you taste despair before I kill you. However, I've changed my mind." Du Wei interrupted Duan Tian after he smiled contemptuously. "No, you can't kill me. Ling Tian, I don't know why you're still alive or why your appearance has changed. Moreover, you have a woman by your side who's even stronger than me. I might not be stronger than you, but what I have on Earth is nothing you'll be able to surpass. If you dare to kill me, my people will detonate super nuclear bombs that I have planted all over the world. At that time, Earth would be destroyed. To be honest, I had prepared this trump card in case the aliens who brought the advanced technology to us return to Earth. I have no choice but to use it on you now." Duan Tian's expression changed slightly after he heard Du Wei's words. Nevertheless, it did not mean he was afraid of those supernuclear bombs that were hidden in every corner of the world. The supernuclear bombs might be capable of destroying Earth, but it posed no danger to him. "You're insane." Duan Tian's expression had changed earlier because he felt Du Wei was crazy. Du Wei actually tied his life to all lives on Earth. He had known Du Wei was smart and ambitious, but he did not expect Du Wei to arrange for his people to detonate supernuclear bombs hidden all over the world, annihilating all living things on Earth if he died. Du Wei had planned this so he could further secure his position on Earth. Du Wei, who had seen the slight change in Duan Tian's expression, thought Duan Tian was afraid of the super-nuclear bombs he had hidden around the world. He smirked. "Insane? Perhaps. However, I'm only doing it to protect myself. When those aliens from outer space brought advanced technology to Earth, many people thought the aliens had done it without any ulterior motives. However, I disagree. They must be up to something. Why would they be so kind otherwise? Who knows if they're treating us like pigs? When they have fattened us up, they might return to slaughter us. Since the people I have arranged to detonate the bomb have been brainwashed since young, they won't even blink if I tell them to go to hell, let alone ordering them to detonate the super nuclear bombs. Meanwhile, the expressions of the three bikini-clad beauties changed drastically when they heard Du Wei's words. They were thoroughly shocked when they heard Du Wei's plan. Even when they regained their senses, they were still frightened out of their wits. Super nuclear bombs? They're hidden all over the world, and once they're detonated, they would destroy Earth? No, I don't want to die. Du Wei continued to stare at Duan Tian and said lightly, it's truly shocking and unexpected that after you're resurrected, you're accompanied by a woman with such great strength. However, what's the use if your female companion is stronger than I am? Can you kill me? Unless you're willing to forfeit everyone's lives in exchange for mine, you can't kill me. Well, there's no need for you to trust my words. You can just kill me and see if I'm telling the truth. A hint of mockery could be heard in his voice as he spoke. Meanwhile, his expression was one of confidence. It was as though he was certain of his victory. Duan Tian's expression was indifferent, but his eyes were extremely cold when he said, based on your personality, I'm not surprised you have a trick like this up your sleeve. However, do you really think I'll die just because you can destroy Earth? Du Wei scoffed. Do you mean to tell me that you'll still be able to live once I destroy Earth? Well, my people will only detonate the super nuclear bombs a month after my death, so you have a month to look for a way out. It's unfortunate the aliens didn't leave us with their spaceship technology. Moreover, the existing spaceship technology on Earth suddenly disappeared after the aliens' arrival on Earth. What's even stranger is that all aeronautical scientists have either disappeared or gone crazy overnight. Duan Tian furrowed his brows. If Du Wei's words were true, the aliens who had brought advanced technology to Earth certainly seemed like they came with ill intention. It seemed like the aliens were trying to prevent people on Earth from going to space. He asked in a low voice, didn't people feel suspicious? Du Wei replied lightly, of course they did. At that time, someone questioned those aliens. However, they replied that it was for our good since our lives would be in danger if we travel to outer space. They said they would give us aeronautical technology when the time is right. He paused for a moment before he continued to say sarcastically, the funny thing is that most people believe the bullshit those aliens spouted. Although there are also many who felt skeptical, what can they do against those mysterious aliens? Based on his words, it could be seen that he was incredibly suspicious of those aliens with unknown origins. For these reasons, you hid super nuclear bombs all over the world? When the aliens return, you plan to use this to threaten them and negotiate with them? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not that foolish to think Du Wei intended to save people on Earth. Du Wei was only planning to save himself. Du Wei replied righteously, that's right. Since those aliens went to all the trouble to keep us here, they must be seeking something. If I can threaten them using Earth, it won't be difficult for me to obtain benefits from them. Perhaps by the time the aliens return, I might have obtained genetic medicine to lengthen my life. At that time, I'll be able to leave Earth and travel to other planets in the galaxy. When he spoke, his eyes were extremely bright. With his current position, he had enjoyed every luxury available on Earth. His greed had increased, and he turned his sight to lengthening his lifespan and traveling to other planets to broaden his horizon. Well, I guess it's natural that this is the extent of your ambitions. Duan Tian shook his head as he stared at Du Wei with a hint of pity. He thought Du Wei's ambition was akin to the ambition of a frog in a well. So what if Du Wei could lengthen his lifespan and travel to other planets in this galaxy? Du Wei's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Tian's words. He had thought his ambitions were something that normal people on Earth would not even dare to think of. However, it seemed like Duan Tian was disdainful of his ambitions. What did you say? What do you mean by this is the extent of my ambitions? Duan Tian replied indifferently, what do I mean? It's nothing really. I just think you're like a frog in a well. A frog in the well? Du Wei was so furious that his face turned red as soon as he heard Duan Tian's words. At this moment, Duan Tian turned to look at Tang Xiao, who was standing next to him, and said, please wait for me here. I'll bring this frog in the well to see the other planets in the galaxy that he dreams of visiting. I'll show him the difference between me and him. As soon as he finished speaking, He waved his hand before disappearing from the luxury cruise ship with Du Wei, who was still in shock. The three bikini-clad beauties were dumbfounded when they saw Duanling Tian vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, the sound of wind whistled in the air as Duanling Tian brought Du Wei away from Earth with just a wave of his hand. When Du Wei regained his senses, he said mockingly, "Shameless boasting! You think you're strong enough to bring me." However, it did not take long before he abruptly fell silent, and his face turned pale. At this moment, his legs were shaking. As he stared at an azure planet from a distance, he wondered if he was dreaming. He instinctively lowered his head and discovered he was floating in space without the help of any machine. How was this possible? He knew very well that the aliens had erased all technology that would allow them to travel to space. It did not take long before he calmed down. After all, he was the head of one of the strongest super soldier organizations, the Devil's Hand. Then he thought to himself, "It seems like an invisible force is supporting me." Boasting. Duanling Tian's voice rang in Du Wei's ears suddenly, causing him to be momentarily frightened. He turned to look at Duanling Tian, who was standing confidently next to him and looking at him condescendingly. At this moment, Duanling Tian looked at him as though he was truly a frog in the well. How's this possible? How can you travel here without relying on a flying machine? Even a super soldier who can manipulate wind is only able to stand in the air for a moment. Even then, they would only be able to rise 500 meters into the air at the most. Du Wei was completely dumbfounded. A hint of amazement could be seen in his eyes as well at this moment. Du Wei truly did not expect this. Although he had encountered strong super soldiers who could manipulate wind and fly without the need of a flying machine, this was still beyond the scope of his imagination. He was completely dumbfounded by the sight of the purple-clad young man hovering in space without the use of any flying equipment. Am I dreaming? Du Wei thought he was dreaming. He seemed to have disregarded his dignity as he slapped himself in front of Duanling Tian. However, the burning sensation that spread from his face only made him even more dumbfounded. "Have you ascertained you're not dreaming?" Du Wei's expression changed drastically when he heard Duanling Tian's voice. It was as though he had encountered some sort of terrifying demon. It was obvious he had begun to panic as he turned to look at Duanling Tian and asked, "You? Who the hell are you?" He was so shocked that he had a difficult time accepting all of these. "Who am I?" Duanling Tian smiled. "Didn't you already figure out my identity when we were on the cruise ship?" "No, impossible. You can't possibly be Ling Tian. Even if he managed to survive all those years ago, he couldn't have gotten so strong." Duanling Tian's current display of power had completely frightened and stunned Du Wei, so much so that Du Wei no longer believed that Duanling Tian was the Ling Tian he had known decades ago. "Couldn't have gotten so strong?" Duanling Tian chuckled. "With just this small bit of strength, I managed to scare the leader of the Devil's Hand? I'll let you have a taste of my power by taking you to other galaxies in the Milky Way." Prior to this, Du Wei would have thought Duanling Tian was just a raving lunatic. However, he did not doubt Duanling Tian's words now. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was not even human. How could a human fly to outer space without the help of any technology? Not only that, but Duanling Tian was even able to bring him, an ordinary human, into space. He no longer dared to think he was an elite super soldier at this point. In front of someone like Duanling Tian, he was no different from the average person. Whoosh! A gust of wind appeared as Duanling Tian brought Du Wei with him away from the solar system. With his speed, he could have left the solar system in just a blink of an eye. However, he had intentionally lowered his speed so Du Wei could have a good look at his surroundings. Du Wei, who was being brought away by Duanling Tian using some unseen force, only felt that he had been bound from head to toe. He could barely move at all. He could only look around fearfully. He took in the sights around him as they approached the star of the solar system, the sun. His expression changed when they passed the sun, afraid of getting burned. After all, based on his knowledge, the heat from the sun was extremely terrifying. Not even the heat of the sun can hurt him, Du Wei thought to himself when he saw Duanling Tian was unaffected by the heat when Duanling Tian had flown past the sun with him in tow. He grew more and more shocked. Swoosh! Duanling Tian suddenly increased his speed, causing Du Wei's sight to turn blurry. The sun that resembled a gigantic fiery ball grew smaller and smaller as they traveled further away. It turned into a small red dot before it completely disappeared from Du Wei's sight. After a while, Duanling Tian finally came to a halt. He had brought Du Wei to the cosmos of a lifeless planet. This is a different stellar galaxy in the Milky Way. Du Wei began to observe his surroundings when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He discovered that he was very far away from the solar system at this moment. "Do you see that planet in front of you?" Duanling Tian asked. Du Wei turned to look at the planet Duanling Tian had pointed out. He saw a yellow planet with a tinge of gray. Unlike Earth, there were no bodies of water on this planet. Duanling Tian glanced at Du Wei and asked, "What's the ratio of this planet's size compared to Earth?" Although Du Wei was not sure why Duanling Tian would ask such a question, he was frightened out of his wits after witnessing Duanling Tian's earth-shattering strength. Therefore, he quickly replied, "It's at least 5 or 6 times bigger than Earth." Very observant. Duanling Tian nodded after hearing Du Wei's answer. "This planet is nearly 5 times larger than Earth. Do you think your supernuclear bombs on Earth are capable of destroying this planet?" Du Wei still could not figure out the reason for Duanling Tian's question, but he answered honestly, No. Duanling Tian continued to ask, "Then do you think a man can destroy this planet using solely his strength?" As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Du Wei's expression changed dramatically. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief when he turned to look at Duanling Tian. He was no fool. He, naturally, understood the meaning behind Duanling Tian's words. Although Duanling Tian was capable of traveling to space without relying on any sort of technology, he still found it hard to believe that Duanling Tian was capable of destroying the planet before him. Moreover, the planet was 5 times larger than Earth. Let alone 5 super-nuclear bombs, even 10 super-nuclear bombs would not be enough to destroy this planet. After all, the blast from a super-nuclear bomb was limited and it would be difficult to cover every surface on this planet. Based on the look in your eyes, I suppose you think it's impossible, right? Duanling Tian could tell Du Wei did not believe him. Du Wei remained silent. He only watched as Duanling Tian slowly lifted his hand. There was no life on the planet. It was clearly inhospitable, unsuitable for any type of life form. As Duanling Tian raised his hand, he muttered under his breath, "Apart from not having any inhabitants, this planet also hasn't formed an orbit around any planets. This means that it won't affect the stellar galaxy at all, even if it were destroyed." This was the reason he had chosen this planet, to show Du Wei the difference between their strength. He did not want to harm the innocent or destroy the balance of the planetary orbit in a galaxy after all. Duanling Tian said calmly, "Watch carefully." Du Wei instantly averted his eyes and focused his attention on the planet as though he was afraid he would miss whatever happened next. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian cast his extraordinary assist-type divine ability that was comparable to divine abilities in Devata realms. Elementary devouring tactic. Whirlpools began to appear around him. Some of them were even bigger than him, and began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy from the nearby planets. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye that Du Wei did not even have time to have a good look. He only saw shadows flashed across Duanling Tian's body before they disappeared. Whoosh! Then, Du Wei watched as a vast and majestic force suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's lifted hand. The light from the force grew brighter and brighter like a burning sun, forcing him to close his eyes. Bang! After a while, Du Wei opened his eyes and saw the force in Duanling Tian's hand suddenly shot toward the lifeless planet. Then, he saw Duanling Tian slap his hand down before a large handprint flew toward the planet as well, leaving tears in the void. Boom! Duanling Tian's attacks brought with them a terrifying shockwave. Although Du Wei was protected by Duanling Tian's power and did not suffer from the shockwave, he could still see how terrifying it was. The void seemed to ripple like a stone that had been dropped into a calm lake in the wake of Duanling Tian's attacks. Bang! Du Wei was still in shock when he heard a deafening explosion from the lifeless planet, causing him to regain his senses. He instinctively looked at the lifeless planet again. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air again. Du Wei discovered his vision had been obstructed by a gigantic cloud of dust. He could no longer see the planet. After a while, When the dust finally settled, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scene before him. He stuttered, to this. After the dust had settled, Du Wei was shocked when he saw the planet that was 5 times larger than Earth had disappeared as though it had never existed in the first place. He only saw a space full of stars in front of his eyes. His emotions were as turbulent as the sea at this moment. Took him a long time before he calmed down. It's gone? The planet that was 5 times larger than Earth is gone. Du Wei really hoped that everything was just a dream. However, he could not lie to himself. At this moment, Duanling Tian's voice rang in his ears again, causing him to regain his senses. Indeed, back then, I died after you betrayed me. Du Wei was filled with disbelief when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Impossible! How can this purple-clad young man be mercenary King Ling Tian? Even if he didn't die, it's impossible for him to gain such godlike strength. In his opinion, Duanling Tian's strength was beyond his comprehension. Duanling Tian looked at Du Wei and continued to say, however, I was lucky. Although I died, I transmigrated to another world. He spoke calmly as though he was talking about someone else. That world is a world where the strong rules. After spending decades there and experiencing many things, I finally obtained the strength I have today. Now that I've returned to Earth, based on what I've seen, there's no doubt that I'm stronger than whatever elite you have on Earth. You said you're standing on top of the food chain on Earth. However, you're nothing compared to me. Du Wei's expression changed dramatically as he listened to Duanling Tian. He no longer doubted Duanling Tian's words. After all, there was no need for Duanling Tian to lie to him. He really did not expect mercenary King Ling Tian would transmigrate to another world after he had died on Earth. Moreover, in just a few decades, Duanling Tian managed to grow so domineeringly strong. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he thought to himself, why? Although he had died, he still manages to live a better life than mine. Perhaps, in your eyes, this is the extent of the galaxy. However, I want you to know, this place where Earth is located is called Yen Huang Realm. There are many galaxies in Yen Huang Realm. The galaxy that you know of is like the backwater with limited heaven and earth spirit energy. In fact, many elite forces in the realm wouldn't even deign to live here. I can see you're shocked by the fact that I can destroy a planet with just a casual wave of my hand, and you think that my strength is peerless. I want you to know that when I destroyed that planet, I didn't even use my full strength. Moreover, there are many powerhouses in Yen Huang Realm who are capable of such a feat as well. Apart from that, there are many planets and galaxies that are governed by science and technology. They possessed apocalypse-level battleships that are also capable of destroying that planet with just one bomb. Duanling Tian paused for a moment before he looked at Du Wei contemptuously and said, after listening to that, don't you think you're like a frog in a well? Your ambitions sound like a joke to true elites. Each of Duanling Tian's words had caused Du Wei to tremble inwardly. Duanling Tian did not even use his full strength to destroy that planet. There were many people who were capable of destroying that planet as well. There were planets with advanced technology that possessed apocalypse-level battleships, and just one bomb from a battleship was capable of destroying a planet? A frog in the well. Du Wei smiled bitterly. Indeed, Duanling Tian's words made him realize he was just a frog in a well. Duanling Tian said nonchalantly, to me, the super-nuclear bombs you have hidden are a joke. If I want to, I can easily find every single person you have had contact with. It won't be difficult for me to find those super soldiers who are in charge of detonating the super-nuclear bombs. I'm sure it'll take me no more than half an hour to find and dispose of your super-nuclear bombs. Each of Duanling Tian's words was like a hammer to Du Wei's chest. He had turned pale from fright. He did not doubt Duanling Tian's words after witnessing Duanling Tian destroy a planet 5 times larger than Earth. At this moment, he acutely felt that his plan was nothing but a joke. I've said everything I wanted to say. At this moment, Duanling Tian's expression had turned cold. Killing intent surged from his body as he said, now, it's time for us to deal with the matter from decades ago. Du Wei panicked when he sensed Duanling Tian's killing intent. His expression changed drastically as he pleaded, "Be brother Tian. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know I'm wrong, so please don't kill me." If he was not bound by Duanling Tian's force, he would have fallen to the ground from fear. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, a thought appeared in his mind. He released his force on Du Wei, freeing him from his binds. Du Wei, who had been freed, fell on his behind. However, when he saw there was nothing below him, save for the endless starry sky, his legs began to shake uncontrollably. At the same time, yellow liquid trailed down his legs. It seemed like he had peed himself. How could he not be frightened silly by this sight? It took him a while to discover he was still being supported by Duan Ling Tian's force. Then, he rose to his feet with great difficulty. He moved in front of Duan Ling Tian before he fell to his knees. A hint of hysteria could be heard in his voice as he pleaded, "Brother Tian, please have mercy. Spare my life. I'm wrong. I apologize. Please don't kill me." In Duan Ling Tian's past life, he had considered Du Wei as his brother. They would refer to each other as brothers. However, after decades had passed, he did not feel any sense of nostalgia when Du Wei addressed him as Brother Tian. "Hypocrite?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Du Wei in disgust as he said indifferently, "Everyone has to take responsibility for what they have done. I'll take our previous relationship into account and grant you a quick death." Previously, he had intended on torturing Du Wei before killing him. However, after watching Du Wei discarding his pride and begging for mercy, he decided it was pointless to waste time on someone like Du Wei. It would be enough so long as he killed Du Wei. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Du Wei suddenly stopped begging. He seemed to have regained his composure at this moment. After all, he knew Duan Ling Tian quite well. He knew once Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind, there would be no changing Duan Ling Tian's mind. He rose to his feet and stared at Duan Ling Tian as he said in a low voice, "Ling Tian, if it weren't for me killing you all those years ago, you wouldn't have possessed this kind of strength. Even if I didn't betray you back then, and you hold on to your status as the strongest person on earth, you still wouldn't be able to achieve this level of power. In other words, I'm the one who made you." Du Wei, who seemed as though he had grasped onto a life jacket, began to scream with all his might, "Didn't you always talk about being grateful to people who have helped you? It would be wrong for you to kill me since I've helped you." Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Du Wei's words. He found it funny and infuriating at the same time. He had never met anyone as shameless as Du Wei in the 2 lives that he had lived. "Am I wrong?" Du Wei yelled. "If I didn't betray you back then, indirectly causing your death, would you, Ling Tian, be so strong now? How despicable!" Duan Ling Tian sneered. "Did you plan my transmigration as well when you betrayed me and caused my death?" He found Du Wei's claims utterly ridiculous. Hilarious. Betraying and killing him was beneficial to him? Regardless if I'd known about you transmigrating or not. This is the truth, Du Wei said heatedly. Therefore, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be killing your benefactor. It's not in your personality to do such a thing. At this juncture between life and death, he no longer had anything to lose. He could only threaten Duan Ling Tian with talks of morality. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was a man who knew how to be grateful and would hate to kill anyone who had helped him in any way. He deeply believed that he had helped Duan Ling Tian to achieve everything, even though he had betrayed Duan Ling Tian and caused Duan Ling Tian's death. This should be enough for Duan Ling Tian to spare his life today. My personality? It seems like you know me very well. Duan Ling Tian continued to sneer. With just a thought, he withdrew the force that had been supporting and protecting Du Wei in space. Within seconds, the frigid temperature in space enveloped Du Wei. Knew this was his last cry before his death. Although Du Wei was a super soldier and his soul was as strong as an eminent celestial soul, his physical body was that of a mortal after all. As a mortal, it would be impossible for him to survive in space without any protection. Nary a ripple could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face as he watched Du Wei being killed by the cold. After Du Wei died, he waved his hand, getting rid of Du Wei's frozen corpse. Du Wei's corpse broke like a block of ice. With just a wave of his hand, Duan Ling Tian turned Du Wei into millions of ice chips. The light from the nearby planets was reflected in the ice chips. Finally, the person who had betrayed him in his past life was dead. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly looked up as though he had sensed something. He stood motionlessly as he closed his eyes. Swoosh! 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 Waves and waves of terrifying energy surged out of Duanling Tian's body immediately. The energy shrouded him in the shape of a sword. The energy continued to grow stronger and stronger as they shrouded him, looking like a fierce flame. At this moment, Duanling Tian was completely focused on comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. Previously, he had only managed to comprehend 6 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. He had struggled to make progress after that, as though there was some sort of obstacle in his way that prevented him from progressing. That obstacle was his obsession with seeking revenge from Du Wei. Now that Du Wei had died, he had finally removed the obstacle in his way. After Du Wei had died, the 13 green lotus swords had appeared in his mind. He could have chosen to ignore it, but he knew there must be a reason for the 13 green lotus swords to appear so suddenly in his mind. This is... Duanling Tian soon discovered that, with just a thought, he managed to make great progress. Previously, no matter how hard he tried, he could not make any headway at all. Moreover, he was progressing at an alarmingly fast rate. Is this what they called an enlightenment? Duanling Tian redoubled his efforts and concentration as he began to comprehend the 13 green lotus swords. He stood in space motionlessly like a monk meditating in a temple. Energy continued to surge out of Duanling Tian's body and rose above him like a huge mountain. Continued to grow with no signs of stopping. 7th green lotus swords. Duanling Tian cried out. He had successfully comprehended the 7th sword of the 13 green lotus swords. However, that did not seem to be the limit of Duanling Tian's progress. The 8th green lotus sword, the 9th green lotus sword, the 10th green lotus sword. It was only 1 second, but it seemed like hundreds of years had gone past. Before Duanling Tian realized it, he had already comprehended the 13 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. I didn't expect this windfall after killing Du Wei. Who knew I would be able to completely comprehend the 13 green lotus swords? As soon as Duanling Tian opened his eyes, the sword-shaped energy that was as big as a mountain slowly began to vanish into his body. Apart from that, 2 beams of piercing light shot out of his eyes as well. It seems like the 2 beams of light that just shot out of my eyes are sword chi. It's a sign that I have completely mastered the 13 green lotus swords. Although his instincts told him that he had completely mastered the 13 green lotus sword, it was just his instinct. However, the 2 beams of light were concrete proof that he had, indeed, completely mastered the 13 green lotus swords. Now that Duanling Tian saw the pupil light sword formation, he was convinced of his newly gained power. He lifted his hand, deciding to test his new power. Sword ray shot out of Duanling Tian's hand. It did not take long before the second sword ray shot out as well. More and more sword rays continued to shoot out before all of them fused with the first sword ray. Indeed, he had mastered the last 7 swords of the 13 green lotus swords. Although it was rather troublesome to go out of my way to bring Du Wei here before killing him, as it turns out, it's the right decision. By killing him, I was able to get rid of the obsession in my heart and comprehend the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords. Duanling Tian did not expect that bringing Du Wei away from Earth and killing him here would bring him so many benefits. Fortunately, I decided to bring him here and didn't directly kill him on the ship. Otherwise, I might not be able to completely master the 13 green lotus swords. After all, directly killing him on the ship might not be enough for me to let go of my obsession or assuage my anger. You're finally awake. Duanling Tian heard a familiar voice ring next to his ears. He turned and saw Tang Xiaoxiao looking at him. A surprise expression appeared on his face as he asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be on planet Yanhuang?" Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled. "You've been standing here for 5 years. Why do you think I'm here?" She shook her head as she said, "It seems like you were comprehending your divine ability. So, did you make much progress?" "What? 5 years?" Duanling Tian was shocked. It seemed like he did not hear Tang Xiaoxiao's remaining words after she had said he had been here for 5 years. He thought to himself regretfully, no. Du Wei's people would have detonated the super nuclear bombs a month after he died. 5 years have passed, does this mean that Earth is destroyed? A wave of guilt rose in his heart. He blamed himself for being too immersed in his cultivation. This is bad. Duan Ling Tian recalled something while he was panicking about the fact that Earth might have been destroyed. He looked at Tang Xiao and asked with burning eyes, Xiao, before you left planet Yanhuang, did you defuse the supernuclear bombs that Du Wei hid all over the world? Tang Xiao should know about the supernuclear bombs since she was there when Du Wei spoke about it. Duan Ling Tian thought Tang Xiao should have dealt with the supernuclear bombs on his behalf since he had been gone for such a long time. Moreover, planet Yanhuang was not only his home planet, but it was also where her sect, the Tang sect, had originated from. There was no reason for her to let the planet perish. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Tang Xiao's face when faced with the hopeful expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. I followed you here after I saw you didn't come back after a day. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed to one of regret. He really regretted not being able to save Earth because he was too immersed in his cultivation. Upon seeing how upset Duan Ling Tian, Tang Xiao could not hold back her laughter. Her expression of embarrassment had vanished completely. All right, I'll stop joking with you. The truth is it's only been 10 days since you left planet Yanhuang. She had been joking when she said Duan Ling Tian had been in space for 5 years. The regretful and sad expression on Duan Ling Tian's face disappeared immediately. You! He stared at Tang Xiao and pointed his finger at her. After a long while, he still did not manage to say anything apart from you. After all, he was truly affected by the joke. Up until a few seconds ago, he had thought that Earth had been destroyed due to his carelessness. Naturally, it took him a while to process the fact that he had only been cultivating for 10 days, not 5 years. Tang Xiao shook her head before she said with a smile, All right, stop stuttering. Go deal with the problem now. Since she had met Duan Ling Tian, this was the first time she had seen him losing his cool. She decided not to prank him again in the future. Duan Ling Tian truly felt angry and helpless earlier. He believed Tang Xiao when she said he had spent 5 years comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. Before returning to Earth, he looked at her solemnly and said, Don't joke about things like this in the future. It was as Duan Ling Tian had told Du Wei. It was not difficult for him to find the super soldiers responsible for detonating the supernuclear bombs as long as he expended a little effort. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness, and after a day and a night, he managed to find all the super soldiers. He killed all of them, unwilling to leave any potential threat behind. He did not feel bad about killing them. After all, these super soldiers were also responsible for the loss of many innocent lives. After killing the super soldiers, he brought all the supernuclear bombs to space and detonated them there. A few mushroom clouds appeared from the explosions. Just like that, he managed to deal with the threat of the supernuclear bombs. After dealing with the supernuclear bombs, Duan Ling Tian did some research on one of the top super soldier organizations, the Soul of Yanhuang, that belonged to Hua. The Soul of Yanhuang and Long Jinghua are truly formidable. Duan Ling Tian had also discovered Long Jinghua was his instructor in his past life. He did not waste any time and left for Hua with just a flash of his body. With his current strength, if he traveled at top speed, it would take him 1 breath to travel 1 round around Earth. To return to Hua, it only took him 1/10 of a second. My country, I, Ling Tian, have returned. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air as he looked at Hua. He was in a daze as memories of his past life began to flash in his mind. Most of his memories were of his time training in the army. Bloodwolf, the death of Windwolf has nothing to do with you. Even if you were more cautious, at best, he would still end up in a coma. That would be even more torturous for him. Duan Ling Tian remembered the words his instructor had said to him when he decided to leave the army. Bloodwolf was Duan Ling Tian's codename when he was serving in the elite Wolf Fong Special Forces Army Division. Naturally, he did not use the codename once he left the army. After all, the person who replaced him would become the new Bloodwolf. He remembered instructor Long Jinghua, had tried his best to dissuade him from leaving. However, he was determined to leave since he could not let go of the fact that his mistakes had caused his partner's death. A wave of regret rose in Duanling Tian's heart as he thought to himself, if Windwolf didn't die back then and fell into a coma instead, with the current advanced technology on Earth, it's not impossible for him to wake up. Back in the days, due to an incident during a cross-country SSSS-level mission, one of Duanling Tian's team members was killed. He could not stop blaming himself for his member's death. In the end, it led to his departure from the army. After some time had passed, Duanling Tian finally regained his senses. With just a thought, he disappeared from the sky. When he reappeared, he was standing outside a closed military base. The military base was located in a mountain range, making it look like it was surrounded by iron fortresses. Normally, if the base was not opened from the control center, not even a fly could make its way in. Even the strongest super soldier would not be able to enter the base without permission. Even if by chance they managed to enter, they would not be able to survive since there were many elite super soldiers in the military base as well. At this moment, a few staff in the military base had discovered Duanling Tian's presence through the surveillance camera. Who is this? All of them were stunned. This person had appeared out of thin air in front of this isolated military base. When did he come? He can fly. He's been hovering in the air for a while now. Even the top super soldiers who manipulate wind can't stay in the air for such a long time without the help of a flying equipment. Maybe his flying equipment is hidden from sight? Impossible. I've already scanned him. He doesn't have a single electronics on him. He doesn't even have a communicator. What? He doesn't even have a communicator? Well, he's dressed in an ancient outfit. Is it possible he's an actor who got separated from the filming crew? An actor? Have you ever seen an actor capable of hovering the air for such a long time without the help of a flying equipment? At this moment, the commotion in the control room was not dissimilar to the commotion one could hear at a Sunday market. Everyone present on the scene looked at the surveillance intently. Their attention was focused on the purple-clad young man who was hovering in the air. After a while, a few young female staff members looked at the screen like hungry wolves. I just noticed that he's incredibly handsome. Yeah, look at his bearing. He's like a god who has descended to the mortal realm. Compared to him, the good-looking male celebrities are just like pretty vases. The staff was still discussing among themselves with their eyes glued to the screen when a low and pleasant-sounding voice rang in the air, catching everyone's attention. I'm looking for Long Zhenghua, Instructor Long. Everyone in the control room fell silent immediately for a moment. Even the supervisor of the control center was slightly stunned. Where did the voice come from? I saw his mouth moving. It seems like he's the one who has spoken. One male staff member pointed at the screen that displayed the purple-clad young man. There are no speakers installed. How can his voice be transmitted? Long Zhenghua, isn't that the leader? Why did this man call him Instructor Long? I'm looking for Long Zhenghua, Instructor Long. Duanling Tian's voice rang in the military base. Everyone in the military base heard his voice. Duanling Tian had long ascertained Long Zhenghua's location with his divine consciousness. However, he did not appear before Long Zhenghua immediately since Long Zhenghua had hidden himself in the isolated military base. If he had directly appeared before Long Zhenghua, there was no doubt chaos would descend on the military base. Therefore, he decided against showing himself to Long Zhenghua in such an abrupt manner. Duanling Tian's voice that had been imbued with his energy resounded in the military base. Everyone in the base could hear him. Even Long Zhenghua had heard his voice. I'm here to look for Long Zhenghua, Instructor Long. Long Zhenghua was an imposing man with a large and muscular physique. He had wide and angular shoulders and a thick neck. When he heard Duanling Tian's voice, he was in a meeting with 10 of his most trusted subordinates in a large room. If Long Zhenghua was the soul of Yan Huang, then these 10 subordinates were the body of the organizations. They were irreplaceable members of the organizations. A grave expression appeared on Long Zhenghua's face when he heard Duanling Tian's voice. He knew the owner of the voice had to be powerful. Otherwise, his voice transmission would not be so powerful. Instructor Long? It had been a long time since anyone had addressed him as Instructor Long. After all, it had been a while since he had been an instructor in the army. The 10 subordinates' expressions changed as well as they instinctively turned to look at Long Zhenguo when they heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. Soon after, a communication device resembling a wristwatch on someone's arm blinked. A few seconds later, as though he had received some news, the owner looked at Long Zhenguo and said, "Director, according to the surveillance division, whoever's looking for you is at the entrance of our base at this moment." At the entrance of our base? The remaining 9 subordinates were in shock. Even Long Zhenguo's eyes widened imperceptibly as a surprised expression flitted across his face. He raised his hand and pressed a button on a panel on the conference desk. A holographic image appeared in the middle of the table showing a purple-clad young man hovering in the air at the entrance of the base. The purple-clad young man seemed to be hovering in the air without the help of any flying equipment. The man who had spoken up first said the control center has run a scan on him. They did not find any electronics on him. He doesn't even have a communicator. Everyone gasped at this information, including Long Zhenguo. A young man sitting at the conference table turned to look at his female colleague who was dressed in a green business suit and said, "If I'm not mistaken, even our elites who are skilled in manipulating wind aren't capable of a feat like this. Right? Without the aid of flying equipment, I won't be able to stay in the air for more than half a minute." The young woman who had spoken was one of the top wind super soldiers in the soul of Yan Huang. Even among all the elites in the world, she would still rank at the top. This meant her words represented more than 90% of wind super soldiers. Another subordinate chimed in, "He's quite strange. Isn't he dressed in such ancient clothing? Is it possible he's from one of the families in Hua who live like hermits? Based on my knowledge, there are several families who live off the grid in the deepest part of the forest and mountains. They have no contact with the outside world at all. It's not unheard of for them to dress in ancient clothing. After all, they live as though they're still in the ancient times." Long Zhenguo pressed another button on the desk in front of him and said, "I'm Long Zhenguo. May I ask for your identity?" Long Zhenguo's voice was transmitted to the entrance of the military base through the speakers. Upon hearing Long Zhenguo's voice, a wave of nostalgia rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. His eyes had brightened as well. "Instructor Long." He tried his best to suppress his emotions and said through a voice transmission that only Long Zhenguo could hear, "Instructor Long, it's me, Ling Tian Bloodwolf." Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to reveal his identity in his past life. If he had just mentioned his code name, Bloodwolf, Long Zhenguo might not remember him. However, there was no doubt Long Zhenguo would remember his name. When Long Zhenguo heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Ling Tian? When was the last time he had heard this name? Ling Tian was the best of the best among the soldiers he had trained. If Ling Tian did not retire, there was no doubt Ling Tian's achievements would not be inferior to his. Although Ling Tian retired from the army and became a mercenary, Ling Tian had never forgotten his homeland. Ling Tian had always prioritized the safety of his homeland. It was a trait that Long Zhenguo admired. However, several decades ago, Ling Tian suddenly vanished without a trace. Long Zhenguo did not receive any news about Ling Tian since then, even though he had sent men out to search for Ling Tian. Only a few decades have passed. Why does he look so different? Long Zhenguo studied the holographic image of the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man looked nothing like the Ling Tian or Bloodwolf from his memory. Despite being skeptical, he still wanted to meet this young man who claimed to be Bloodwolf Ling Tian. He quickly said, "That's all for today. Meeting adjourned. I'll be out for a while." "Are you planning to meet this man, Director?" "He's a little strange, Director. Please let me accompany you." "She's right, Director. We don't know his identity or where he came from. Meeting him without any preparation is too reckless." The 10 subordinates around the conference began to voice their concerns. "Didn't you hear him say he's Bloodwolf Ling Tian?" Long Zhenguo asked with a frown on his face. Naturally, he was unaware that he was the only recipient of Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. "Bloodwolf Ling Tian?" Long Zhenguo's words stunned everyone in the room. As Long Zhenguo's most trusted subordinates, they had, naturally, heard about Long Zhenguo's time when he was training elite soldiers in the army. Among these elites, the cream of the crop was Bloodwolf Ling Tian. "He's Bloodwolf Ling Tian?" The young lady dressed in a green business suit exclaimed. Her eyes were shining with admiration. Before his disappearance, Bloodwolf Ling Tian was a household name around the globe. He was undisputedly the very best. She was just a young girl back then, but it did not stop her from idolizing Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had no idea that Long Jinghua would not be the only one who would come to meet him. Clang! As the large door opened, Long Jinghua stepped out from the base, looking as formidable as ever. 10 people followed behind him. Duan Ling Tian quickly scanned their faces. He discovered he had sensed these people earlier with his divine consciousness. They were Earth's mightiest super soldiers. Their souls were as strong as an eminent celestial soul. However, due to their souls being strengthened by genetic medicine, they could only manipulate the elements. Long Jinghua strode toward the purple-clad young man hovering in the air and asked solemnly, "You're Bloodwolf, Instructor Long." Duan Ling Tian cried out. After all these years, Long Jinghua looked exactly like how he had remembered him. The sense of familiarity brought a smile to his face. With just a slight movement, Duan Ling Tian landed gently in front of Long Jinghua. Then he stood with his back straight as he saluted Long Jinghua with the standard soldier's salutation. Although Long Jinghua was not certain if the purple-clad young man before him was Bloodwolf Ling Tian, he still returned the salutation. He asked in a low, no-nonsense voice, "You don't look like that punk, Bloodwolf Ling Tian. How can you prove your claims?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Jinghua, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Do you really want me to prove my identity, Instructor Long?" "Get on with it," Long Jinghua snapped. Duan Ling Tian said casually, "Instructor Long, I remember the first time I visited your house, you were being punished by your wife. She made you kneel on durian shells for 15 minutes. Originally, she intended to punish you for half an hour. However, she let you off the hook due to my visit." All right. That's enough." Long Jinghua hurriedly interjected before Duan Ling Tian could finish his words. "I can't believe it's you." He could feel the burning gazes from his 10 subordinates who were standing behind him. He felt his face flushed and quickly changed the subject. "There's no news about you for the past decades, kid. I sent many men out to search for you, but to no avail. Where have you been all this time? Moreover, what happened to your face? You look nothing like how you used to look. I don't remember you having such a delicate face that looks like it'll crumble with just a sneeze." Long Zhengguo's words shook Duan Ling Tian to the core. As it turned out, after he died from Du Wei's betrayal, Long Zhenghua had been searching for him. After all, at that time, he had already retired from the army and was no longer Long Zhenggua's subordinate. Long Zhenghua had no obligations to search for him. It was apparent Long Zhenghua had done it for personal reasons and sentiments. After a while, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly, "Instructor Long, during the few decades when I was away, so many strange things have happened to me. If I tell you about it, you might even have a hard time believing me. These are things you need to see with your own eyes to believe them." "Silly boy, what are you trying to sell? Get straight to the point," Long Zhenghua snapped. He felt slightly impatient as he listened to Duan Ling Tian's words. "Well then, Instructor Long and the 10 warriors should follow me for a walk in space." Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered with an explanation after he heard the tinge of impatience in Long Zhengua's voice. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, bringing Long Zhenghua and the 10 super soldiers with him into the air. We're F-flying. How's this possible? Not only is he able to fly, but he can also bring 11 of us along with him. Since Duan Ling Tian had people with him, he deliberately slowed down his speed. His speed allowed Long Zhenghua and the others to take in their surroundings as they hurtled into outer space. Long Zhenghua and the others watched as the buildings below them turned smaller and smaller until they disappeared. The rivers and mountains similarly shrank as well before they disappeared from their eyes. It did not take long before the only thing they could see was an azure planet. After a while, the azure planet grew smaller in size as well. When the azure planet was the size of a basketball in their eyes, they finally stopped moving. At this moment, it finally dawned on Long Zhenghua and the others that they were hovering, unsupported by any equipment in outer space. Their bodies stiffened in fear immediately. They did not dare to move. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian hovered nearby. His hands were resting on his back as he gazed at Earth that was currently the size of a basketball. After they regained their senses, Long Jingguo and the others shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian with an astonished expression on their faces. This was probably something only deities were capable of, right? Could a mere human be capable of such a feat? Bloodwolf Qi, despite his shock and confusion, Long Jingguo could not bring himself to refer to Duanling Tian as kid at this moment. After all, the purple-clad young man seemed more like a deity. He suddenly felt the vast distance between him and the purple-clad young man. Duanling Tian might be someone he used to train, but... Instructor Long, I'm still the same blood wolf from before. There's no need for you to be reserved with me? Duanling Tian said with a faint smile on his face when he noticed Long Zhangguo's hesitance. Feel free to ask me any questions that you have. Although I possess power beyond your imagination now, I'm still the same soldier whom you trained back then. As soon as Long Zhangguo heard Duanling Tian's words, he finally let loose and said crudely, "Screw me. You're really freaking me out. What the hell have you been doing in the past decades? You vanished silently without a trace and returned with an over-the-top bang." All these years, Long Zhangguo did not stop thinking about how much Duanling Tian would have achieved if Duanling Tian did not suddenly vanish. He was certain Duanling Tian's achievements would surpass his. However, not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Duanling Tian did not only surpass his achievements, but Duanling Tian also possessed powers beyond his imagination. Duanling Tian's strength and techniques were similar to God and the Celestials in ancient Hua myths and legends. Meanwhile, the 10 warriors standing behind Long Zhangguo looked at Duanling Tian with an expression of awe and disbelief. Their eyes shone intensely with admiration. It was only natural for them to admire someone so strong. Although the purple-clad young man's strength was beyond their comprehension, it only made their admiration grow. So this is Blood Wolf Ling Tian, the mercenary king, the young lady in a green business suit, the elite wind super soldier, exclaimed. At this moment, her eyes were filled with intense passion and fervent adoration that was typically seen in a fangirl. She had always been a fan of Duanling Tian, but now she had become a superfan. His status in her heart was similar to that of God. High, lofty, and untouchable. Duanling Tian sighed before he replied to Long Zhangguo's questions. To tell you the truth, I died several decades ago. Wait, what? A baffled expression appeared on Long Zhangguo and his subordinates' faces. Did Duanling Tian just say he had died several decades ago? Then who the hell was standing before them? A ghost? Hey, Bloodwolf. A joke is only a joke if it's funny, Long Zhangguo said expressionlessly. He thought Duanling Tian was joking with them. What a terrible joke. If Duanling Tian had died several decades ago, then how could he be here at this moment? Instructor Long, I'm not joking. Duanling Tian shook his head. Undaunted by the skeptical eyes that were trained on him, he calmly explained, a few decades ago, my manager, Due, betrayed me, causing my death in country R. Strangely, and fortunately, I only lost my physical body and my soul transmigrated to another realm. The world I transmigrated to is a lawless world where the strong are kings. People train and cultivate to have a better fate. I only recently left that world and returned to Earth. When Duanling Tian mentioned the culprit that caused his death was Du Wei, the leader of the Devil's Hand, Long Zhangguo and the 10 super soldiers inhaled sharply. The Devil's Hand was the archenemy of the soul of Yan Huang. Du Wei, the leader, was their most formidable enemy. In fact, they had once heard Long Zhangguo said he might not be a match for Du Wei the next time they had a confrontation. Realization dawned on Long Zhangguo before he exclaimed, no wonder he knew all the moves of the form and will boxing. As it turns out, he was your manager and obtained the complete manual you left behind. At this moment, one of the young men standing behind Long Zhangguo cried out with bright eyes, Senior Ling Tian, since Du Wei betrayed you and caused your death, you should seek revenge from him. With your strength, it'll be like a child's play for you to kill him. Everyone nodded in agreement. He's already dead, Duanling Tian replied calmly. The first thing I did after I returned to Earth was to look for him so I can kill him. As he spoke, he brought out a piece of jade before crushing it between his hands. A few seconds later, images similar to holograms appeared before Long Zhangguo and the others. Images continued to flicker as they showed Duanling Tian bringing Du Wei near a barren planet that was located beyond the solar system. They could tell the planet was roughly 5 times larger than Earth. They continued to watch as Duanling Tian raised his hand and completely destroyed the barren planet that was a lot larger than Earth. Based on this, they could tell Duanling Tian was capable of destroying Earth with just a flick of his finger. That planet was a lot larger than Earth, right? Long Jinghua asked. Duanling Tian nodded before adding casually, it's roughly 5 times larger than Earth. Long Jinghua and the others were still in a state of shock as they continued to watch the flickering images. They saw Du Wei, the infamous leader of the Devil's Hand, being frozen to death in outer space. Du Wei's gruesome death served as a stark reminder that ordinary humans could not possibly survive in space without some sort of protection. Long Jinghua looked at Duanling Tian uneasily as he said in an anxious tone, Du Wei might have died, but from what I've gathered, he had hidden many super-nuclear bombs around the world. It's said that as soon as he dies, his men would detonate the bombs a month later. How long has it been since you killed Du Wei? About 10 days. Duanling Tian shook his head and said reassuringly, Don't worry, Instructor Long. I've disposed of the super-nuclear bombs before I came looking for you. Earth is now free of those scum. That's good. It's truly great. Long Jinghua sighed in relief. Then he gave Duanling Tian a formal army salutation as he said solemnly, Comrade Ling Tian, we thank you for all that you have done for Earth. The 10 super soldiers followed their leader's lead. When they straightened their backs, it could be seen that the adoration and veneration in their eyes had intensified. I'm from Earth after all, Instructor Long. This is my duty, Duanling Tian replied with a smile. However, his expression turned grim suddenly as he said, to be honest, one of the reasons I came here today is to look for the aliens who brought upon the Nirvana change on Earth. When Duanling Tian learned from Du Wei that the aliens had brought upon the Nirvana change, he had felt that something was amiss. The aliens had to have ulterior motives. Why would they destroy the space and flight technology on Earth? They must be trying to prevent Earth's inhabitants from leaving. The aliens who brought about the Nirvana change on Earth several decades ago. Long Jinghua frowned at the mention of the aliens. In fact, he had also thought something was amiss. However, he did not know the specifics. Only his instincts told him that something was not right. Upon further discussion, Duanling Tian discovered Long Jinghua was similarly wary of the aliens and their motives. Long Jinghua worried about the aliens' strength while he was worried about what kind of sinister plan the aliens had in store for Earth. Earth would forever be his home. He would not let any harm come to Earth. After a while, he asked, Instructor Long, did any of the aliens leave any clues behind when they were here? They did mention a thing or two, Long Jinghua answered, nodding. They mentioned the star system of their planet is situated in the Milky Way like our solar system. They also said they're from planet Lissa, and they're members of the planet's premier family, the Barker family. Planet Lissa's Barker family, huh? Duanling Tian nodded before he turned to Long Jinghua and the others and said, Instructor Long, everyone, I'd like to request for your company while I visit these aliens and put an end to the hidden threat to Earth once and for all. During our journey, I'll impart some of my cultivation knowledge to you, Instructor Long. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Duanling Tian intended to bring them along to deal with the threat to Earth. Meanwhile, Long Jinghua's breathing quickened in excitement when he heard the end of Duanling Tian's words. His 10 subordinates could only look at him enviously. Duanling Tian did not make any move to leave as he said, We'll have to wait for a moment. I'm waiting for someone else. We're waiting for someone else? Long Jinghua and the others were shocked. Since the other person was meeting them here, it was obvious the other person was extraordinary as well since he or she could freely travel in space. Crack! Duanling Tian crushed a jade token in his hand, sending a signal to Tang Xiao. Then he extended his divine consciousness toward Long Jinghua, inspecting the man's body to determine the most suitable cultivation method for him. Duanling Tian knew a lot of cultivation methods through the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor on Cloud Continent in the Saint Province realm. A cursory search through his memories was already enough to dredge up 7 or 8 methods for his former instructor. The Boundless Skyward Technique. Duanling Tian quickly decided on a cultivation technique for Long Jinghua. He passed the technique to Long Zhenghua telepathically and used his power to ensure Long Zhenghua would never forget the technique. This is... Long Zhenghua read the information he had just received in his mind. He was delighted. Although he might only practice simple and crude techniques before this, it did not stop him from recognizing the technique that he had just received was a highly advanced technique. He was so happy that he fell into a daze for a moment. The boundless skyward technique. Just by its name, one can tell how powerful it is. Long Zhenggua's 10 subordinates noticed that he seemed to be lost in his thoughts. However, they were not aware of the reason why. If they had known, they would undoubtedly turn green with envy. Suddenly, a voice that sounded slightly displeased rang in the air. "I thought you've forgotten all about me." Long Zhenghua and the others frantically looked around their surroundings, but they did not see anyone. Whoosh! It did not take long before a black-clad young woman appeared next to Duanling Tian. To Long Zhenghua and the others, it seemed as though she had appeared out of thin air. Who's that? Someone with godlike strength like Senior Ling Tian? All of them were stunned. It did not take long before they discovered the black-clad woman's beauty and fell into a daze again. This was the first time they had seen such a beauty. Her beauty was so pure that no impure thoughts appeared in their minds at all. It was as though they instinctively knew not to sully her beauty. The peerless beauty was none other than Tang Xiaoxiao. Duanling Tian did not beat around the bush as he said, "There's something I need your help with. I'm looking for planet Lissa in the Milky Way. Can you look at the star chart and see if you can find it?" Although Duanling Tian would be able to locate the planet, it would take some time. He was not in the mood to waste his time unnecessarily. He would only look for it if Tang Xiaoxiao could not find it in the star chart. At that time, both of them would have to search the Milky Way. How demanding! Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Duanling Tian irritably. However, she still took out the star chart her ancestor had given her. She studied the star systems and the planets in the Milky Way. After about 3 minutes, she pointed at the chart and exclaimed, "Got it! Planet Lissa. You take the lead, and bring us there now," Duanling Tian replied. Tang Xiaoxiao, who had become accustomed to Duanling Tian's demanding behavior, led the group without any words. Planet Lissa was located in the Tyrell Galaxy within the Milky Way. It was one of the 3 inhabitable planets with life and the largest planet in the Tyrell Galaxy. It was also famous in the Milky Way for its highly advanced technology. It could be considered as one of the top planets in regard to technology. There were 10 families in the galaxy. They were the strongest and the most elite forces in the Milky Way. It was unsurprising that all these families possessed highly advanced technology. The Barker family from planet Lissa was one of the 10 families. Today, it was destined that planet Lissa would not have peace. Someone had come to challenge the planet's most elite force, the Barker family. A sonorous voice resounded through the entire planet without the help of any speakers. Everyone, there was no exception, heard the voice. "Listen, members of the Barker family. We're giving you an hour to mobilize your most advanced battleships and your best weapons. If I'm still alive after an hour, there's no doubt that the Barker family will cease to exist." An uproar broke out in every corner of the planet. Heavens! Who had spoken? It sounded as though the person was speaking right next to me. Who's capable of something like this? Who dares to blatantly challenge the Barker family? Is this person seeking death, or is he really powerful? Discussions similar to these could be heard everywhere on the planet. At the same time, everyone had access to a high-resolution video that displayed the Barker family's base. It was an enormous looming castle. At this moment, a figure could be seen above the castle. If one were to zoom in, one would see the figure belonged to a strangely dressed young man in purple robes. The young man rested his hands on his back, and his eyes were cold as he looked at the castle that housed the elites from the Barker family. Who the hell is that? He's hovering in the air without any flying equipment. Maybe his flying equipment is hidden? No way. Didn't you notice the Providence iMedia is broadcasting this video? Nothing can be hidden from their cameras, not even if the equipment is invisible. You're right. It's from the Providence iMedia. The inhabitants of planet Lissa who were watching the video were baffled. Was this person human? The fact that the purple-clad young man was hovering the air was completely opposite of what they were taught in schools. A cultivator. He's a cultivator. At this moment, someone commented on the video with a surplus of exclamation marks. A cultivator? Meanwhile, the Barker family's base was in chaos as well. In a spacious conference room inside the monstrous castle, every member of the Barker family, regardless of where they were or what they were doing prior to this, were gathered here in a short time. Can anyone tell me why a cultivator appeared at our doorstep with an axe to grind? I'm afraid he's not an ordinary cultivator. He managed to evade our family's most advanced radar detection system. Ordinary cultivators would have been detected by our system and triggered our automated defense weapon to shoot him down. So who is this guy? Why's he here? All of the elites from the Barker family shifted their attention to the purple-clad young man with stone-cold eyes that appeared on the holographic video in the middle of the conference room. Duan Tian hovered in the air with his hands resting on his back as he looked at the enormous castle indifferently. The castle belonged to one of the 10 most influential families in the Milky Way, the Barker family from planet Lissa. Duan Tian was capable of destroying the castle with just a flick of his hand, but he stopped himself from doing so. Ever since he heard that the Barker family was one of the 10 most influential families in the galaxy and possessed one of the most advanced technologies in the galaxy, an idea had sprung up in his mind. If everything went as planned, it would bring a seismic-like change to Earth. Most importantly, his homeland, Hua, would become one of the top forces in the Milky Way if his plan worked. For this reason, he did not immediately destroy the Barker family. I'm here, Tang Xiao said. She had brought Long Jinghua and his companions with her and supported them as they hovered in the air. If she had withdrawn her power, these people would undoubtedly plummet to the ground. Unless they fall into the sea, they would lose their limbs even if they did not die from the fall. At the same time, a few fleets of flying vehicles rose into the air in front of the castle. The vehicles were moving toward Duan Tian like a black flood that covered up half the sky. The pilots of the vehicles were all high-ranking members of the Barker family. The one in the lead was none other than the patriarch of the Barker family. The patriarch of the Barker family was in a vehicle that looked like a speedboat. He came to halt, keeping a reasonably wide distance from Duan Tian as though he was afraid of crossing an invisible boundary. An affable smile could be seen on his face as he spoke through a speaker he had brought with him. Good day, sir. I'm Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family. If I'm not mistaken, none of the members of the Barker family has ever offended you, right? Since the purple-clad young man managed to avoid the Barker family's radar detection, it was obvious the purple-clad young man was not an ordinary cultivator. If it was possible, Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, did not want to provoke the ire of a powerful cultivator. It would not be difficult for them to maim the powerful cultivator, but killing him might prove difficult. It would be a real problem if they could not kill him. After all, it would be a challenge for the family to constantly guard their enterprises or properties, considering how far their influence reached, if the cultivator decided to seek revenge. Duan Tian looked at Lei Lin with cold indifference as he calmly said, "The patriarch of the Barker family? Well, a few decades ago, a group of your family members traveled to a star system called the Solar System. They went to Earth, the only planet that was teeming with life. I want you to summon the leader of the expedition now." He spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. It sounded as though he was giving Lei Lin a command. When the members of the Barker family saw Duan Tian's condescending attitude when speaking to their patriarch, they were, naturally, displeased and filled with dissatisfaction. They glared at Duan Tian with eyes that were burning with rage. Is this how he's going to talk to our patriarch? Damn this little piece of garbage. Our patriarch is being courteous to you. Don't take it for granted. They continued to voice their dissatisfaction and pelt Duan Tian with curses when suddenly, Duan Tian, the object of their anger, barked, "Shut up!" Duan Tian's voice sounded like a landmine being detonated, easily drowning out the voices of the members of the Barker family. "I'm talking to your patriarch. It's not your place to talk. Did I allow any of you to speak? Impudent fools." Duan Tian did not make any movements when he spoke. However, to the horror of the members of the Barker family, they discovered their left arms had been neatly severed at the shoulder. The wounds were smooth as though an extremely sharp knife had been used to sever their arms. Aha! No. The air was filled with the blood-curdling cries and screaming from the members of the Barker family in just an instant. All of them scrambled to catch their left arms before pressing it back against their wounds and drinking a potion that gleamed with a blue light. In just a few moments, their left arms were completely reattached, looking as though it had never been severed at all. Duanling Tian was not surprised by this. Tang Xiaoxiao had informed him that some of the most advanced civilizations had invented a special genetic serum that could heal physical injuries. One would be able to reattach one's dismembered limb if one drank the potion within a short time. Although Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao remained indifferent to this, the same could not be said for Longjin Guo and his warriors. That genetic medicine is amazing. Even the best genetic medicine on Earth would take at least half a month to heal such a severe injury. However, their medicine healed them in just a blink of an eye. Longjin Guo and his warriors saw the shock and awe in each other's eyes when they exchanged a look. Meanwhile, the patriarch and the high-ranking members of the Barker family and the inhabitants of planet Lissa who were watching this live were utterly dumbstruck. How? How the hell did he do that? His speed is unbelievable. In just a blink of an eye, he severed the left arms of all the 10 members of the Barker family. Is his speed faster than the speed of light? The inhabitants of planet Lissa who were watching this quickly spread word about this. It did not take long before everyone on planet Lissa learned of what happened after the Barker family drew the ire of a powerful cultivator. Someone who knew a thing or two about cultivators began to speak about them. Cultivators are those who absorb the spirit energy in their environment to refine and strengthen themselves until they attain power. Once their cultivation bases reach a certain level, they would possess godlike powers. I heard that there are many other galaxies beyond the Milky Way. These galaxies are ruled by these cultivators. I've heard from an interplanetary merchant that some of these cultivators are a match for a disaster-level battleship. This information began to spread on the web, shocking the inhabitants of planet Lissa. A disaster-level battleship? That's the product of SS-level scientific civilizations. Even the most advanced civilization in our Milky Way is only at the A level. I don't think there are any disaster-level battleships in our galaxy. If a person is a match for a disaster-level battleship, doesn't it mean that person can single-handedly destroy every civilization in the Milky Way? Holy shit! This is terrifying. Gloom and apprehension dawned on them as their outlook turned grim. On one forum on the internet, someone posted a post with the title, "Everyone, what if this cultivator is one of those who have strength comparable to a disaster-level battleship?" The number of views grew at an alarming rate, attracting many comments. I think the original poster is being paranoid. Disaster-level battleships exist only in legends. This means cultivators who have strength comparable to the battleships are only a myth as well. There's no way they would appear in the Milky Way. I agree with the person who said the original poster is an idiot. Most of the comments echoed these sentiments. Nonetheless, the topic attracted many people's attention and blew up in just a short time. Meanwhile, the surveillance division in the Barker family was frantically trying to analyze a specific video. They kept slowing down the speed of the video where one member of the family's left arm was severed. They were trying to figure out what Duanling Tian had done by slowing the video down. They were unaware that their efforts were all in vain. Patriarch, we've slowed down the video to the best of our ability. However, we didn't see what had severed Elder Bully's left arm. Leyland received this message from the surveillance division through his communication device. When the full gravity of the situation dawned on him, his expression darkened. Search? Get to your feet and search right now. Who's the one who brought men to the solar system and to Earth a few decades ago? A furious voice blared through the speakers of the communication devices owned by the members of the Barker family. When you people find that culprit, tell that little punk to see me. The Barker family stiffened at the command. At this moment, a young man wearing a silver business suit who was standing at the back of the crowd suddenly spoke up. Uncle. He drove his flying vehicle to Leyland's side. His head was lowered as he said, "It was me. I brought some of our men to Earth in the solar system." As soon as the young man appeared, Longjingguo cried out, "It's him." He pointed at the young man as he said, "A few decades ago, he brought his people to Earth and gifted us with a few hundred years of advanced technology. He's also the one who restricted the advancement of aeronautical and space technology on Earth. Long Jinghua could still remember when the young man dressed in a silver business suit arrived on Earth. At that time, the young man appeared extremely lofty. Every nation's leader was fawning over him. However, currently, the young man was as docile as a kitten in front of the patriarch of the Barker family. Moreover, the young man sounded extremely anxious when he spoke about his visit to Earth. Leylin glared at his nephew, the son of his only biological brother. He asked darkly, "Leno, why did you go there?" His brother and sister-in-law had died to save him. Ever since then, Leylin had raised his nephew as though he was his biological son. Leno faltered as he looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance warily. He could tell the purple-clad young man had come precisely because of his trip to Earth back then. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that a backwater planet would have an incredibly powerful cultivator. Seeing his nephew's hesitation, Leylin's eyes widened in anger as he barked, "Explain yourself." "I saw how primitive the planet was, so I gave them technology that was a few hundred years ahead of them. I only have good intentions," Leno explained. However, his head was lowered and his eyes darted around guiltily. Duan Tian scoffed when he heard Leno's words. He lifted his head slightly and said mockingly, "Oh, you only had good intentions?" Whoosh! Leno, who was standing beside Leylin, flew out of his flying vehicle without any warning. Before anyone could regain their senses, Duan Tian was already clutching Leno's neck as he held him up in the air. Leno knew his life was in Duan Tian's hands at this moment. His face turned red as though all the blood in his body had rushed up to his face. He was panting heavily, and it was clear if this continued, he would die from lack of oxygen. "Don't go too far, sir," Leylin cried out. His expression had turned unsightly with anger as he glared at Duan Tian. "Go too far." Duan Tian flashed him an indifferent smirk. "I planned to take my time playing with the Barker family, but I changed my mind. I don't think I should squander my precious time away on you lot of people." As he spoke, energy surged from his body and shrouded the back of the enormous castle. The Barker family's warehouse was located at the very back of the castle. It was where the family stored 37 of their most advanced battleships. They were docked there like the family's guardian spirits. Boom, 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 boom. The enormous castle shook as soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, as though a violent earthquake had hit the planet. Soon after, a series of explosions could be heard from the back of the castle. What happened? An earthquake. Instantly, every high-ranking member of the Barker family, including Leylin, whipped their heads around to have a look. The scene that greeted them almost made their eyes pop out of their sockets. Heavens, what was that? A sandstorm had obscured their view of the castle. They could vaguely see 37 monstrous objects the size of a hill rising into the air. It did not take long before they saw the 37 objects were their battleships. They could see the Barker family's emblem engraved on the hulls of the battleships. When the inhabitants on planet Lissa saw this, they were stunned. Just one of the battleships was terrifying enough, but the Barker family had 37 of them. How could they not be afraid? Are those transcendent-level battleships? Heavens! They have 37 transcendent-level battleships. I've long heard that the Barker family owns 37 transcendent-level battleships, but I dismissed them as rumors. Who knew it's true? These things are the foundation of the family's existence. So did the Barker family mobilize all of their transcendent-level battleships to kill the cultivator? Meanwhile, Leylin, who had seen the battleships, began to scream at several high-ranking members of the family. Who gave you permission to mobilize our transcendent-level battleships? He knew how confrontational it looked for the transcendent-level battleships to be mobilized at this moment. It was tantamount to declaring war on the cultivator. It would not end until one of the parties was gone. It would be great if they could kill the cultivator. However, the problem was he was not certain they were capable of killing the cultivator. If the cultivator did not die, the Barker family could only wait for their end. The high-ranking members of the Barker family had an aggrieved expression on their faces at this moment when faced with Leylin's fury. After all, they were just as baffled by the battleship's sudden appearance. Patriarch, without your permission, no one is able to mobilize these battleships. Yes, Patriarch. Without your command, no one in the family can deploy them. Hearing these words, Lei Lin regained some of his senses. They were right. Without his explicit permission, no one could mobilize the transcendent-level battleships. A shocking thought appeared unbidden in his mind at this moment. Unless... He turned to look at the purple-clad young man who held his nephew by the neck. Was it possible that this chaos was caused by the purple-clad young man? Did the purple-clad young man have something to do with the transcendent-level battleship's sudden appearance? As though he could read Leyland's mind, Duanling Tian said, "So, these are the precious transcendent-level battleships that your family relies on to survive? They're trash. It's not even close to the disaster-level battleships I saw back in the Cost Galaxy." With just a thought, Duanling Tian controlled the 37 transcendent-level battleships to surround Tang Xiaoxiao and his companions. At this moment, the battleship's weapons were pointed at the Barker family. The Barker family members' faces paled immediately. They would be fools if they still could not understand what was happening. This cultivator had assumed control of the 37 battleships. The inhabitants of planet Lissa who were watching were dumbfounded. What's going on? I don't think the Barker family is controlling these ships. I think the cultivator has taken control of the ships. He makes it look like he's playing with toys. Just who the hell is he? Of course they're weaker. Tang Xiaoxiao responded to Duanling Tian with a smile on her face. A transcendent-level battleship is roughly 2 times weaker than a disaster-level battleship. Fortunately, I recorded your feat back in the Cost Galaxy with the mirror image Dao talisman. It's time to show them. Duanling Tian was surprised by Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Tang Xiaoxiao took out a Dao talisman and crushed it up. Soon after, a gigantic holographic image appeared in the air. Since this was being broadcasted live, the inhabitants of planet Lissa saw the scene that Tang Xiaoxiao had recorded as well. The video played the scene where Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao were surrounded by 18 disaster-level battleships that were deployed by the Garnier family in the Cost Galaxy. Holy shit! Are those disaster-level battleships? Heaven smites me. Those are disaster-level battleships from Legends. They look just like how the Legends described them. I've seen an image of a disaster-level battleship from an interplanetary merchant before. These battleships are indeed disaster-level battleships. They're definitely 2 times stronger than a transcendent-level battleship. That's not the point. The point is those 2 were surrounded by 18 disaster-level battleships, but they didn't die. True. They wouldn't be here if they had died. Everyone was naturally shocked by this. However, this was not the most shocking thing they would see. They watched as a streak of purple charged out. The purple-clad young man had disappeared from sight. In the next moment, one of the disaster-level battleships was completely destroyed. It did not take long before the remaining disaster-level battleships began to open fire on the purple-clad young man. However, he stood amidst the ensuing chaos, completely unscathed. Everyone was stunned speechless for a moment. The purple-clad young man had single-handedly destroyed a disaster-level battleship and was not affected by the attacks from the remaining 17 battleships. Damn! Is this guy even human? This is crazy. This is too terrifying. No wonder he treated the Barker family's battleships like toys. After all, even the disaster-level battleships were like toys to him. Duanling Tian's earth-shattering might was revealed to the inhabitants of planet Lissa at this moment. Not one of them was not trembling in fear when they saw this. Bam! A soft sound rang in the air when Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, fell on his behind on the deck of his flying vehicle. He watched the godlike purple figure in the video in a daze. His heart almost gave out in shock. Meanwhile, the members of the Barker family's faces had turned as white as a sheet of paper. Their legs felt like jelly, and their bodies were trembling. How did their humble family offend a being as powerful as this? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian's cold eyes bore down on Leno as he held Leno high up in the air in a chokehold. He asked, "Tell me again, did you really go to Earth with good intentions?" Leno seemed as though he had lost his soul when he saw Duanling Tian take control of his family's 37 transcendent-level battleships as though they were toys. At that moment, he knew his family did not remotely stand a chance of defeating this cultivator at all. He was in a stupor when he saw the purple-clad young man easily destroying a disaster-level battleship and was unaffected by the onslaught of attacks from the remaining 17 disaster-level battleships. Leno was panicking at this moment. He's not human. There's no way he's human. He must be the devil himself. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duanling Tian. He relented out of fear and said haltingly, "And no, I didn't go there with good intentions. I planned to colonize Earth and let the Barker family rule over the planet. I planned to use the inhabitants as slaves." Duanling Tian was not surprised. However, Long Jingguo and the others were suitably alarmed by this revelation. If Duanling Tian did not return to Earth, Earth would not have been able to escape a terrifying and grim fate. Meanwhile, the expressions of the members of the Barker family had darkened. They were so vexed, they felt as though they were going to faint. Naturally, they understood Leno's intention. It was common to venture into the galaxy to search for backwater planets and enslave the planet's inhabitants. However, they had always been prudent and had always chosen planets with little to no civilization. At this moment, they understood that the planet Leno discovered might be lacking in regard to technology, but it was not without powerful cultivators. In other words, Leno had fallen into his own trap. One of the elders from the Barker family cried out instantly, "Sir, whatever deeds Leno committed are based on his own accord. It has nothing to do with the Barker family. We weren't aware of his actions." "It's true, sir. We were unaware of the child's actions. You may do as you please with Leno. However, please take into consideration that the family has nothing to do with this and spare the family." More and more high-ranking members of the Barker family echoed the elder's sentiment. It seemed like they were willing to sacrifice one to protect the herd. Duanling Tian ignored all of them. Instead, he looked at Lei Lin, the patriarch, and asked with a mirthless smile, "What do you say, patriarch of the Barker family?" "Sir." Lei Lin had risen to his feet despite how unsteady they were. He said with a sigh as he looked at Duanling Tian. Lei Lin might have acted on his own, but there's no denying he had done it for the sake of the Barker family. For this reason, I, Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family, will bear the consequences of his actions. Lei Lin's words shocked the other members of the Barker family. It was the best for them to sever ties with Leno. How could their patriarch tie the fate of the doomed child to the family? Patriarch. Patriarch, I understand you owe Leno's parents a life debt. I know they died saving you. However, this matter concerns the survival of our family. As the patriarch of the family, you must reconsider your decision. That's right. You cannot confuse your personal matters with the family matters. This concerns the fate of the entire family. Many of them decried Lei Lin's decision and were looking at him with eyes that were filled with hostility. It was clear they were trying to pressure him into changing his mind. Uncle. Leno did not expect his uncle would choose him over the family's well-being. This revelation moved him so much that he began to tremble. As though he had made up his mind, he said through gritted teeth, "Please, sir. The matter regarding Earth is all my fault. It's mine and mine alone. It has nothing to do with my family. You can punish me however you see fit. I'm willing to bear it all." His voice was filled with determination when he spoke. A solemn expression appeared on Duanling Tian's face as his eyes darted from Leno to Lei Lin. "It seems like both of you share a strong bond." He released his grip on Leno's neck and gently returned him to his flying vehicle. The members of the Barker family were confused by Duanling Tian's action. They watched in a daze as Duanling Tian led Tang Xiao, Long Jingguo, and the warriors to the enormous castle. At the same time, the 37 transcendent-level battleships returned to the warehouse located at the back of the castle under Duanling Tian's control. Naturally, the warehouse was in ruins now. Duanling Tian looked back at Lei Lin and said calmly as he hovered in the air, "I'll take up your invitation and stay here as your guest. You have no objections, do you?" "What?" Lei Lin was bewildered. However, he quickly regained his senses. He understood Duanling Tian was giving them a way to solve this without a bloodbath. He quickly nodded his head like a hen pecking grains on the ground. "Of course. Welcome, welcome. It's an honor for our family to have a guest as amazing as you." As they entered the castle, the members of the Barker family crowded around Duanling Tian and his companions. What just happened? I think the cultivator is showing mercy? You think? He can destroy the Barker family with just a flick of his hand. Since he's not doing that, he's obviously showing mercy. The entire planet let out a collective sigh of relief. The inhabitants had been extremely worried that Duan Ling Tian would destroy the Barker family. The family was extremely influential. Their business ventures and properties reached every corner of planet Lissa. If the cultivator destroyed the Barker family, everyone else would suffer as well. It was only natural that they had hoped for a peaceful resolution. The members of the Barker family warmly welcomed Duan Ling Tian, Tang Xiaoxiao, Long Zhenghua, and the 10 warriors into the castle and led them to the family's largest conference room. Unsurprisingly, Duan Ling Tian was given an esteemed guest seat. He said candidly, "To be frank, I plan to appropriate all of your transcendent-level battleships and take all of your lead scientists and researchers away. I don't care if the Barker family survives or not." The expressions of the members of the Barker family changed. They knew if Duan Ling Tian had carried out his initial plan, the family would only be a husk of its former self. The 9 influential families in the galaxy would undoubtedly seize the chance to annex them. After all, without the transcendent-level battleships and their lead researchers and scientists, the Barker family was just like a toothless tiger. "Naturally, I changed my mind," Duan Ling Tian said. The Barker family members sighed in relief. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "Still, what I'm about to say next is non-negotiable. I don't care if you're willing or not, the outcome would be the same." At this point, his tone had turned authoritative. The members of the Barker family only smiled weakly. At this moment, they were in no position to choose. No matter how unfair or ludicrous this young man's conditions were, they could only swallow their frustration and accept it if they did not want the cultivator to kill them. "I'm going to place a restriction on every high-ranking member of the Barker family," Duan Ling Tian said as he raised his hand. Streaks of sword chi shot out of his palm into the members of the Barker family who were present in the room. Their expressions turned grim. This meant they no longer had free will. "I'm appointing this man as the arbiter of the restrictions. His name is Long Zhenghua. He's the director of the special unit in Hua Nation," Duan Ling Tian said as he turned to look at Long Zhenghua. "In the coming 100 years, if he wills it, the restriction will be able to kill all of you instantly." The expressions of the high-ranking members of the Barker family turned even more unsightly. "Don't even try to probe the restriction in your bodies with your technology. Not only will you fail, but you might even trigger it and cause your own death," Duan Ling Tian said to prevent some members of the family from scheming. "Then, what do you want us to do during these 100 years, sir?" As the patriarch of the Barker family, Lei Lin naturally understood Duan Ling Tian wanted something from them, based on his action. He knew Duan Ling Tian placed the restrictions on them as a precaution in case they decided to rebel. "I want you to make Hua that's located on Earth into the most scientifically advanced place within 100 years. I want the nation to be so technologically advanced that it rivals the Barker family. I want Hua to become the 11th leading nation in the Milky Way after 100 years. I want Hua to become a force that can stand on equal footing with the 10 leading families in the galaxy," Duan Ling Tian said calmly. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Long Zhenghua and his warriors could not help but gasp. They did not expect him to go so far just to help Hua. He even wanted to make Hua into the 11th leading family in the Milky Way and equal to the 10 leading families in the Milky Way. The patriarch of the Barker family promised solemnly, "Although it's quite difficult, the Barker family will do our best." It was indeed a difficult request. However, the Barker family had no choice but to accept this unless they had a death wish. "That will do." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head lightly. Then he turned to Long Zhenghua and said, "Instructor Long, you and your men will stay here to discuss the details with them. After you're done, they'll send you back to Earth. With the speed of their transcendent-level battleships, it would only take a few days at most before you arrive on Earth." The mouths of the members of the Barker family twitched when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, he wanted them to use their transcendent-level battleships as a transportation vehicle? Long Zhenghua suddenly rose to his feet and solemnly saluted Duan Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, thank you for all the things you do for Hua. Long Jinggua's 10 subordinates followed suit. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration when they looked at Duanling Tian. They had been amazed when Duanling Tian brought them out of Earth and into outer space without relying on any equipment, but who knew that was just a small fraction of his powers. He was even more amazing than they had thought. The transcendent-level battleships, the strongest weapons the Barker family owned, were like toys before him. The Barker family was one of the 10 leading families in the Milky Way. This meant that with Duanling Tian's strength, he could easily rule the Milky Way if he wanted to. Instructor Long. I'm also a citizen of Hua. Duanling Tian smiled faintly at Long Jinggua. Then he beckoned Tang Xiao over and left with her. They left the Barker family and planet Lissa. With your strength, you can force the 10 leading families in the Milky Way to submit to Hua. Why take the long way and only insist the Barker family helps Hua to become one of the top forces in the Milky Way? Tang Xiao could not help but ask after they had left planet Lissa. With Duanling Tian's strength, it was a piece of cake for him to turn Hua into the only leading force in the Milky Way. Duanling Tian shook his head. It's easy to help Hua become the leading force in the Milky Way. However, what happens next? Humans are greedy in nature. If Hua becomes the only leading force in the Milky Way, they'll definitely try to conquer other galaxies. After all, the Milky Way isn't rich in resources. I can force the entire Milky Way to submit to Hua, but can I force the other galaxies in Yen Huang realm to do the same? Even if I can, I don't have time for it. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, therefore, this is the best choice. This way I can help Hua to become strong, and at the same time the other forces will serve as a check and balance to Hua. After all, the strength of the other 10 families in the Milky Way wouldn't be inferior to Hua at that time. Under such conditions, Hua can build a strong foundation and develop gradually. Don't you think that it's the best choice? You're really far-sighted, Tang Xiao exclaimed. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something before she asked, won't this upset Instructor Long? After all, he's aware you're more than capable of conquering the entire Milky Way. Like you said, humans are greedy in nature. Duanling Tian shook his head. No, I know Instructor Long pretty well. He's a person who's content with what he has. Moreover, I believe he understands my decision. Do you mean he knows what you're thinking? Tang Xiao was rather surprised. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded his head. Indeed, Duanling Tian was right. After they left, Long Jinggua and his 10 warriors were arranged to stay in luxurious guest rooms by Lei Lin, the patriarch of the Barker family. However, they did not rest. Everyone had gathered in Long Zhengua's room instead. As they marveled over Duanling Tian's godlike strength, one of them looked at Long Jinggua and asked, Director, with Bloodwolf's current strength, it isn't difficult if he wants to help us rise in ranks in the Milky Way. Why didn't he directly do so? Everyone shifted their attention to Long Jinggua as soon as they heard his question. Long Jinggua snorted. Our country has a proverb, being content leads to happiness. What that punk has done for us is a great boon to the country. We have no right to ask any more of him. Yes. Long Zhengua's 10 subordinates nodded in agreement. Moreover, he has planned for the long term by doing this. Long Zhengua's words, indeed, showed that he understood Duanling Tian's thoughts. What's the restrictions that you put on the high-ranking members of the Barker family? Tang Xiao asked after they left the stellar galaxy where planet Lissa was located. She had not heard of the restrictions that Duanling Tian had used earlier. There are no restrictions at all. It's just a bluff, Duanling Tian said with a faint smile. In fact, he knew nothing about restrictions. Aren't you afraid that they'll discover you're only calling their bluffs? Once they find out, they certainly won't help you to improve the technology in Hua. Tang Xiao was rather speechless at Duanling Tian's answer. Do you think they'll be able to discover it? Do you think they'll take the risk? Duanling Tian asked confidently. Tang Xiao fell silent. She imagined herself in the Barker family's shoes. If she were those people, she definitely would not discover the truth since she did not dare to take the risk and gamble on her own life. After a while, she asked, Where are we going now? I plan to stay on Earth for a few days before returning to the Saint Province realm to attend to some matters. If I have time, I'll return and visit the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Duanling Tian replied. He did not forget the invitation from Shen Yuanji, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Archmansion. Naturally, he did not forget his best friend, Su Li, would be in the Yellow the Archmansion as well after leaving the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Su Li was his only friend left in the mundane realm since his family and friends had been abducted. He wanted to see Su Li again before he had to ascend to a Devata realm. Since I have nowhere to go, I'll follow you to the Saint Province realm for now, Tang Xiaoxiao said. All right, Duanling Tian nodded his head. When Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao were halfway back to the solar system where Earth was located, RRRPP. A clear ripping sound suddenly rang in the air, causing Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao to come to a halt immediately. They saw a tear in the void that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The tear in the void was as wide as a door. So you're Duanling Tian? An icy-cold voice rang from the void tier that was as big as a door. Soon after, a thin figure slowly emerged out of the void under Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao's startled gazes. The newcomer was a thin, middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. One would find it difficult to identify him in a sea of crowd. However, his eyes made chills run up Duanling Tian's spine. Who are you? Duanling Tian's expression turned grave immediately when he heard the thin, middle-aged man calling out to him after appearing in such a strange manner. He had probed the space and discovered there were no pseudo-realms here. Therefore, he concluded the thin, middle-aged man had forcibly torn a hole in the void and crossed over from a non-pseudo-realm. He felt his heart skip a beat as he thought to himself, even a great overarching golden celestial might not be capable of this. You're about to die anyway, so there's no harm telling you. Young Master Qing Yan sent me here to kill you, the thin middle-aged man said indifferently as he stared at Duanling Tian as though Duanling Tian was a dead man walking. Young Master Qing Yan. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the thin middle-aged man's words. A fiery inferno could be seen burning in the depths of his eyes. Although he did not expect Yun Qingyan to let him off so easily, he did not expect Yun Qingyan would send someone to kill him. He thought to himself, since he's bold enough to send someone to kill me, it means he's not afraid of Kur finding out about this. After all, Kur has my soul pearl. It was not difficult to figure out that Yun Qingyang was most likely threatening Kur with his family and friends. Yun Qingyan, Duanling Tian muttered through clenched teeth. His gaze turned increasingly cold as he looked at the thin middle-aged man. If looks could kill, the thin middle-aged man would have died many times over. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, so you're sent by Yun Qingyan. At the same time, he cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength. He took out his celestial sword as well and wielded it with the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In just a few moments, a sword battle formation formed from millions of sword rays hovered above Duanling Tian. He had also cast his offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Since he had completely comprehended the 13 green lotus swords, he had become much stronger than before. Currently, he was confident he could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial with a single strike. After all, the 13 green lotus swords was even stronger than ordinary offensive divine abilities in the Devata realms. Unfortunately, Duanling Tian's strength was still lacking compared to the powerhouse whom Yun Qingyan had sent to kill him. Xiao, quickly leave. This man isn't any weaker than those great overarching golden celestials who left their inheritance behind in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duanling Tian transmitted his voice to Tang Xiaoxiao. He was prepared to fight to his death. Although he knew he was not a match for the powerhouse who was sent by Yun Qingyan, he did not plan to give up without a fight. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to involve Tang Xiaoxiao since she was innocent. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao heard Duanling Tian's words, her expression changed drastically. When the thin middle-aged man had emerged from the void tear, she had extended her divine consciousness and discovered there were no pseudo-realms in the area. Based on this, she could roughly tell the thin middle-aged man was strong and not inferior to Duanling Tian. She had read some records in the Tang sect about tearing the barrier of mundane realms and knew that one had to be a great overarching golden celestial at least to be able to tear a hole in the barrier. Duanling Tian's words had confirmed her suspicion. She trembled in fear inwardly as she transmitted her voice that was laced with panic to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, when and how did you provoke such a strong being? How could Tang Xiao not feel afraid? The thin, middle-aged man was at least as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. There was a possibility that he was even stronger than that. So many people coveted the treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone because they were left by a great overarching golden celestial. Now that one appeared before her, she was naturally frightened. Don't worry about any of that. Just get out of here, Duan Lingtian said with a hint of anxiety. He did not expect Tang Xiao would ask questions at this critical moment. Tang Xiao replied bitterly through voice transmission. It's too late for me to leave now. Try to probe our surroundings with your divine consciousness. He's using his power to trap us here. I can't leave. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He glared at the thin, middle-aged man who was looking at him disdainfully and said in a low voice, My friend has nothing to do with this. Since Yun Qingyan ordered you to kill me, you can let her go. The thin, middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. How can you even think about protecting your friend when you can't even protect yourself? Indeed, you're really kind to women. However, since you seem adamant about protecting her, I won't let her leave. What can you do to me anyway if I refuse to let her leave? You? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned red from anger. Meanwhile, the sword battle formation above him seemed agitated, as though it was about to fly toward the thin, middle-aged man. The thin, middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Indeed, your technique is rather similar to the technique of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. No wonder young Master Qing Yen suddenly ordered me to attack a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. As it turns out, it's because of you. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, However, your technique is far weaker than Feng Qingyang. You should know that Feng Qingyang couldn't even withstand 100 strikes from me. Eventually, he had to escape to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, to escape pursuit. Everyone, including heavenly emperors, has no chance of surviving after entering that place. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the thin middle-aged man was the one Yun Qingyan had sent to kill Feng Qingyang. Yun Qingyang had targeted Feng Qingyang solely because he had inherited Feng Qingyang's techniques and because Feng Qingyang was, technically, his master. The thin middle-aged man's words continued to ring in Duan Lingtian's ears. He had indirectly caused Feng Qingyang's death. When Tang Xiao, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, heard the thin middle-aged man's words, her expression changed as well. Heavenly Emperor? A hint of disbelief and awe could be seen in her eyes as she looked at the thin middle-aged man. Why you? Did you just say a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm couldn't even withstand 100 strikes from you and was forced into entering a deadly place just to escape from you? Her voice trembled when she spoke. Tang Xiao knew a thing or two about heavenly emperors from the records in Tang sect. Heavenly emperors were the strongest powerhouses in Devata realms. Since there were 81 Devata realms, there were also 81 heavenly emperors. How could she not feel shocked by the thin middle-aged man's claims that he was stronger than a heavenly emperor? The thin middle-aged man scoffed at Tang Xiao's question. There are only a few heavenly emperors who could withstand more than 100 moves from me. Since Feng Qingyang managed to withstand almost 100 moves, his strength can be ranked in the top 20 among the 81 heavenly emperors. Tang Xiao shuddered when she heard the thin, middle-aged man's reply. She was dumbfounded and petrified. The thin, middle-aged man shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again, and his eyes gleamed with anger as he said, Little brat, I really don't see what's so special about you that even the most beautiful woman in our divine offering land fell for you. He said contemptuously, It seems like you can't wait to attack me. Well, I'll just stand here. If your attacks manage to reach 10 meters away from me, I'll leave your corpse intact. Duan Lingtian, who had long been poised to attack, could no longer hold back after hearing the thin middle-aged man's provocative words. The sword battle formation above his head flew out immediately. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The huge sword battle formation flew out, followed by other sword formations. In total, there were 12 sword formations altogether. There were 13 sword battle formations if one counted the huge sword battle formation that flew out first. These formations were the product of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, and the 5th stage of the sovereign heart sword. Swoosh! 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 After a while, the 12 sword battle formations at the back merged with the huge sword battle formation in front, and the sword rays grew even stronger. It seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Hideous and terrifying void cracks could be seen in its wake as it flew out. The thin middle-aged smiled disdainfully as he looked at the attack that Duanling Tian had unleashed with his full strength. I've underestimated you. It's truly surprising that a mere eminent celestial in a mundane realm has strength comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. However, with this little bit of power, it's impossible for it to come within 10 meters from where I'm standing. Swoosh! 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 The sword battle formation, Duanling Tian's strongest attack, shot toward the thin middle-aged man, leaving horrendous cracks in the void. Based on this, one could see how much Duanling Tian wished to kill the thin middle-aged man. Unfortunately, the sword battle formation that had shot out fiercely was stopped in its momentum when it was roughly 10 meters away from the thin middle-aged man, as though it was obstructed by something. The sword battle formation that was forcibly stopped vanished quickly like short-lived fireworks. The only thing that remained was a celestial sword that hovered in the air, 10 meters away from the thin middle-aged man. However, it was no longer shining brilliantly. From the beginning to the end, the thin middle-aged man stood in his spot motionlessly with an indifferent expression on his face. His robes did not even flutter. What? Tang Xiaoxiao was thoroughly shocked. When she regained her senses, a helpless and bitter smile could be seen on her face. Earlier, her attention was caught by the commotion from Duanling Tian's strongest attack. She could tell, based on his attack, that he was currently stronger than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. It was as the thin middle-aged man had said, Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to golden celestials in the Devata realms. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian's attack could not even approach the thin middle-aged man, let alone hurting the thin middle-aged man. It was only natural considering the thin middle-aged man's claims that he was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. The thin middle-aged man's voice was dripping with contempt as he said, "You're as weak as an ant." Crack! With just a thought, the thin middle-aged man broke Duanling Tian's celestial sword, that was hovering 10 meters away from him, into 2. "Look, that's too bad," he said coldly. "I told you I'll leave your corpse intact if your attack manages to get within 10 meters from me. However, since you failed, I have no choice but to turn your corpse into dust." As soon as the thin middle-aged man finished speaking, he stepped forward slowly. Although his movement was light and casual, Duanling Tian felt as though a giant hammer had landed on his heart with every step the thin middle-aged man took. He felt as though he was being suffocated at this moment, and he acutely felt death breathing down his neck. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. He smiled bitterly. "Poor little fair." Soon after, another figure appeared in his mind. Tian Wu. After that, his parents, children, relatives, and friends flashed in his mind one after another. Duanling Tian felt vexed and unwilling even though he had expected this outcome. He was unwilling to die in the hands of Yun Qingyan's man. Tang Xiaoxiao, naturally, could tell the thin middle-aged man was about to kill Duanling Tian. Although she wished to help him, there was nothing she could do. Let alone the thin middle-aged man, she was far weaker than Duanling Tian. What could she do when even Duanling Tian was rendered helpless by the thin middle-aged man? The thin middle-aged man sneered. "Duanling Tian, if there's an afterlife, please remember that there are some women you simply should not touch." The skinny middle-aged man sneered. He did not make any movement after that, but his aura suddenly changed. It was as though a gust of violent wind was blowing at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was as weak as an ant. He did not even have to move to kill Duanling Tian. With just a thought, an invisible energy, like the scythe of death, shot toward Duanling Tian to reap his life. Not only did Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao lack time to react, but they did not even notice it at first. The movement of the attack was just too fast. The corners of the thin, middle-aged man's lips curved up when he saw the invisible energy was about to hit Duan Tian. However, at the critical moment, the thin, middle-aged man's smile froze on his face. Rip! The sound of something being torn rang in the air as a spatial tear suddenly appeared in a timely manner before Duan Tian. It absorbed the attack from the thin, middle-aged man that was about to land on Duan Tian. Who is it? The thin, middle-aged man bellowed. His expression had changed as he coldly stared at the spatial tear that had suddenly appeared. Duan Tian and Tang Xiao's attention was also focused on the spatial tear at this moment. A languid and indifferent void rang from the spatial tear. It's me. A figure dressed in simple robes limped out, holding a wine gourd in his hand. From time to time, he would drink from the wine gourd. Based on his figure, it was clear he was an adult male. However, due to his lowered head and disheveled hair, it was impossible to tell if he was young, middle-aged, or old. Although judging from his hoarse and energetic voice, it seemed like he was a middle-aged man. Duan Tian and Tang Xiao were shocked by the sudden appearance of this man who looked like a beggar. Based on the way he had made his entrance, it was clear that his strength was comparable to great overarching golden celestials, at least. A hint of astonishment could be seen in the thin, middle-aged man's eyes when he saw the man who looked like a beggar. His expression changed drastically when his eyes fell on the identity token that was hanging on the man's waist. He saw the word, Jie, carved on the token. He gulped before he quickly saluted the beggar-like man deferentially. I'm Yun Yi from the Yun family. It's an honor to see you, Lord Xianxia. The thin middle-aged man had lost his arrogant air at this moment. It seemed as though he was a whole different person with how humble he was acting. Yun Yi. The man called Xianxia lifted his head slightly to look at the thin middle-aged man. The spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realm is about to close. What are you, a member of the Yun family, doing here, instead of returning to the Divine Offering Land? Lord Xianxia. The thin middle-aged man, Yun Yi, glanced at Duan Tian and Tang Xiao before he replied. I'm here on young Master Qing Yan's order to kill this man. Lord Xianxia. I'm sure you've heard about the commoner from the mundane realm who had tainted Miss Xia's reincarnation. Slap. As soon as Yun Yi finished speaking, the sound of a slap rang clearly in the air. Duan Tian and Tang Xiao could see a clear handprint on Yun Ye's face at this moment. Lord Xianxia, Yun Ye's expression changed. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Xianxia guardedly. How dare a servant of the Yun family talk about the affairs of my Xia family's eldest daughter? Xianxia, who seemed lackadaisical just a moment ago, changed completely in an instant. At this moment, the air he exuded was one of majesty and power. Do you believe that the Yun family won't pursue this matter even if I kill you now? Yun Ye's facial expression changed again. Waves and waves of fear overwhelmed him. Get out of here. Xianxia barked. Meanwhile, Yun Yi looked as though he had just escaped from the jaws of death. He instantly lifted in his hand to open a spatial tear before disappearing into it in just a flash. It seemed like he had completely forgotten about his young master's order to kill Duan Tian. It was only natural, after all. His life was more important than his young master's orders. Duan Tian and Tang Xiao felt surreal as they watched Yun Yi, who had acted so domineering earlier, retreating like a timid mouse. If Yun Yi did not exaggerate, he was someone stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. How could both of them not feel shocked? So you're Duan Tian? Xianxia, who was simply dressed, looked at Duan Tian, who was still shocked by Yun Ye's sudden retreat. His piercing stare from beneath his disheveled hair seemed capable of piercing through everything. Yes, Duan Tian answered. Under Xianxia's watchful eyes, Duan Tian felt as though his thoughts were laid bare before Xianxia. Regardless, he did not dare to ignore Xiaojia's question. Based on the Xianxia and Yun Qing man's conversation, he knew this simply dressed middle-aged man was from the Xia family, which was also his wife's, Kuer, family in her past life. For this reason, he did not think Xiaojia's timely appearance was a coincidence. Xianxia, who was staring at Duan Tian, looked as though he had discovered new lands as he exclaimed, "And 99 heavenly veins?" His sudden exclamation shocked Duan Tian and Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao looked confused while Duan Tian was surprised Xianxia was able to tell he had 99 heavenly veins in his body. According to Elder Hua, the three-legged golden crow, saint veins were known as heavenly veins in Devata realms. Moreover, the celestials placed more importance on the veins compared to the people in mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the importance of heavenly veins in Devata realms. After all, having 99 heavenly veins did not bring many benefits to him compared to other things. Perhaps, just as Elder Hua had said, the power level in the mundane realms was just too low. Xianxia quickly regained his composure when he realized his momentary slip. Then he said, "You seem smart, but you're too weak. Who knew after Shuer reincarnated, she would marry you and have a daughter?" Indeed, it seems like the marriage is predestined. Shuer, Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, knew Shuer was Kuer. His spirit was invigorated when he heard Xianxia mentioning Kuer. His eyes were bright as he asked, "Senior, how's Kuer now?" Kuer. Xianxia was momentarily confused before he recalled his niece had told him that her name was Kuer in her current life. "She has been imprisoned. How do you think she's doing?" Xianxia said in a rather unkind manner as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Imprisoned? Did Yun Qing Yen imprison Kuer?" Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. "Yun Qing Yen? That brat is a member of the Yun family. He doesn't have the guts to imprison the little princess of my Xia family. It's her father, your old-fashioned father-in-law, who imprisoned her," Xianxia said as he stared intently at Duan Ling Tian. Kuer, who had regained her memories of her past life, was both Xianing Shui and Kuer. He knew Xianxia was referring to Kuer's father in her past life. "All right, I don't have much time left, so I'll keep my words short. I came here because of Shuer's request. I didn't think I'd run into the man Yun Qing Yen had sent to kill you. You're really lucky. If I didn't arrive in time, you would have died. Anyway, Shuer wanted me to tell you that your family and friends are safe. They're no longer under that brat's, Yun Qing Yen, control. They're with our Xia family. However, my elder brother, Shuer father and your father-in-law, has no plan of letting them go. In fact, he's planning to use your family and friends to threaten Shuer into marrying that brat," Xianxia said bluntly. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed dramatically as he said in a chiding tone, "What? What kind of father would be such an asshole? She's his daughter. Moreover, she already has a husband and a child. How can he still force her to marry someone else?" It seemed as though he had lost control as he cursed. "Damn it! Damn it!" Xianxia only silently watched as Duan Ling Tian lost his temper. However, his gaze that was hidden beneath his unkempt hair turned rather odd. "Duan Ling Tian, you," Tang Xiaoxiao said worriedly. She had seen Xianxia's odd gaze and was worried Xianxia would be angered by Duan Ling Tian's outburst and incessant cursing of Xianxia's elder brother. However, Tang Xiaoxiao was interrupted by a sudden burst of laughter. "Very good. You scolded him well. That fellow is a bastard. A real bastard. I've been wanting to curse at him for a long time now. Bastard. Bastard." Xianxia cursed unrestrainedly. It seemed as though he had bottled up his frustrations all this while. In fact, he had been annoyed by his brother for a long time now. However, there was not much he could do since his elder brother was the head of the Xia family. Xianxia's sudden outburst stunned Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao, causing them to look at him with their mouths agape. When Xianxia discovered he had lost his composure, he quickly pulled himself together. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with satisfaction as he said, "Not bad. Not bad. Little brat, you're good. Although your father-in-law doesn't recognize you as his son-in-law, I, your third uncle, recognize you as my niece's husband. I like you more compared to that brat, Yun Qing Yen." "Third uncle?" Duan Ling Tian startled. "Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Shuer's third uncle, the third master of the Xia family. You can call me third uncle like Shuer does." Xianxia introduced himself. "Yes, third uncle." Duan Ling Tian truly did not expect that he would receive the middle-aged man's approval even after he had cursed at his father-in-law. He was pleased by this. After all, this meant that not everyone in the Xia family was against him. At the very least, he had a supporter. However, Duan Ling Tian was dealt a heavy blow when he heard Xianxia's words. "Although I like you and wish that you can be with Shuer, there's nothing much I can do to help. My elder brother is like a dictator. You can only rely on yourself to obtain his approval. He seemed to be reminded that he was short of time and quickly said, the spatial tunnel connecting the divine offering land and the Devata realm is about to close, so I'll keep my words short. Xuer's father has imprisoned her and taken her spatial ring away. That's probably why Yun Qingyan is bold enough to send someone to kill you. After all, your soul pearl is in the spatial ring. Even if you die, Xuer wouldn't know about it for the time being. Duan Ling Tian finally discovered why Yun Qingyan was so bold as to send someone to kill him. Earlier, he had wondered why Yun Qingyang was not afraid of Kuo taking her own life after learning about his death. As it turned out, Kuo was not in possession of his soul pearl at the moment because her spatial ring had been confiscated by her father. Although my bastard of an elder brother plans to threaten Kuo into marrying Yun Qingyan using your family and friends, he won't have the time to do it now since something big is happening in the divine offering land. After 3 days, the spatial tunnel connecting the divine offering land to the Devata realms will close for roughly 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years, there will be many things happening in the divine offering land. Therefore, Xuer will be safe during this time. However, after things have settled down in 1,000 years, my bastard elder brother will surely turn his attention back to this matter. At that time, if you don't possess enough strength to gain his approval, I'm afraid Xuer will only be pressured into marrying that brat, Yun Qingyan. Third uncle, I only have 1,000 years? Duan Lingtian was startled by this revelation. That's right. You only have 1,000 years. If you fail to obtain his approval by then, both of you can only be separated. 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian had not even lived for more than 100 years, he still felt pressured by this time frame that was given to him. He had a feeling that even if he had strength comparable to a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm, it still would not be sufficient for him to gain Kuo's father's approval. A grim expression could be seen on his face as he asked, Third uncle, may I know where the divine offering land is located? Even a random servant whom Yun Qingyan sent out to kill him was capable of forcing Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of solitary destructive heaven, to escape to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in Devata realms. This proved that people from the divine offering land were extraordinarily strong. The divine offering land is a place separated from Devata realms and mundane realms. It's a realm opened up by someone powerful. Anyway, you'll learn more about it once your cultivation base has reached a certain level in the Devata realms. If I reveal too much information about the divine offering land, it will only be a burden to you. Xianxia explained why he could not reveal too much information about the divine offering land to Duan Ling Tian. I've told you everything I needed to tell you and fulfilled Kuo's request. The spatial tunnel connecting the divine offering land to the Devata realms will be closed in 3 days, so I'll have to take my leave now. Otherwise, I'll only be able to return after 1,000 years, Xianxia said. After a while, he added, when the spatial tunnel reopens after 1,000 years, I hope to see you again. At that time, I hope you have enough strength to gain Xuer's father's approval. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his hand and tore the void open to leave. When Duan Ling Tian saw Xianxia was about to leave, he seemed to recall something important and quickly cried out, Third uncle, is it true heavenly emperors will die once they enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? He had recalled Yun Ye's earlier words. Because of him, Feng Qingyang was forced to escape into the Azura Hell. Azura Hell? I've been there once. However, I only stayed on the outskirts due to the danger. In my opinion, only 2 to 3 of the 81 heavenly emperors are capable of coming out alive from that place, Xianxia said. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately. It seemed like Yun Yi was not exaggerating about the dangers in the Azura Hell. Xianxia had said that only 2 or 3 of the 81 heavenly emperors were capable of surviving the Azura Hell, and Yun Yi had said Feng Qingyang's strength was only ranked in the top 20. This meant Feng Qingyang was nowhere close to being in the top 3. Senior Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian felt his heart skip a beat. It felt as though the last thread of hope he had held onto had disappeared. A sense of self-loathing that lingered for a long time rose in his heart. I'm rushing back to the divine offering land, so there's not much I can do to help you. Xiajia's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to regain his senses. Xiajia continued to say, "It might be better if I bring you back to the divine offering land. However, if my elder brother or the Yun family find out about it, you'll certainly die. Therefore, I can't take this risk." Then he handed 2 items to Duan Lingtian before he continued to say, "This is all I can do to help you. When it's time for you to ascend to a Devata realm, remember not to leave the celestial ascension pool in a hurry. Try to stay in the pool longer to purify your 99 heavenly veins. It'll only benefit you. Brat, I hope to see you in the divine offering land. I hope you won't disappoint me and swear." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian to reply before he disappeared in a flash. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when the void crack had closed. He lowered his head and studied the 2 items that Xiajie had given him. It was a sword and a dark green jade token that was shrouded with a mysterious light. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, she felt as though she had accompanied Duan Lingtian to the gates of hell when Yunyi had appeared. Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted, "Kur, wait for me." He stared into the endless void with his hands clenched. Hints of anguish could be heard in his voice. When Tang Xiaoxiao recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian's sudden shout, she asked, "Can you tell me about your wife?" She was naturally curious. After all, she had just learned that not only did Duan Lingtian have a wife and a child, but it seemed like his wife was not someone ordinary. After listening to Duan Lingtian speak about his wife, Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but sigh. She said reassuringly, "Don't worry, you'll definitely reunite with your wife. Didn't Senior Xiajie say you have 1,000 years? You gain your current strength in less than 100 years. I'm sure you'll have the strength to gain your father-in-law's approval within 1,000 years." However, Tang Xiaoxiao's words were contrary to her thoughts. It was not that she did not have confidence in Duan Lingtian, but she knew it was extremely difficult to gain the strength to obtain his father-in-law's approval in 1,000 years. Although Duan Lingtian possessed remarkable strength in less than 100 years, his strength was merely comparable to golden celestials in the Devata realms. Although Xiajie did not specify how strong Duan Lingtian would have to be, she knew Duan Lingtian had to be stronger than a heavenly emperor at least. After all, even a servant from the Yun family in the divine offering land was stronger than most heavenly emperors. With his current strength, it was difficult for him to become stronger than heavenly emperors in just 1,000 years. Duan Lingtian nodded, even though he knew Tang Xiaoxiao was merely comforting him. Regardless, he had to go to the divine offering land whether he was strong enough to gain his father-in-law's approval or not, since he would not allow his wife to marry another man. A few days had passed since then. Tang Xiaoxiao accompanied Duan Lingtian as he returned to Earth to travel. After a few decades away from Earth, Duan Lingtian discovered Earth had truly changed beyond his imagination. He was still brooding over Yunyi and Xiajie's arrival from the divine offering land. Therefore, after spending a few days on Earth, he decided to leave. He planned to return to the Saint Province realm through the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In divine offering land, after Yunyi fled in disgrace when Xiajie arrived, he instantly returned to the Yun family in the divine offering land. "Young master," Yunyi greeted Yun Qingyan as soon as he saw Yun Qingyan. Before Yunyi could say anything else, Yun Qingyan interjected, "Yunyi, since you've returned, I assume Duan Lingtian's dead." He nodded his head, clearly pleased, as he added, "You've done well." He did not think it was possible for Yunyi to fail the mission. Although Yunyi was weak compared to him, Yunyi's strength was still comparable to the strongest heavenly emperors. With that kind of strength, how could Yunyi fail to kill that brat from the mundane realm? Yunyi lowered his head as he bowed and hesitantly said, "Why, young master, I failed my mission." Silence fell on the place immediately. When Yunyi raised his head, he saw Yun Qingyan's smile was frozen on his face. He was so afraid that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, Yun Qingyan asked in a calm and emotionless voice, "What happened?" Despite Yun Qingyang's calm tone, Yunyi became even more frightened. He knew his young master would be deceptively calm when he was truly infuriated. He did not dare to dally and quickly recounted what had happened. Lord Xiajie intervened. When I was about to kill Duan Ling Tian, Lord Xianxia appeared just in time and saved Duan Ling Tian. He lowered his head again like a child who had made mistakes as he said, "I'm sorry, young master. Since Uncle Xianxia appeared and protected that brat, you can't be blamed for it," Yun Qingyan said. He narrowed his eyes as he added, "But why did he suddenly appear in the mundane realm to save that brat? Did he know I'd send someone to kill that brat?" He looked at Yunyi as he said, "Only both of us know about this matter." However, he did not doubt Yun Ye's loyalty. Yunyi had served in the Yun family for many years, therefore he had absolute trust in Yunyi. Moreover, even if Yunyi had intentions to betray him, Yunyi would not betray him for a brat from the mundane realm. In the end, he concluded that it was just a coincidence. Yunyi looked at Yun Qingyan as he asked tentatively, "Young master, is it possible that Miss Ning Ke requested Lord Xianxia to protect Duan Ling Tian?" Upon hearing Yun Ye's words, Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes that were glinting coldly. Even if Xianxia protected him, he'll only be able to do so now. When the spatial tunnel reopens after 1,000 years, I'll personally go to the Devata realm and kill Duan Ling Tian. In the Xia family from the Divine Offering Land, in the middle of a heavily guarded courtyard, there was a lush garden with grass and flowers. The air was fresh and the faint melodious sound of birds chirping rang in the air. In a quiet room behind the courtyard, a figure dressed in white could be seen sitting cross-legged on an ice bed that emitted cold air. The figure belonged to a woman with unrivaled beauty, her appearance causing her surroundings to dim in comparison. She was sitting so still that seemed like she was a part of the ice bed she was sitting on. The aura she emitted was also as cold as her bed. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see a slight frown on her face at this moment. Her teeth were tightly clenched as though she was enduring pain as her aura kept fluctuating and grew stronger. "Schwer!" A voice filled with vigor rang from outside the room at this moment, causing the white-clad woman to relax. She looked even more beautiful when she opened her eyes. Whoosh! The white-clad woman disappeared from the bed like a gust of wind. The door opened with a bang before she appeared in the backyard. An unkempt and scruffy middle-aged man was also standing in the backyard at this moment. The middle-aged man brushed his hair back, revealing an angular face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He emitted a powerful and dignified aura as he stood there. "Third uncle." The woman dressed in snowy white robes like a fairy did not seem to care about the middle-aged man's unkempt appearance as she rushed toward him and held his arm. She blinked her watery autumn eyes as she asked, "Did you meet Brother Tian?" Her body trembled slightly in excitement as she waited for an answer. "Little girl, I came to find you as soon as I returned. You didn't even ask me if I'm exhausted before you asked about that brat. It seems like I can't compare to that brat at all." He sighed. "Girls?" The unkempt and scruffy middle-aged man was none other than Xianxia, the third master of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. He had just rushed back to the Divine Offering Land from the mundane realm through a Devata realm before the spatial tunnel linking the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms closed. "Third uncle, you're teasing me again." The beautiful woman's face flushed in embarrassment. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Xianxia shook his head. Then he said solemnly, "I met that brat. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the man Yun Qingyan sent." What? The woman's expression changed drastically when she heard this. Her originally calm expression was replaced by one of anger. Yun Qingyan actually dares to send someone to kill Brother Tian? This woman was none other than one of Duan Ling Tian's wives. Kur. She was also Xianing Shui, the eldest miss of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land. That little bastard probably heard about your imprisonment and your spatial ring being confiscated by your father. That's why he's bold enough to send someone to kill Duan Ling Tian. He paused for a moment before he added, "I suspect your father intentionally let that little bastard know about your spatial ring being confiscated so he could borrow that little bastard's hand to kill Duan Ling Tian." He sighed after he finished speaking. He knew very well how much his elder brother, the head of the Xia family, hated that brat from the mundane realm. In fact, when his elder brother found out his daughter had a husband and had given birth to a daughter after she had reincarnated, his elder brother had been extremely furious. His elder brother even wanted to travel to the mundane realm to kill that brat. Father, Kua's eyes were filled with anger, but she had no idea how to vent her anger at all. After all, that man was her father. Currently, she was not only Kua, but she was Xianxia, the eldest miss of the Xia family in the divine offering land. After a while, she asked worriedly, "Third uncle, is Brother Tian all right?" Xianxia shook his head. "Don't worry, he's fine. I told him about the spatial tunnel connecting the divine offering land to the Devata realms being closed for the next 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, your father will be busy with a lot of things, so he won't have time to plan your wedding with Yunqin. However, there's no doubt that after 1,000 years have passed, he'll pressure you to marry." I told him about this as well. Xiajia's words were contrary to his thoughts. Although he told Duanling Tian to gain enough strength to be approved by his elder brother after 1,000 years, he thought it was an almost impossible task. A miracle? Third uncle, although Brother Tian is extremely talented, it's almost impossible for him to gain enough strength to obtain father's approval in just 1,000 years. Kor smiled bitterly. "Swear you ought to trust in him. He'll certainly wish for you to trust him," Xiajie said reassuringly. Kor looked at Xiajie and said determinedly, "Of course I trust him. However, I won't let him bear this burden alone. If I'm not mistaken, Father won't continue to imprison me once the spatial tunnel is closed. At that time, I want to go to the realm battlefield." However, Xiajie's expression changed drastically as soon as he heard Kor's words. He shook his head and said vehemently, "No, you mustn't go to the realm battlefield. Not to mention your strength hasn't recovered to its previous state. Even if it has, it's still extremely dangerous for you to go to the realm battlefield. I won't agree to it." "Third uncle, if you don't agree, I don't have anyone else to help me. Third uncle, I'm truly unwilling to let Brother Tian shoulder all the burden alone. He has done enough for me in the past. Since I have the chance to alter my fate, I need to try no matter what. If I don't, I'll definitely regret it after 1,000 years have passed." Kua said with a bitter smile as her gaze grew more and more resolute. "Little girl." This was the first time Xiajie had seen his niece being so resolute. For this reason, it made him waver. Eventually, he sighed and said, "Please reconsider it. You're talking about the realm battlefield after all. Nobody will hold back their strength there. The reason the spatial tunnel connecting the divine offering land to the Devata realms was about to close was due to the impending opening of the realm battlefield in the divine offering land. The divine offering land was a realm separate from Devata realms and mundane realms. It was opened by an extremely strong person. There were also similar realms that were opened by other extremely strong people. These realms would be connected every 1,000,000 years, opening the realm battlefield. At that time, people from each realm would compete on the realm battlefield for 1,000 years. Those from the divine offering land or the other realms who wanted to quickly improve their strength would enter the realm battlefield. One would be able to improve one's strength through fortuitous encounters and actual combat in the realm battlefield. Since the yield was high, it was only natural that it came with an equally high risk. Someone would die almost every second in the realm battlefield. "Third uncle, there's no need for me to reconsider. I've thought about this thoroughly. If I want to regain my strength from my past life or grow stronger, entering the realm battlefield is the only way," Kor said as she shook her head. "Although I trust Brother Tian, I want to be able to fight by his side after 1,000 years. Her eyes gleamed with determination. Although she trusted Duanling Tian, she thought it was unlikely he would have strength enough to earn her father's approval. Therefore, she had to grow strong enough to change her fate. In her past life, Kua had rather commit suicide than to get married. Who knew her father would not change his mind at all and still insisted she marry Yunqin in this life. She had many attachments in this life, so she could not just recklessly end her life. For this reason, she had to enter the realm battlefield to fight for her future. She would not regret it even if she died on the realm battlefield, since she had tried her best at least. She thought to herself resolutely, "Brother Tian, I won't let you be alone again. No matter how difficult it is, I want to accompany you. In life and in death, we will never part again." Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the divine offering land or Kuer's intention to enter the realm battlefield that was fraught with danger to grow stronger in order to defy her fate. If he had known about this, he would have been extremely worried and wished for a pair of wings that could bring him to the divine offering land to stop Kur. After a month of traveling through space, Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao finally returned to the Kost Galaxy. Previously, it had taken them 3 months to travel to the Milky Way where Earth was located from the Kost Galaxy, even though Duanling Tian had traveled at top speed. However, it had only taken him a month this time because he had fully comprehended the 13 green lotus swords. Currently, his strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. I wonder if the people of this galaxy have forgotten us? Tang Xiaoxiao wondered out loud as they made their way to the interstellar transportation formation in planet Satel, the home planet of the Kost Galaxy. Previously, when they were besieged by the 18 disaster-level battleships that were dispatched by the Granier family in the Kost Galaxy, the scene was broadcasted throughout the Kost Galaxy. She knew about it being broadcasted through her divine consciousness. As soon as Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao arrived near the interstellar transportation formation, many people were instantly alerted. They clearly had not forgotten about Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao. All of them were terrified as though Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao were some horrifying beasts. Aren't those two the cultivators who came a few months ago? Oh no. Why are they here again? Why did they come back? What do they want? It seems like they haven't forgotten about us. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled indifferently. One of the people from the Kost Galaxy who was nearby happened to overhear Tang Xiaoxiao's words and could not help but smile bitterly. How could this female cultivator be surprised that they had not been forgotten? What a joke. Let alone a few months, even if a few years had passed, they still would not forget these two cultivators. After all, the male cultivator had destroyed a disaster-level battleship and was unaffected even after he was bombarded by attacks from 17 disaster-level battleships. It was the first time such a terrifying cultivator had appeared in the Kost Galaxy. The incident from a few months ago had been recorded in history, and that man was referred to as a godlike man. Everyone in the surrounding sighed in relief when they saw Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao disappearing into the interstellar transportation formation. As it turns out, they're merely passing by. I was truly frightened earlier. I didn't think I would be able to see them in person. They're livelier, and their auras are much stronger. Yes, when they were around, I didn't even dare to breathe. Duanling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao's reappearance had caused a sensation in the Kost Galaxy. The inhabitants only calmed down when they discovered the two cultivators were merely passing by. Based on this, one could see how much the inhabitants of the Kost Galaxy feared Duanling Tian. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of all this. Even if he was aware of it, he would not have felt proud. After all, the galaxy was only an SS-class technological civilization. Galaxies that were ruled by technology were ranked into classes. They were divided into SSS, SSS, A, B, and C classes. The Milky Way belonged to the A class since the most advanced civilization in the Milky Way was only in the A class. It was 2 classes behind the Kost Galaxy. Not to mention that his strength had improved after completely mastering the 13 green lotus swords. Even if it did not, he was still not afraid of SSS-class galaxies that were ruled by technology. How could he be afraid of a mere Kost Galaxy? Previously, even apocalypse-level battleships that were stronger than disaster-level battleships were of no threat to him. Now that he had gotten even stronger, they were even more inconsequential. As they traveled through a few interstellar transportation formations, Tang Xiaoxiao said, Duanling Tian, we'll pass by the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy where Tang Sect is located when we make our way to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. I wish to return to the sect to visit my old ancestor and return the star chart to him. Duanling Tian nodded. Sure. Since it's on the way, I'll accompany you to Tang Sect. It did not take long before they arrived in the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy where Tang Sect was located. The interstellar transportation formation they had just exited was located on planet Shutang, the home planet of the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy. Tang Xiaoxiao was excited to be home. However, her excitement did not last long. When she met Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang Sect, she learned about an incident in the sect. She began to cry. Her tears streamed down her beautiful face as she said in a trembling voice, "The old ancestor has died? Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang Sect, had died. What happened?" Duanling Tian asked. He noticed the anger in Tang Chong's eyes as he broke the news to Tang Xiao. Tang Chong replied with a bitter smile on his face. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion killed Elder Yi. The reason was the Tang sect had led the Heavenly Wave Mansion on before they broke off the engagement. It was a punishment. I didn't think that old fart from the Heavenly Wave Mansion would personally make a move. His voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction when he spoke. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do since the culprit was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. After Tang Chong finished speaking, Duanling Tian saw Tang Xiao, who had been crying so hard that her eyes had turned bloodshot, looked at him with killing intent shining in her eyes. Naturally, her killing intent was not directed at him, but at the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. She said through gritted teeth with a frenzied expression on her face, Duanling Tian, help me kill him. If you kill him, I'll promise you anything you want. Tang Zhongyi was Tang Xiao's ancestor after all. He had taken very good care of her since she was young, and he was her only family. How could she not be filled with remorse and hate when she learned that he was killed because of her personal matter? She could not wait to kill the person who murdered her only family. However, she knew very well, with her current strength, she would only die if she charged into the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Therefore, she had no choice but to turn to Duanling Tian for help to seek revenge for her ancestor. She was willing to give Duanling Tian her life if he could fulfill her wish. Lead the way then, Duanling Tian said. He did not say unnecessary words to comfort Tang Xiao. After all, action spoke louder than words. Thank you, Tang Xiao said appreciatively. She trembled when she heard Duanling Tian's reply, clearly eager to avenge Tang Zhongyi. Tang Chong looked on in surprise as Tang Xiao instantly led Duanling Tian back to the interstellar transportation formation. They left the Thousand Opportunities Galaxy where Tang sect was located and made their way to the Heavenly Wave Galaxy that was ruled by the Heavenly Wave Mansion. The Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate was located on the home planet of the Heavenly Wave Galaxy. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under Tang Xiao's lead, they rushed to the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Heavenly Wave Mansion? A group of patrolling disciples from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were instantly alerted when Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao entered the compound of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Swoosh! 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 Tang Xiao lifted her hand before a terrifying ray of light shot out and directly killed all the patrolling disciples from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Duanling Tian could not help but shake his head at the viciousness of Tang Xiao's attack. Nevertheless, he understood her anger. He knew about her close relationship with Tang Zhongyi since she had spoken about it during their journey to Earth previously. As expected, Tang Xiao's action caused a commotion in the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Someone has trespassed into our Heavenly Wave Mansion? Who's it? Who's so daring? Tang Xiao's attack caused a huge commotion in the entire Heavenly Wave Mansion. Not long after their arrival, Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao were besieged by people from the mansion. The number of people attacking them quickly grew from a few dozens to a few hundred. Moreover, these people's cultivation bases were not low. Duanling Tian scanned the crowd using his divine consciousness and discovered that the weakest among the crowd was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at least. Apart from that, there were many bodiless celestials with relatively high cultivation bases. A 5-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion made a move to stop Tang Xiao and discovered they were evenly matched. Therefore, people in the surroundings discovered the black-clad woman was only an eminent celestial but had strength comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 5-tribulation celestial? Who's she? To think a female eminent celestial has such strength. I think her background must be extraordinary. She looks familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen her before. A group of people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion made Tang Xiao the topic of their discussion. All of a sudden, a bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who was staring at the dagger in Tang Xiao's hand exclaimed in surprise. It seems like her dagger is a celestial supreme treasure. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the dagger in Tang Xiao's hand. Soon after, a A few bodiless celestials confirmed that Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. Their eyes were filled with greed, revealing their intention to snatch the dagger away from her. Indeed, it's a celestial supreme treasure. While everyone's attention was focused on Tang Xiaoxiao's celestial supreme treasure, a young disciple from Heavenly Wave Mansion raised his eyebrows as he cried out, "She's Tang Xiaoxiao. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. I've seen her once. She's Tang Xiaoxiao, the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang's sect." As soon as this young man spoke, many who found Tang Xiaoxiao familiar finally realized who she was. Why did she trespass into our Heavenly Wave Mansion? Some disciples of the Heavenly Wave Mansion were slightly puzzled since they were unaware of what had happened. They were still under the impression that Tang Xiaoxiao was their young mansion master's fiancé. You must be unaware that the engagement between Tang Xiaoxiao and our young mansion master has been unilaterally broken by the Tang sect. Therefore, our old ancestor went to the Tang sect and killed their supreme elder, Tang Zhongyi, as a punishment. Disciples who were well-informed whispered, explaining what had happened to those who were unaware of the latest development. No way. How did things escalate to that? This is huge news. I can't believe I didn't hear about it. Then what does she plan to do in our Heavenly Wave Mansion? Is she here to seek revenge for her old ancestor? Many of them who had just learned of what happened were stunned when they heard about what had happened. There were also those who were aware of the relationship between Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang's sect, who was killed by the old ancestor from the Heavenly Wave Mansion. They looked at Tang Xiaoxiao as though she was an idiot. At this moment, a voice laden with contempt rang in the air. "Tang Xiaoxiao." Swoosh! A young man dressed in brocade robes appeared with light movements. As soon as he appeared, many people began to bow respectfully at him, revealing his identity as Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. This person used to be Tang Xiaoxiao's fiancé. Young mansion master. Young mansion master. Yang Yuting's eyes were filled with mockery as he said teasingly, Did you come to the Heavenly Wave Mansion because you regret your actions? Let me guess, you no longer plan to break our engagement." He had been furious when he learned that the Tang sect wanted to break his engagement. His anger was only vented when the old ancestor from the mansion killed Tang Zhongyi. At that time, he knew there was no chance for him to be with Tang Xiaoxiao. After all, he knew her character well. It was even more unlikely that she would marry him after the old ancestor from the Heavenly Wave Mansion killed Tang Zhongyi. For this reason, Yang Yuting was only teasing Tang Xiaoxiao. Naturally, he knew that she had come to look for trouble since she had killed so many of their patrolling disciples. It was clear she had found out that the old ancestor from the Heavenly Wave Mansion had killed her ancestor. As soon as Tang Xiaoxiao saw Yang Yuting, she stopped her fight with the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Her eyes burned with anger as she lunged at Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting's expression changed drastically when he saw this. After all, even with the help of his celestial supreme treasure, his strength was only comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was no match for Tang Xiaoxiao, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure as well and had strength comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. He only sighed in relief when a few figures suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him. These figures belonged to a few 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. It was clear they had come to protect Yang Yuting. All of them glared at Tang Xiaoxiao at this moment. They looked at her as though she was a dead man walking as they spoke on after another. "Tang Xiaoxiao, let's fight to the death here. Based on your strength, death is your only outcome after trespassing into the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Kneel and beg for forgiveness from young mansion master. Perhaps he'll grant you a quick death." Yang Yuting, who was being shielded by the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials, said arrogantly, "Tang Xiaoxiao, you bitch. You're feeling regretful now, aren't you? Why didn't you accept my proposal? It's a blessing for you that I, Yang Yuting, had taken a liking to you. Not only did you not cherish it, but you even broke off our engagement. How ridiculous." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Yuting coldly as she said in a harsh tone, "Yang Yuting, if you're a man, come out and fight with me until one of us dies." Yang Yuting only scoffed in response to Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, and said in a pleading tone, Duan Lingtian, I want to kill him with my own hands. Please help me. The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion finally discovered Tang Xiaoxiao did not come alone. Due to Tang Xiaoxiao's attack and Celestial Supreme Treasure, many of them had overlooked the purple-clad young man's presence. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian said domineeringly, Get out of the way if you want to live. Swoosh. 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 Thousands of sword rays shot out of Duan Lingtian's fingertip before they formed a sword battle formation. Then, it shot toward the 5 and 6 Tribulation bodiless celestials who were shielding Yang Yuting. The sword battle formation emitted an intimidating aura, causing the group of bodiless celestials to feel a frisson of fear. They instantly began to attack as well. Boom. 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 Unfortunately, they were defenseless before the formation and were easily defeated. All of the 5 and 6 Tribulation bodiless celestials who were injured began to throw up blood. They quickly retreated. They knew if they did not retreat, they would lose their lives to the sword battle formation. Swoosh. 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 The disciples from the Heavenly Wave Mansion watched in shock when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword battle formation was capable of easily forcing the 5 and 6 Tribulation bodiless celestials to retreat. After Duan Lingtian cleared the path for Tang Xiaoxiao, she looked at Yang Yuting coldly as she lunged at him. Yang Yuting. Yang Yuting, who was shocked silly by Duan Lingtian's display of strength, did not have time to defend against Tang Xiaoxiao and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Die! Tang Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity as she slashed her dagger that seemed like a venomous snake at Yang Yuting's neck. There was no doubt he would die if the attack landed on him. At the critical moment, 2 voices roared in unison. At the same time, 2 waves of powerful and peerless energies shot out, clearly intending to stop Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. Stop it! Stop it! The 2 voices belonged to 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who had rushed here. They were almost successful in stopping Tang Xiaoxiao when something unexpected happened. Swoosh. 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 The sounds of sword whistling rang in the air as Duan Lingtian's sword battle formation that had dimmed down after clearing a path for Tang Xiaoxiao began to shine dazzlingly. In just an instant, it flew toward Tang Xiaoxiao and Yang Yuting's direction. Boom. 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian's formation destroyed the 2 waves of energy that stopped Tang Xiaoxiao from killing Yang Yuting. Although the 2 waves of energy were powerful since they were from 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials, it still did not stop the sword battle formation from dispelling them. When the attacks collided, a shockwave rippled through the surroundings. RRRPP. 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 Meanwhile, multiple hideous and horrific void tears appeared, looking like giant pythons in the void. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength was more than enough for him to easily crush the 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials, he did not display his full strength. He did not wield his Celestial Supreme Treasure, nor did he cast the 13 green lotus swords. When he stopped the 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials' attacks, he only used strength comparable to an ordinary 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials. It was enough to deal with the 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials' hasty attacks. The 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials who had rushed here bellowed in unison as they glared at Tang Xiaoxiao without confirming who had stopped their waves of energies. Stop it! How dare you! Nevertheless, Tang Xiaoxiao completely disregarded the 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials. Instead, she slashed her dagger that seemed like a venomous snake at Yang Yuting's neck again. In just a blink of an eye, she had killed Yang Yuting, who was still reeling from shock. However, she seemed to be dissatisfied even after she killed him. She mobilized her power again and destroyed his corpse as well. Although he did not kill her ancestor with his own hands, he had indirectly caused the death of her ancestor. Meanwhile, the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who were present on the scene gasped in shock when they saw Tang Xiaoxiao had killed Yang Yuting, their young mansion master. The 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials who had rushed here had frightened expressions on their faces. They knew their mansion master would not let them off lightly for failing to protect their young mansion master. resulting in their young mansion master's death. In order to redeem themselves, they flew out and their energies shrouded Tang Xiao in just an instant. How dare you kill our young mansion master? You're seeking death. Die! The majority of the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were certain Tang Xiao would die. Although Tang Xiao's companion had stopped the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials earlier, they did not think her companion would be able to save her. After all, her companion's strength seemed to only be comparable to an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could one 7 tribulation bodiless celestial go against 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Meanwhile, Tang Xiao remained calm and unmoved when she saw the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials fiercely charging at her. It seemed like she was not frightened by them. When Duanling Tian saw the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials approaching Tang Xiao and their energies were about to hit her like a giant hammer, he said coldly, "Let's see who's seeking death." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, the sword formation battle left 10 afterimages in its wake as it brought Duanling Tian to Tang Xiao's side in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian's speed was so fast that the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials could not even react in time. Their expressions changed drastically when a purple-clad young man seemingly appeared out of thin air before them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were still stunned when Duanling Tian's sword battle formation that seemed to transform into the scythe of death shot out and killed them. Blood splattered in the air when Duanling Tian killed the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials. What? How is that possible? The 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion were the first to regain their senses. They broke out in cold sweat when they watched how easily Duanling Tian had killed the 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials. These bodiless celestials were the ones who were forced to retreat by Duanling Tian when they had shielded Yang Yuting earlier. Upon seeing this, they knew they would not have been able to escape death if Duanling Tian really intended to kill them. Who's he? Did Tang Xiao enlist his help to seek revenge here? No wonder Tang Xiao dares to come here alone. As it turns out, she found someone to help her. She should know our old ancestor is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. For her to boldly charge in here, is it possible that the purple-clad young man is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? The people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion looked at Duanling Tian in fear when they regained their senses. They were afraid Duanling Tian would kill them as well. Chills ran up the spines of the 5 and 6 tribulation bodiless celestials when they heard the crowd speculate that Duanling Tian might be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They looked at Duanling Tian uneasily and fearfully. A gust of wind blew violently as an earth-shattering roar resounded through the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Tinga! In just a few moments, a middle-aged man dressed in turquoise robes appeared before everyone's eyes. He was stout, his face was angular, and his brows were thick. He seemed like a man who had been in a position of power for a long time. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, everyone from the Heavenly Wave Mansion bowed respectfully. Lord Mansion Master! Lord Mansion Master! The Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Based on the people's greetings, it seemed like the turquoise-clad middle-aged man was Yang Qingjian, the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Yang Qingjian ignored the people in the surroundings and glared at Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, how dare you kill my son? He was notified of his son's death when his son's soul pearl shattered. Through a Dao talisman, he watched how his son was killed. Tang Xiao sneered and said, "So what if I killed him? When the old fart from your mansion killed my old ancestor, you should have anticipated this." Why you? Yang Qingjian was enraged, but he tried to calm his anger. As the Mansion Master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, how could he not be able to guess that Tang Xiao had help since she was bold enough to storm into the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate and act so arrogantly? The purple-clad young man should be the one who was helping her. I think this purple-clad young man should be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. His thoughts were similar to the others. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind whistled in the air as a few 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Heavenly Wave Mansion arrived. When they learned about what happened from the crowd, they looked at Duan Tian fearfully. Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, looked at Duan Tian and earnestly said, "Sir, I wonder what Tang sect offered you for helping them?" I, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, promise that no matter what Tang sect has offered you, I'm willing to double it. I only hope you won't interfere in the matter between our Heavenly Wave Mansion and Tang sect. It was clear he thought Tang sect had hired external help to deal with them. Currently, everyone, including Yang Qingjian, thought that Duan Tian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, they would discover he was only an eminent celestial if they had probed him with their divine consciousness. However, who would dare to probe Duan Tian's cultivation base at this moment? A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was the pinnacle of existence in mundane realms. To most people, such an existence was almost godlike. Now that the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion thought Duan Tian was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who would dare to risk offending him. Even another nine-tribulation bodiless celestial would not have done so to avoid unnecessary trouble. Duan Tian smiled when he heard Yang Qingjian's offer. "You think I've been hired by the Tang sect to follow Tang Xiao here?" Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling rose in Yang Qingjian's heart. Is that not the case? He could not understand why a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial would meddle in the matter between the Heavenly Wave Mansion and the Tang sect if he was not hired by the Tang sect. Duan Tian did not respond to Yang Qingjian's question. He only said nonchalantly, "Ask your mansion's nine-tribulation bodiless celestial to reveal himself." Yang Qingjian was taken aback by Duan Tian's words. He was becoming certain that Duan Tian had come with ill intentions. He quickly crushed a communication jade token to summon the old ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Whoosh! 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 Duan Tian looked at the northeast direction. He could vaguely sense a strong aura that was speeding over here at an extremely fast speed. It did not take long before an ancient voice that was filled with vigor rang in the air. "I know all the nine-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yen Huang realm even if I haven't met all of them. How should I address you?" An old man appeared like a ghost before everyone's eyes at this moment. The group of Heavenly Wave Mansion's bodiless celestials followed Yang Qingjian's lead and bowed at the old man. "Old ancestor." Meanwhile, the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who had not seen the old man before were stunned. When they regained their senses, they quickly bowed respectfully as well. The old man was the patron of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial who was a pinnacle of existence in the mundane realms. He was dressed in a long gray robe. His body and appearance were extremely ordinary. He looked no different from an ordinary old man. The old man nodded in response to the greetings before he shifted his attention back to Duan Tian. This confrontational scene caused the onlookers to hold their breaths in fear. After all, those two were nine-tribulation bodiless celestials. They silently waited for Duan Tian to reply to their old ancestor. Contrary to expectations, Duan Tian replied indifferently, "It's not necessary for a dead man to know my name." Everyone was shocked by Duan Tian's words. How could he be so arrogant even when faced with their ancestor who was also a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial? The old man was also taken aback. When he regained his composure, he sneered. "A dead man? Me? Let alone the other nine-tribulation bodiless celestials in Yen Huang realm. Even the strongest nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Gongsun family wouldn't dare to carelessly say he's able to kill me. And yet, someone like you is confident you're capable of that." The onlookers from the Heavenly Wave Mansion looked at Duan Tian as though he was an idiot. They thought he was foolishly arrogant as well. He's too naive. Does he really think that our ancestor is so weak? Just because he's a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, he thinks he's invincible? Duan Tian only scoffed in response before he began to make his move. Swoosh! 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 The ear-piercing sounds of swords whistling rang in the air as energy surged from Duan Tian's body and turned into millions of sword rays. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays fused together and formed a sword battle formation. The formation flew toward the old man instantly as clones of it began to appear. This was Duan Tian's strongest attack. He had used his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and his offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. The dozen or so clones from the sword battle formation was part of the effect of the 13 green lotus swords. Initially, when the clones of the sword battle formation appeared, the old ancestor of the heavenly wave mansion had sneered. The might is just comparable to the strongest attack of an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, the old man's smile froze on his face when he saw the clones merging with the sword battle formation, increasing its force to a terrifying level. His expression changed to one of shock and fear. How's this possible? He quickly took out a 7-foot-long spear and waved it in the air. A celestial supreme treasure? Duan Tian easily identified the spear as a celestial supreme treasure. However, he did not seem to care about it. 10,000 soldiers surrender. With just a single thought, the sword battle formation that was flying toward the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion suddenly emitted a strange and mysterious energy. The energy shot out and snatched the old man's celestial supreme treasure away in just a blink of an eye. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial's hand was injured by his celestial supreme treasure being snatched away. His expression changed drastically as he cried out, "What's going on?" He did not expect his celestial supreme treasure would be so easily snatched away. Who was this purple-clad young man? What technique did he just use? Bang, 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 bang. As a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he regained his composure quickly. A 7-foot-long spear formed from his energy quickly appeared in his hand. He jabbed the spear forward to parry the formidable incoming sword battle formation. Both the sword battle formation and the 7-foot-long spear left hideous tears in the void. However, it was very obvious that the cracks left behind by Duan Tian's sword battle formation were far longer and wider. Swoosh! 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 In a blink of an eye, the sword battle formation collided with the 7-foot-long spear. Although the formation's light slightly dimmed, it did not even pause as it easily overwhelmed the 7-foot-long spear before it crashed onto the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion like a wave. Before the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial died, his cry of despair rang in the air hauntingly. No! Boom! 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 Meanwhile, the remnant of Duan Tian's attack wreaked havoc in the heavenly wave mansion's estate. Many buildings crashed to the ground. Some disciples whose cultivation bases were weaker were even seriously injured. Those with a stronger cultivation base had to retreat far away to avoid being affected. Whoosh! 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 After the remnant power from Duan Tian's attack faded away, only the sound of wind blowing could be heard. When the chaos died down, the people from the heavenly wave mansion saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby like an invincible god. Meanwhile, their ancestor had disappeared without a trace. Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of heavenly wave mansion, cried out in despair, "Old ancestor!" A shattered soul pearl could be seen in his hand. At the same time, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial cried out as well, "Our old ancestor is dead." Upon hearing this, everyone from the heavenly wave mansion realized their ancestor had died. The ancestor is dead? To this, am I dreaming? No, this is not a dream. It's reality. Heavens, the ancestor is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye. When the people from the heavenly wave mansion regained their senses, they felt as though they were having a nightmare. The ancestor of the heavenly wave mansion was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, an existence at the pinnacle in the mundane realms. And yet, such an existence was killed in just an instant. Is he even human? Can a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial kill another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with such ease? Is he only a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? The people from the heavenly wave mansion looked at Duan Tian in shock and disbelief. If the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from their mansion, a supreme elder, did not personally say their ancestor was dead, they would not believe that their ancestor had died so easily. Prior to today, Their ancestor was like a godlike existence in their eyes after all. They did not expect someone would be able to kill their ancestor. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, fell to her knees and kowtowed in the direction of the Thousand Opportunities galaxy where Tang's sect was located. Tears streamed down her beautiful face as she murmured, "Ancestor, did you see it? The old fart who killed you is dead. You can now rest in peace in the afterlife. My condolences, may he rest in peace." Duanling Tian consoled Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. After she rose to her feet, she added, "Let's go." Duanling Tian swept a glance at the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion, slightly surprised that Tang Xiaoxiao planned to let these people go. Those who caught Duanling Tian's eyes looked as though they had seen the Grim Reaper. They were frightened out of their wits. The purple-clad young man had easily killed their ancestor, who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. It would be extremely easy for him to kill them. Even Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, and the other 8 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Duanling Tian in fear, afraid he would attack them next. They had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength and knew that it would be as easy as killing an ant if he intended to kill them. Tang Xiaoxiao was not one who would kill indiscriminately. When she saw the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion trembling in fear when they looked at Duanling Tian, she lost all interest in pursuing the matter. Since the culprit and the instigator are dead, as long as they stand aside and don't cause trouble when we leave, I suggest letting them go. Duanling Tian nodded and respected Tang Xiaoxiao's wishes. However, he did not wish to bring calamity to the Tang sect. After all, there was only one 8-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Tang sect now, while the Heavenly Wave Mansion still had 2 8-tribulation bodiless celestials. Although it would be difficult for the Heavenly Wave Mansion to annihilate the Tang sect now, they could still cause considerable trouble. Hence, he said as he looked at Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of the Heavenly Wave sect, "From today onward, if the Heavenly Wave Mansion insists on holding a grudge against the Tang sect, I, Duanling Tian, will rain disaster upon the mansion and annihilate every single soul in the mansion." Although Yang Qingjian felt humiliated by Duanling Tian's threat, he still nodded obediently. After all, he was inferior to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian could even kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. It would not take much effort from Duanling Tian to completely annihilate the Heavenly Wave Mansion. Since it seemed like Duanling Tian had no interest in destroying the Heavenly Wave Mansion now, it was only wise for him to agree to Duanling Tian's condition. The remaining people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion did not even dare to let out a squeak. Some of them even sighed in relief when they realized Duanling Tian did not plan to kill them. "Let's go," Duanling Tian said with a smile as he turned to Tang Xiaoxiao. After both of them had left, the people from the Heavenly Wave Mansion sighed in relief. "Mansion Master, who's that guy? He's able to forcefully snatch the ancestor's celestial supreme treasure and kill him in a blink of an eye." The 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, a supreme elder of Heavenly Wave Mansion, asked as he looked at Yang Qingjian with a fearful expression on his face. Naturally, his fear was due to Duanling Tian, not Yang Qingjian. "I don't know," Yang Qingjian shook his head and said. "According to him, he's Duanling Tian. I've never heard of anyone like that in our Yan Huang realm." His voice trembled as he continued to say, "Just like the ancestor had said, even the strongest 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in Yan Huang realm from the Gongsun family wouldn't be able to kill him so easily." Duanling Tian's display of strength had completely crushed all of Yang Qingjian's thoughts of revenge. Duanling Tian, the 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, muttered under his breath. Then he turned to look at the others and asked, "Has any one of you heard about him?" Everyone shook their heads. The members from the Heavenly Wave Mansion who had gone to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had yet to return. Otherwise, they would be able to tell these people about Duanling Tian. It would not be difficult for them to make the connection that the person who killed their ancestor and the famous person in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone were the same person. After all, the techniques Duanling Tian used were the same. At this moment, Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, looked at everyone and said in a deep voice that brooked no arguments, "Everyone, swear on the lightning penalty oath. You're not allowed to disclose what happened today to a single soul. Otherwise, you'll be killed." He had made the decision to force everyone to take an oath to contain the secret that the ancestor of the heavenly wave mansion had died. After all, much of their strength and status came from the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial ancestor. If news of this leaked, the mansion would definitely deteriorate to the level of the Tang sect. Although Tang's sect could be considered as a first-rate force in Yen Huang realm, it was like a minnow among the truly strong forces. Boom! 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 Claps of thunder rumbled non-stop in the heavenly wave mansion for half an hour before they died down. Unfortunately, Yang Qingjian was unaware that prior to taking the lightning penalty oath, many people had already leaked news of what happened through communication jade tokens. Half a month had passed before he was made aware of this. At that time, it was too late for him to do anything. News of Duanling Tian killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion for the Tang sect spread like a wildfire in the heavenly wave galaxy and the neighboring galaxies. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was killed by a purple-clad young man in their estate in front of the mansion master and members of the mansion. The purple-clad young man said he's Duanling Tian. I heard Duanling Tian is a mercenary whom Tang Xiao from the Tang sect hired. I suspect he's even stronger than that person from the Gongsun family. That person from the Gongsun family is widely acknowledged as the strongest 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Yen Huang realm. Even someone like that wouldn't carelessly say he's able to easily kill another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. According to rumors, Duanling Tian has mastered a very mysterious technique. The sword formation he used is made from tens of thousands of sword rays and can snatch his opponent's celestial supreme treasure. I heard he used this technique to snatch the celestial supreme treasures from the heavenly wave mansion's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial before he killed him. When the rumors finally reached the Thousand Opportunities galaxy where the Tang sect was located, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, was dumbfounded. That Duanling Tian really killed that old guy from Heavenly Wave Mansion? Unbelievable! He was speechless even though he had seen Duanling Tian's strength in the past. When he regained his senses, he murmured to himself, Xiao has made an amazing friend. Duanling Tian was unaware that his name had spread like a wildfire to the neighboring galaxies of Heavenly Wave Mansion. In fact, it did not seem like it was going to stop anytime soon since it was still spreading without showing any signs of slowing down. It was only natural since his feat was just too amazing and terrifying. Although there were a few instances of 9 tribulation bodiless celestials being killed before they could ascend to a Devata realm, their cause of death was their failure to pass the tribulation, and therefore being struck to death by bolts of lightning. There were very few 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who were killed by another person. Most of those who managed to kill 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were celestials who had returned to the mundane realms. This had only happened a few times in the history of Yen Huang realm. It was really rare. Ordinary celestials were unable to return to mundane realms, while celestials who were capable of going to mundane realms were unwilling to do so, since they wanted to avoid being affected by the secular karma in the mundane realms. Therefore, it was extremely rare for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to be murdered. For all these reasons, Duanling Tian's feat of killing the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion had spread like a wildfire, shocking everyone who had heard it. Meanwhile, a few people who had returned to Yen Huang realm from the Beyond Heaven secret zone found the techniques the young man had used to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from heavenly wave mansion familiar. Duanling Tian? Sword battle formation? He's able to snatch celestial supreme treasure from his opponents. Soon enough, they found out the young man who had been causing waves recently was a handsome young man who was dressed in purple robes. At that time, they realized this Duanling Tian was most likely the same person as the Duanling Tian who was also famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duanling Tian had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure when they were outside of a treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. They were, naturally, stunned by his feat again. It's really him. I really didn't expect them to be the same person. Why did he come to our Yen Huang realm? Are you sure it wasn't his female companion who had attacked? Naturally, this person who had just returned from the Beyond Heaven secret zone was referring to Kuer when he spoke about Duanling Tian's female companion. Not Tang Xiao. Yes, He was the one who attacked. Heavens! I thought maybe his female companion was the one who killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who knew he's able to accomplish such a feat? I heard the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion was killed in just a blink of an eye. I also heard he killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion after forcefully snatching his opponent's celestial supreme treasure away. Although he's just an eminent celestial, he's as powerful as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He even mastered a technique that can snatch away his opponent's weapons regardless if it's a celestial supreme treasure or not. It's only natural that without a celestial supreme treasure, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials wouldn't be able to defeat him who possesses a celestial supreme treasure. Duanling Tian quickly became a household name in Yan Huang realm. Many details about him were made known to people. They knew he was not from Yan Huang realm but the Saint Province realm. They also knew he was only an eminent celestial and not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Furthermore, he had a companion whom people suspected was his wife. It was said that she had killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials without using any celestial supreme treasures in just a blink of an eye. It was said that she had the strength comparable to a celestial from the Devata realms. It was only natural that every cultivator in Yan Huang realm was shocked when they learned this. Heavens! How did such a freak appear? Someone from a small mundane realm possesses such strength even though he's just an eminent celestial. In the history of Yan Huang realm, I don't think there's any eminent celestial who's so powerful. I really didn't expect him to just be an eminent celestial. Didn't you hear? When he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had a female companion who easily killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. For him to become so powerful even though he's just an eminent celestial, I'm certain it has something to do with his female companion. If I'm not mistaken, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, right? Even if Duanling Tian is as powerful as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he's still an eminent celestial. If he had launched a soul attack, Duanling Tian would have died. Similar conversations could be heard everywhere in Yan Huang realm. Soon enough, news of this arrived in the galaxy that was ruled by the Celestial Masters sect. Duanling Tian killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion? Zhang Yi, Duanling Tian's friend whom he had met in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, was dumbfounded when he heard this news. Zhang Yi, you're lucky to have a friend like him. Shi Zhang, the right guardian of Celestial Masters sect, said as his eyes shone with admiration. He was the one who had informed Zhang Yi about Duanling Tian's feat. Although he witnessed Duanling Tian killing Zhang Chuhe, the left guardian of the Celestial Masters sect, he had thought the limit of Duanling Tian's power was on equal footing with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not expect Duanling Tian was capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, rumor had it that Duanling Tian had easily killed the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in just a blink of an eye. Shi Zhong thought to himself, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Heavenly Wave Mansion shouldn't be any weaker than our ancestor in the Celestial Master sect. Right? He shuddered when he thought about this. At this time, Zhang Yi nodded and replied, yes, I'm very lucky. He had always felt that it was a stroke of good luck that he was able to be friends with Duanling Tian. He knew the old ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect would pay attention to him now due to Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian had even said he would visit him. Duanling Tian had even said in front of Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Masters sect. Not much time would pass when Zhang Yi's guess was proven right. Not only did he catch the attention of the old ancestor of Celestial Masters sect, but he received a lot of help from the sect as well. He was granted access to the divine abilities and celestial techniques in the sect and could freely master them if he so wished. Naturally, this happened later on. At this moment, Shi Zhong muttered to himself, perplexed. However, the rumor said that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Mansion had successfully mastered the soul congregation embodiment. If he had used his soul attack, Duanling Tian, who's just an eminent celestial, would not have been able to withstand such an attack. Zhang Yi speculated. Maybe he didn't know Duanling Tian was only an eminent celestial. As it turned out, he was right. The Heavenly Wave Galaxy. In the Heavenly Wave Mansion's estate. The mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, Yang Qingjian, had received all kinds of news about Duanling Tian. What? He's only an eminent celestial. Yang Qingjian almost fainted from anger when he heard about this. The old ancestor of Heavenly Wave Mansion was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had successfully cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. If they had known that Duanling Tian was only an eminent celestial, there was no doubt the ancestor of the Heavenly Wave Mansion could have easily killed Duanling Tian with a soul attack. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had come to the Heavenly Wave Mansion to pass this news to Yang Qingjian said with a forced smile, who would have thought that Duanling Tian is only an eminent celestial at that time. Yang Qingjian, the mansion master of the Heavenly Wave Mansion, was not the only one who felt embarrassed and frustrated. All the members felt the same way as well when they finally learned about it. I can't believe Duanling Tian is only an eminent celestial. The ancestor had died in vain. He truly died in vain. Many people were lamenting about how their ancestor had died in vain. Previously, they had thought Duanling Tian was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered a technique that could snatch his opponent's weapons away, helping to kill his opponents. For this reason, although they were angry, they had no choice but to admit that Duanling Tian was superior to their ancestor and acknowledge strength. However, after discovering that Duanling Tian was just an eminent celestial, they almost threw up blood in anger. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had returned to the Saint Province realm through the Beyond Heaven secret zone with Tang Xiao in tow. As soon as he arrived, he did not waste time and began to find out about the current situation in the Saint Province realm. He sighed in relief when he discovered the devil clans did not cause any trouble while he was away. It's time to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he hovered in the air above Sin City. Then he infused his voice with energy so that it would spread far and wide as he said, I, Duanling Tian, want to duel with the most powerful devil from the devil clans. I'll be waiting 1,000 miles north of Sin City. If no one shows up at that time, I'll exterminate every single devil on the Saint Province realm. Duanling Tian did not speak very loudly, but due to the energy he had infused into his voice, everyone in Sin City, humans and devils alike, heard him loud and clear. The entire place fell silent for just a slight moment before the humans broke out in an uproar. Duanling Tian is making a move. He is finally making a move. There is no difference between him or his wife making a move. After Duanling Tian's wife killed the Dragon Clan's patriarch who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, I've been waiting for them to chase the devil clans away. Now, they are finally making their moves. The Dragon Clan's patriarch was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, but he didn't attempt to drive the devil clans away. I'm certain there are 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans as well. Of course. I heard about it from the devils. What era is this? Not only are there monstrous prodigies like Duanling Tian and his wife, but even the Dragon Clan and Devil Clans have 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian's challenging the strongest powerhouse in the Devil Clans? I think he's only helping his wife to challenge the powerhouse. I agree. I have a friend from the Dragon Clan. He said Duanling Tian wasn't strong enough to defeat their patriarch. It was his wife who killed the patriarch. The people who had heard Duanling Tian's announcement began to discuss among themselves. Most of them thought Duanling Tian was only challenging the strongest powerhouse from the Devil Clans on his wife's behalf. They were certain of this since it was his wife who had killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, not him. How could they know that his wife had already left the Saint Province realm and would not be returning for at least 1,000 years? On the other hand, the devils who had heard Duanling Tian's announcement were shocked. Their expressions changed drastically. They had heard of his wife's strength, and they knew she had easily killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan who was 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. The strongest powerhouses in the Devil Clans were also 9-tribulation bodiless celestials similar to the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. Hells! It's Duanling Tian. This means Duanling Tian's wife will be making a move, right? I've always been worried about this. It seems like the day has come. Previously, when news spread about Duanling Tian's wife killing the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, it caused a huge commotion in the Saint Province realm. Initially, the devils did not put much stock in the rumors. However, as more evidence was revealed, they had no choice but to believe it. Currently, all the devils knew there was a cultivator stronger than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Saint Province realm. Moreover, she was the wife of Duanling Tian. Since Duanling Tian is coming for us, what can we do to defend ourselves? Even the strongest among us is no match for his wife, right? The devil clans were panicking at this moment. In fact, some of the cowardly devils had even left for the exiled realm that was also known as the Land of Exile to the people in the Saint Province realm. Naturally, there were many that stayed back in the Saint Province realm. They were reluctant to leave. Therefore, they remained hopeful and decided to stay back. Who could blame them? After all, the Saint Province realm was like heaven compared to the Land of Exile. Not only was the Saint Province realm rich in heaven and spirit energy, but it also had many types of cultivation resources. Moreover, the top powerhouses in the devil clans had no inclination to leave, so they could only stay and soldier on. After a long time had passed, they had forgotten about Duanling Tian. However, he appeared out of the blue today with a shocking challenge to the strongest devil in the devil clans. The danger felt almost palpable to them, and they thought it was over for the powerhouse who would have to meet Duanling Tian. After all, they knew his wife had easily killed the patriarch of the dragon clan, who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. 15 days later, above a peaceful glacier that had been there for 10,000 years, the tranquility of the place was suddenly broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Several swift figures zoomed in from different directions. They were moving so fast that they left void tears in their wake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, 7 figures appeared in the sky above the glacier. They came to a halt in unison as though they had planned it in advance. A middle-aged man dressed in a green robe glanced at everyone with a cold expression on his face. He was not putting on any airs, it was just the way he was. His face had always been expressionless, giving him an unapproachable aura. Did all of you come because of Duanling Tian's challenge to Master Wu Ji? Yes, that's correct. That's right. The 6 remaining figures nodded in assent. Bang! Soon after, a loud explosion rang from beneath them. Following that, they saw the glacier beneath them seem to have cracked. Many terrifying cracks rapidly spread all over the place. Boom! It did not take long before another explosion sounded and the glacier broke into pieces and sank into the cold water, creating splashes. What brought all of you here? A cold voice that seemed to resound from all directions rang in the air at this moment, making it difficult for one to determine where the speaker was. 7 of them trembled slightly when they heard the voice. They quickly bowed respectfully as soon as they saw an old man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Master Wu Ji! If other devils were here, they would be shocked to see these 7 devils acting so deferentially. After all, these 7 devils had high positions in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. How could the others not feel shocked if they saw 7 8 tribulation bodiless celestials bowing respectfully at an old man? The old man had a medium build. His appearance was so ordinary that one would have a hard time picking him out from a sea of people. Despite that, he commanded such respect from the devil clan's 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Based on this, it was easy to tell that the old man was the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. Duanling Tian wants to fight with me in half a month's time? The indifferent expression on Wu Ji's, the old man, face darkened instantly when he learned about the challenge Duanling Tian had issued. The old man stared at the 7 devils intently before he asked in a deep voice, "Did he say I'll be fighting him or his wife?" This was an important question. There was a huge difference between fighting Duanling Tian and fighting Duanling Tian's wife. Wu Ji was naturally aware of what had happened in the Dragon Clan's estate back then. He had learned that Duanling Tian's strength was on par with 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Duanling Tian unleashed all his strength, he still could not defeat a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It was his wife who had easily killed the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. If Wu Ji were to fight Duanling Tian, he was confident the fight would end in a draw. After all, his strength was evenly matched with the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. However, if he were to fight with Duanling Tian's wife, he did not think he would stand a chance to win at all. After all, even the patriarch of the dragon clan who was as strong as him had been killed by her in just a blink of an eye. He only said he wants to fight you, Master Wuji. He did not say if his wife will be fighting in his place, one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials said as the others nodded. Wuji, the old man, looked at them and asked, "What do all of you think about this?" Although Wuji, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, was the strongest powerhouse in the devil clans, he usually did not interfere in the clan's matters. He only focused on his cultivation as he waited for the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation. He would only assist when the devil clans needed help. To him, there was no difference between staying in the Saint Province realm or the exiled realm. We're at a loss as well. It all depends on you, Master Wuji. It'll be a huge risk for you if you accept the challenge and Duan Ling Tian's wife ends up being the challenger, another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans added. Yes, another 8th tribulation bodiless celestial agreed. You'll put yourself in danger if you accept the challenge. I can't speak for the others, but I don't think you should accept the challenge. You're the backbone of the devil clans. We can't afford to lose you. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The highly anticipated day, the day of the battle, had finally arrived. In the central region, thousands of miles north of Sin City, a large group of humans and devils gathered. Generally, with such a big group of humans and devils together at the same place, there would have been a bloodbath. However, as though they had come to an agreement beforehand, both groups stood at opposing sides peacefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as more and more humans and devils arrived. As soon as they arrived, they would stand with their respective faction. They stood at opposing sides as though they were troops of armies, poised for battle. Time passed silently. When midday arrived, there were fewer and fewer people who were coming. However, the existing crowd was already extremely huge. With just a glance, a sea of heads packed tightly together like tunas in cans could be seen. Why isn't he here yet? Why are you so anxious? Duan Ling Tian said he'll be here, but he didn't state the time. It's only noon now. Just wait patiently. That's right. Don't tell me you're afraid he won't show up? Don't forget, he's the one who issued the challenge. I heard that Duan Ling Tian is as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if he can't thoroughly defeat the devil clan's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the same could be said for his opponent as well. I agree. The devil clan's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial is, at most, on par with Duan Ling Tian. The humans discussed among themselves. Unsurprisingly, their conversation revolved around today's protagonist, Duan Ling Tian. The incident in the Dragon Clan had spread far and wide in the upper province. Therefore, most of them knew Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Someone scoffed. So what if Duan Ling Tian's strength is only comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Don't forget about his wife. She's capable of easily killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people around him heard his words. That is right. Duan Ling Tian's wife is capable of easily killing 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. If she intervenes, there's no doubt the devil clan's 9 tribulation bodiless celestial will die. I'm more worried that the devil clan's patriarch is going to be a no-show. After all, I'm sure he's aware of Duan Ling Tian's wife's strength. If the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans doesn't show up, not only would it be a humiliation to the devil clans, but his absence would also bring calamity to the devil clans. After all, Duan Ling Tian had said that if the strongest person from the devil clans is a no-show, he'll kill everyone in the devil clans. Wow! His words are truly domineering. As the humans discussed this, they could not help but feel a sense of pride. After all, Duan Ling Tian was human, he was one of their own. Moreover, he was their only hope to save the humans and drive the devil clans back to the land of exile or kill them. However, I truly didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian, who began to rise to fame in the fire worship sect, could reach such heights. Yes, he's merely a lad from the lower province. His previous achievements were already shocking enough. It seems like all of us had underestimated him. Who would have known that a lad from the lower province, who isn't even 100 years old, is capable of such incredible feats? No matter what it is, we humans are lucky to have him on our side. Indeed. He would definitely go down in history if he manages to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile. He would become a legendary figure like Sword Saint Feng Qin. No. If he manages to drive the devil clans away, I think he'll be even more legendary than Sword Saint Feng Qin. After all, he would be contributing greatly to mankind. Yes. In terms of contribution to mankind, Senior Feng Qin definitely can't compare to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, many people were already imagining the scene where Duan Lingtian and his wife chased the devil clans back to the land of exile. Contrary to the humans, a cloud of gloom and silence seemed to hang over the devils. All of the devils wore a grim expression on their face. An ox devil asked the devils in his surroundings, "Do you think our 9 tribulation bodiless celestial will come?" "I can't say for sure. If I were him, I definitely wouldn't come. After all, he might fight to a draw with Duan Lingtian, but there's no doubt Duan Lingtian's wife would be able to easily kill him. It's only natural if he doesn't show up. After all, coming here like a suicide mission. Regardless, I really hope he'll show up. Otherwise, we'll probably have to bear the brunt of Duan Lingtian's anger." Me too. I decided to stay in the Saint Province realm instead of returning to the exiled land because I hope the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from our devil clans will show up. Apart from that, if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial doesn't show up, I don't think Duan Lingtian would leave us in peace even if we return to the exiled realm. Yes. With Duan Lingtian and his wife's strength, we won't be able to live if they intend to kill us. It doesn't matter if we're in the Saint Province realm or the exiled realm. Although most devils did not hold high hopes of their 9 tribulation bodiless celestial showing up, all of them still stubbornly held on to hope. They hoped the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the strongest powerhouse in the devil clans, would step out and protect them. Naturally, fear was mixed with their hopes as well. They were deeply worried that the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from their devil clans would not show up. However, strangely, there was a group of devils who seemed to be at ease, looking not the slightest bit worried. These devils were from the human devil clan. He should be here soon, right? Huang Qiling thought to himself. He was filled with anticipation at this moment. He was the only friend Duan Lingtian had made in the Wandering Saint Palace. It's a pity sister when Jing decided not to come. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he thought about that woman who refused to come. He knew her reason for this. After all, Duan Lingtian certainly would not come alone. His wife would most likely be with him as well. Master is here as well? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, had arrived as well. Similarly, his eyes were filled with anticipation of his master's, Duan Lingtian, arrival. Apart from that, there were quite a number of people from the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls who were present on the scene as well. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "He's here!" This person's voice drowned out all the chatters from the humans and devils in the surroundings. Everyone fell silent immediately, their hearts beating in trepidation. Who was it? Who had come? Whoosh! 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 The sounds of wind whistling in the air rang and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound that came from the north. Several figures flew at an exaggerated speed. Due to their speed, only a few bodiless celestials could vaguely catch the figures' movements. Soon after, 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans cried out in delight. "It's Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji has come! Master Wu Ji!" Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans exclaimed excitedly as well. Master Wu Ji? There were also many devils who were confused when they heard this. However, they quickly learned who Wu Ji was from devils who were in the know. Master Wu Ji is the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. He came. I knew it. The devil clans are not cowardly. We're all heroes. We will not hide and cower. Whoosh! 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 8 figures appeared out of thin air like ghosts in front of everyone. They stood in the space between the humans and the devils. They were led by an old man. The old man, who had a medium build and an ordinary appearance, was currently the focus of everyone's attention. Upon seeing this old man, the humans who were confident in Duan Lingtian and his wife's strength still could not help but feel wary and afraid. After all, Duan Lingtian had yet to arrive. They would surely die if the old man decided to vent his anger on them now. Where's Duan Ling Tian? I hope the Devil Clan's 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial won't vent his anger on us because of Duan Ling Tian's challenge. Duan Ling Tian, hurry up. At this time it was high noon. The humans were beginning to feel anxious since Duan Ling Tian had yet to arrive. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! The humans were feeling anxious at this moment while all the devils present on the scene bowed respectfully at the old man who had just arrived, leading a group of 8 people. For most of the devils, this was their first time meeting the old man. Regardless, all of them saluted and greeted him when he arrived. Although Wu Ji was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, it had to be said that he was very courageous for coming here. After all, not only was he about to face Duan Ling Tian, but he would be facing Duan Ling Tian's wife who was extremely strong as well. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! All the commotion from the devils caused the humans to feel even more anxious. They were afraid this 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the devil clans would indiscriminately kill them to vent his anger. Suddenly, someone among the humans cried out, "He's here! Duan Ling Tian's here!" All of the humans' eyes brightened when they heard this. They began to look around their surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Duan Ling Tian. There he is. I see him. It's Duan Ling Tian. Soon enough, the humans could see 2 figures coming from the west. One of them was a purple-clad young man. He had a good build and he had a handsome appearance. Everyone was no stranger to this person. More than 90% of them had seen the portrait of this man. A joyous and excited expression could be seen on the humans' faces as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, they shifted their attention to the beautiful woman next to Duan Ling Tian. They thought this must be the woman who had easily killed a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Duan Ling Tian? Is that Duan Ling Tian's wife? Of course. There's only one woman beside him. Who else could it be? However, was that woman really Duan Ling Tian's wife? Of course not. Duan Ling Tian's wife, the person who was capable of easily killing a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, was no longer in the Saint Province realm. In fact, she was not even in any Devata realms. Currently, she was stuck in the Divine Offering Land. She would not be able to leave within 1,000 years. I've long heard from the Dragon Clan's members that Duan Ling Tian's wife is a peerless beauty. After seeing her, it seems like the rumors are true. Indeed, her beauty is peerless. Such a beautiful lady. I'm afraid only a monstrous freak like Duan Ling Tian is worthy of her. Well, that's only in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saints land. The humans discussed among themselves as they stared at the woman next to Duan Ling Tian. Clearly, they had mistaken her for Duan Ling Tian's wife. Although the woman next to him was extremely beautiful, she was not his wife. She was Tang Xiaoxiao, who had followed him here from Yan Huang realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao, who were traveling side by side, arrived near the humans and devils in just a blink of an eye. Is he the Devil Clan's 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? Duan Ling Tian's eyes fell on the person leading a group of 8 people. It was not difficult for him to guess the other person's identity. Moreover, the discussions in his surroundings gave away the old man's identity as well. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao quickly moved to stand in the space between the humans and the devils. You're Duan Ling Tian? The strongest devil in the devil clans, the only 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the clan, had been looking at Duan Ling Tian from the moment Duan Ling Tian had arrived until now. Yes. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently with a nod. You issued a challenge to me a month ago. However, up until now, I still don't know if I'll be fighting you or your wife. The old man said without beating around the bush as he glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. He did not dare to stare at her for too long, afraid that it would incur Duan Ling Tian and his wife's anger. After all, he was aware that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian's wife. Before coming over, Wu Ji had a discussion with the 7-8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials from the Devil clans who were standing behind him. If Duan Ling Tian was his opponent, he would fight him. It would be fine even if the result was a draw. However, if his wife was his opponent, he would surrender immediately and promise to bring the devil clans away from the Saint Province realm back to the exiled realm. By doing this, he might be able to live and avert the crisis that might hit the devil clans. My wife. Duanling Tian furrowed his brows slightly, stunned, when he heard the old man's words. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Duanling Tian as well as they waited for his answer. The human, naturally, hoped that Duanling Tian's wife would fight while the devils hoped that Duanling Tian would fight. Meanwhile, Huang Qi-ling, a disciple for the Wandering Saint Palace in the human devil clan, who stood among the devils, were perplexed. The woman standing next to Duanling Tian was not his wife. He knew this very well since he had seen Duanling Tian's wife before. She doesn't look like Brother Ling Tian's wife. Although this black-clad lady was as beautiful as Duanling Tian's wife, there was no doubt she was not Duanling Tian's wife. He was dumbfounded. What's happening? To this. Huang Qi-ling was not the only one who was puzzled. Even Yuan Hao-chun, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was confused. He had also seen Duanling Tian's wife before, so he knew the lady currently standing next to Duanling Tian was not Duanling Tian's wife. At this moment, the old man looked at Duanling Tian and said, "It's no secret in the Saint Province realm that your wife is capable of easily killing a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If your wife is my opponent today, I'll surrender and lead my clansmen back to the exiled realm. However, if you decide to be my opponent, I will fight with you. Even if our fight ends in a draw, I'll still leave the Saint Province realm with my clansmen. Naturally, our decision is made based on your wife." Based on Wu Ji's words, the devil clans would return to the exiled realm because of Duanling Tian's wife, not Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, he began to laugh uncontrollably. The old man frowned. "What are you laughing about?" "I'm laughing at you. You've never seen my wife before, so you've mistaken a random person as my wife." When Duanling Tian finally stopped laughing, he said coldly, "This person next to me is only a friend, she's not my wife. My wife is no longer in the mundane realm, so she won't be able to intervene with matters in the Saint Province realm." He felt a stab of pain in his chest when he spoke about Kur. He lamented inwardly, "Kur, must I really wait for 1,000 years before I can see you again?" Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Wu Ji, the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, lost his composure slightly. He quickly extended his divine consciousness and probed the woman standing next to Duanling Tian. Indeed, she was only an eminent celestial. "What? She's not your wife?" "Indeed, she's not your wife," Wu Ji finally said after confirming it with his divine consciousness. Previously, he did not probe Tang Xiao's cultivation base with his divine consciousness since he thought she was Duanling Tian's wife who was capable of killing 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. He was afraid of offending her. However, once he heard Duanling Tian's words, he quickly used his divine consciousness to verify Duanling Tian's words. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "If what you said is true, I'm afraid with your strength alone, it's not enough to defeat me and drive the devil clans away from the Saint Province realm." Duanling Tian grinned upon hearing the old man's words. A mocking smile appeared on Tang Xiao's face as well. "This old man is too arrogant. You are so confident that I won't be able to defeat you?" Meanwhile, the humans who were anticipating Duanling Tian's wife to kill the old man were shocked. "What? The black-clad woman isn't Duanling Tian's wife? How is that possible? If she's not his wife, who is she? If she's not his wife, why did he bring her here?" Duanling Tian said his wife is no longer in the mundane realm and won't be able to intervene in the Saint Province realm's affairs? Many people became deadly pale as Duanling Tian's words dawned on them. He's joking, right? You're right. He must be joking. If it's true that his wife has left the mundane realm and can't interfere with the Saint Province realm's affairs, logically, he wouldn't have publicly announced it, right? Yes. After all, he's not strong enough to defeat the Devil Clan's 9-tribulation bodiless celestial and drive the Devil Clans away on his own. After the humans discussed among themselves, many of their expressions changed for the better since they were certain Duanling Tian was just joking. However, there was a small minority of humans who did not think Duanling Tian was joking. However, they felt he was too naive. After all, there was no need to disclose this to the devil clans. In their opinion, he could hide the fact that his wife had left. At least that would be able to keep the devil clans in check. They could not understand him at all. Even then, they did not dare to voice out their opinions. After all, Duanling Tian had no obligation to protect the humans. He was more than capable of protecting himself even if he could not defeat the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if the devil clan stayed here, it would not affect him since he would be ascending to a Devata realm soon. Joking? Do you really think he'll joke about this? There's no reason for him to joke. I think he's telling the truth. However, won't this boost the morale of the devil clans? All of a sudden, the old man made a move. Energy surged out his body, causing the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials standing behind him to scramble away in fear of getting injured. He unleashed his strength without any reservations. Flames appeared, making it look as though he was burning. It caused the void to tremble and distort before tears began to appear in the void. Boom! Naturally, Duanling Tian did not stay idle. He cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and absorbed much of the heaven and earth spirit energy around him. It improved his strength by 2 levels. After that, he glanced at the old man coldly and said, "You're unworthy of me using my celestial supreme treasure." The old man's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He thought Duanling Tian was foolishly arrogant. The onlookers were stunned by Duanling Tian's words as well. Duanling Tian is too arrogant. Is he really not planning to use his celestial supreme treasure to deal with Master Wuji? Someone scoffed. If he doesn't use his celestial weapon, he's definitely not a match for Master Wuji. Everyone knows he only fought to a draw with the patriarch of the Dragon Clan because of his celestial supreme treasure. However, he's going to forego the celestial supreme treasure now. He's too arrogant. The devils discussed among themselves. All of them thought Duanling Tian was overly arrogant. In fact, the devils were not the only ones who felt this way, even some humans felt the same way. He's not going to use his celestial supreme treasure? Has he gone mad? Everyone knows he's only a match for the patriarch of the Dragon Clan because of his celestial supreme treasures. If it weren't for his celestial supreme treasure, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan would have defeated and killed him. He's being reckless. So what if his strength has improved? Not much time has passed since then. How much could his strength grow? In such a short period of time, it's impossible for it to grow to the extent where he can defeat or kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial without a celestial supreme treasure. Impossible. He's crazy. Definitely crazy. The humans present on the scene could not help but shake their heads as they looked at Duanling Tian. Perhaps he needs to be taught a lesson in humility. Among all the humans and devils present on the scene, only Tang Xiao and a group of people who had interacted with Duanling Tian did not think he was being reckless or arrogant. If Brother Ling Tian is bold enough to say such words, he definitely has the strength to back his words. Huang Qi Ling from the Human Devil Clan was very confident. Master is not a reckless person. Yuan Hao Chun believed in Duanling Tian as well. It was similar for the members of the Human Devil Clan since they had seen what Duanling Tian was capable of when he was in the lower province. They did not doubt Duanling Tian had the strength to do what he had said. When Wu Ji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil Clans, heard Duanling Tian's words, his expression darkened. He asked, "Did you say I'm not worthy of you using your celestial supreme treasure?" He thought he had heard wrongly. Duanling Tian asked nonchalantly, "What? Can a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial go deaf due to his age?" A myriad of expressions flitted across the old man's face. He could not hold back his anger and said, "Good, very good. Since you're so arrogant, I'd like to see how strong you are without your celestial supreme treasure." Bang! The old man stomped his feet, and a huge void crack instantly appeared. It looked extremely terrifying. Bang! 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 The old man shot forward like a cannonball toward Duanling Tian. Explosions rang in the air, and the void distorted before it cracked in his wake. It was a spine-chilling sight. Bang! When the old man was near Duanling Tian's side, he waved his arm, and a vast energy shot out like a terrifying beast at Duanling Tian. The old man's aura was so domineering and awe-inspiring. Faced with the old man's full-force attack, Duanling Tian said in a teasing tone, "Is that all you got?" Then, he continued in an indifferent voice, "Your strength is merely equivalent to the Dragon Clan's patriarch. It seems like I have overestimated you." Shameless boasting. The old man cried out coldly. His voice made people feel as though they were in an ice cave. "Well, you'll find out soon enough." Duanling Tian's tone was flat as always, but as he spoke, he started moving. Swoosh. Duanling Tian lifted his hand and bent it slightly before he struck at the old man like a dragon. Xiao! 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 A bright white light shot out of Duanling Tian's palms. They were sword rays. Thousands upon thousands of sword rays shot out before they eventually formed an impressive sword formations. Xiao! 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 As soon as the formation was completely formed, it shot out at lightning speed, leaving afterimages in its wake. This was part of the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Boom! Bright light shone dazzlingly from the sword formation, and an even stronger energy burst forth. How's this possible? The old man cried out. He could clearly sense the terrifying aura from the sword formation. It was definitely stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only golden celestials from the Devata realms were able to exert such force. Bang! The old man's expression changed drastically before his body expanded like a balloon and exploded into a bloody mess. One could faintly see bits of golden sparks shimmering in the air. Swoosh! 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 Then Duanling Tian's sword formation continued on its trajectory, dispelling the old man's attack and destroying the bloody mess that was the old man. Although Duanling Tian did not use his celestial supreme treasure with his current strength, he was stronger than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. This was due to his complete mastery of the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. This divine ability was superior even among the divine abilities from the Devata realms. After he cast this divine ability, his strength had increased by 3 times. Whoosh! 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 Duanling Tian's sword battle formation alone at its full force was comparable to the full force attack of a weak golden celestial from the Devata realms. However, even the weakest golden celestial was extremely powerful compared to people in the mundane realms. Not even 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were a match for them. The strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was only comparable to a heavenly celestial in the Devata realms. One should know that in the hierarchy in the Devata realms, golden celestials ranked higher than heavenly celestials. It was only natural that even the strongest heavenly celestial was not a match for the weakest golden celestial. Apart from Duanling Tian and his opponent, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans, only the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans could vaguely see Duanling Tian's sword battle formation. As for the others, they only felt the wind blowing and heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. How's this possible? He's not even using a celestial supreme treasure, and yet he's already so strong? He had effortlessly dispelled Master Wu Ji's full force attack. He even forced Master Wu Ji to cast the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic. Heavens! Is he really human? Didn't people say his strength is only comparable to the patriarch of the Dragon Clan even after he wielded his celestial supreme treasure? What nonsense! He can clearly kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial without the help of a celestial supreme treasure. Is it possible that he has been hiding his strength? The 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were shocked by what they could vaguely see of Duanling Tian's power. If they did not witness this with their own eyes, they would not believe Duanling Tian possessed this level of strength. With his strength now, even if he's not as strong as his wife, he has to be pretty close, right? Where did Duanling Tian and his wife come from? How is it that these people from the lower province become so monstrously powerful when they're not even 100 years old? As difficult as it was for the 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from devil clans to believe this, the truth was laid bare before their eyes. They could no longer look the other way and pretend that nothing happened. At this moment, Duan Tian said, I take back my words from before. You're slightly stronger than the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. My attack would have definitely killed him. When the onlookers regained their senses, they saw Duan Tian looking in the distance, in the northeast direction. He seemed to be talking to himself. After a moment, they saw a beam of blood-red light appearing in the distance where Duan Tian was looking at. After that, it began to distort before it turned into mist. Eventually, it condensed into a figure of a human. A familiar figure appeared in front of them. Master Wu Ji? Master Wu Ji, what are you doing? The devils recognized the person who had just appeared. However, they were confused. The person who had appeared was Wu Ji, the strongest person in the devil clans. He had been lucky enough to survive Duan Tian's sword battle formation attack. However, the elder before them seemed to have weakened and aged considerably at this moment. Meanwhile, the humans looked at each other in confusion. They had no idea what had just happened. Although there were no 8 tribulation bodiless celestials among the humans, there were a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. They could not see clearly what had happened, but they knew Duan Tian and that 9 tribulation bodiless celestial had fought. Apart from that, Duan Tian had the upper hand and was about to kill his opponent when his opponent suddenly escaped using some mysterious technique. This 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from devil clans seems to be injured? It doesn't look like a light injury either. What happened? Wasn't he attacking at Duan Tian before he escaped? How come he ran back here? On the contrary, Duan Tian has just been standing there the entire time. All of a sudden, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans seemed to have recalled something and cried out, the Heaven Demon Blood Escape technique. Master Wu Ji cast the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic from our devil clans. In the past 100,000 years, no one has managed to master this technique. The devils were shocked when they heard this. It was no secret that the devil clans were skilled at blood escape tactics. Even celestials who cultivated devil techniques could cast blood escape tactics. However, the blood escape tactics had different levels. The Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic was the most powerful blood escape tactics in the mundane realms. As for the devil clans in the Devata realms, they had much stronger blood escape tactics, but it could only be cast in the Devata realms. For this reason, there were no blood escape tactics in the mundane realms that were stronger than the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic. The side effect of the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic was not too significant. It would consume 90% of the caster's physical strength, and the caster could only regain strength in a natural manner without the use of potions or pills. Unless one is in a life or death situation, most people wouldn't cast the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic. After all, it would deplete one's strength and it would take a while before the strength is recovered. I still can't believe Master Wu Ji has mastered the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic. However, now that he had cast the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic, it means he's in great danger now. Life or death situation. Doesn't this mean that Duan Tian almost killed Master Wu Ji earlier? Yes. The devils were shocked and in awe that Wu Ji had mastered the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic. However, they knew the fact that he was forced to cast the technique did not bode well for him. Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic? Duan Tian looked at the strongest devil from the devil clans. This old man seems interesting. Finally, Duan Tian looked at Wu Ji and asked in a deceptively soft voice, Now, do you still think I'm bluffing? Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, various expressions flitted across the old man's face. His eyes seemed to dim as he sighed. Not only does your wife possess the strength of a golden celestial, but I didn't expect your strength is not inferior to hers as well. He paused for a moment before he said, If you had used your celestial supreme treasure, I wouldn't have been able to cast my Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic in time. Upon hearing Wu Ji's words, the expressions of the devils in the surroundings changed drastically. Even without using his celestial supreme treasure, Duan Tian was capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How strong would he be if he had used his celestial supreme treasure? Duan Tian hid his strength so well. As it turns out, his strength is not inferior to his wife. I can't believe this. How is Duan Tian so strong? Apart from a select few, everyone from the devil clans was frightened out of their wits. They only hoped Duan Ling Tian would spare their lives at this moment. It was clear that the devil clans had lost. There was no way for them to turn the tables. On the contrary, the humans present on the scene were elated. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian is so powerful. Judging from the words of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, Duan Ling Tian isn't any weaker than his wife. Yes, he couldn't even defeat Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, from the beginning, Duan Ling Tian didn't even wield his celestial supreme treasure. Otherwise, he would be even stronger. To think I thought he was being arrogant earlier. I truly underestimated him. You're not the only one. All of us jumped to conclusions too quickly. When the humans remembered their behavior toward Duan Ling Tian earlier, they felt remorseful. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, after you cast the Heaven Demon Blood Escape tactic, you could have escaped, and I wouldn't have been able to trace you. Why didn't you do that? You could have easily run away and saved your own life." Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man in front of him curiously. "If I intend on doing that, I wouldn't have come today." The old man had lost his composure earlier. Currently, his expression had turned rather unsightly as he forced a smile on his face. "I was under the assumption that your wife would accompany you. I've confirmed that her strength is comparable to a golden celestial from the Devata realms." "So, you didn't run away for the sake of your clansmen?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. "Yes." The elder did not bother to hide his intention. "Based on your strength, once you successfully overcome the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation, you'll be able to ascend to a Devata realm. You're so close to your ascension. Is it really worth throwing it all away for the sake of your clansmen?" Duan Ling Tian asked again. "It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. They're my kin," the old man replied. The devils from the devil clans felt emotional when they heard the old man's words. "Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji!" Even the small minority who were confident their patriarch would be able to stop Duan Ling Tian from destroying the clan was touched when they heard these words. Their respect for their patriarch rose even higher. At this moment, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, "Duan Ling Tian, I have a request before I die. I hope you can spare the lives of my clansmen. The 7-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from my devil clans will lead my clansmen back to the exile realm. After they leave the St. Province realm, they'll repair the space barrier between the two realms and return the peace to the St. Province realm." A hint of pleading could be heard in his tone when he reached the end of his sentence. The devils from the devil clans were further touched by the old man's words. "Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji!" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the old man and asked, "When did I say I'm going to kill you?" You're not going to kill me." The old man was taken aback and he looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. At the same time, the devils looked at Duan Ling Tian hopefully, hoping that he meant what he said. Duan Ling Tian did not directly reply to the old man's question. Instead, he said calmly, "Apart from the human devils, I'll give the rest of the devils 3 months before all of them have to leave the St. Province realm. In case any of you think about pulling a trick after I leave, just so you know, I went to the Phoenix clan half a month ago and gave the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials a celestial supreme treasure each. The Phoenix clan will be able to keep the devil clans in check." Upon hearing this, the old man could not help but feel slightly envious. Although he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. And yet, the 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan were given a celestial supreme treasure each. Similarly, the 7-8 tribulation celestials from the devil clans were also envious when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Since Duan Ling Tian had dealt with the matter regarding the devil clans, he did not plan to waste his time here any longer. He looked at Tang Xiao and said to her, "Let's go." He casually waved his hand and opened a tear in the void before bringing her away with him in just a blink of an eye. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans only sighed in relief once Duan Ling Tian had left. Previously, he was still afraid that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly change his mind. At this moment, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who felt bitter about what happened said, "Master Wu Ji, although Duan Ling Tian might have strength comparable to a golden celestial from a Devata realm, he's only an eminent celestial. We can easily find a bodiless celestial who cultivates the soul congregation embodiment technique to deal with him. The old man scoffed before he said sternly, indeed, he's just an eminent celestial. However, what about his wife? If his wife isn't an eminent celestian and we kill him, it'll only spell doom for our clan. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, moreover, even if we find a bodiless celestial who cultivates the soul congregation embodiment technique, with Duanling Tian's current strength, it's still too risky for us to try anything. If we fail, we'll be doomed. The old man's words silenced the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Meanwhile, before Duanling Tian left, he had sent a voice transmission to the 2 familiar faces in the crowd, Huang Qiling and Yuan Haochun from the Wandering Saint Palace. Stay in Sin City. I'll return to see you once I've dealt with things. Both of them could not help but feel excited when they heard Duanling Tian's message. It seemed like the godlike man had not forgotten about them. Whoosh! Whoosh! After opening a tear in the void, Duanling Tian brought Tang Xiao away from the upper province to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duanling Tian felt more at ease now that he had dealt with the matter regarding the devil clans. Even if the celestial ascension force appeared and he had to ascend to a Devata realm, he could leave without any worries. Moreover, he had arranged for the 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Phoenix clan to make sure the devil clans would leave the Saint Province realm by giving them a celestial supreme treasure each. Cloud Continent. As soon as Duanling Tian returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not waste any time and made his way south to the Cloud Continent, his hometown in this life. The foreign lands and the 10 great dynasties were located on the Cloud Continent, and his hometown was located in a small corner of the 10 great dynasties. He still had some family and friends who were still living there. He had no intention of disturbing them and only planned to look at them from afar. He wanted to see them before he had to leave the Saint Province realm. After this, he planned to leave for Yan Huang realm and wait for the celestial ascension force there. Duanling Tian was not aware of it, but subconsciously, he was in a rush to leave the Saint Province realm because of the sad memories this place brought to him. After all, Kur, his family, and friends were taken away from him by Yunqing Yen here. Whenever he thought about them, his heart would ache and he would be filled with self-blame for being too weak to protect his family and friends. Duanling Tian thought to himself, with my current strength, I wonder what the heaven and earth phenomenon would be like? The Cloud Continent was a unique place. If one were to unleash their strength here, one's power would be able to manifest the heaven and earth phenomenon. A long time ago, when Duanling Tian's power was still in its infancy, his power would manifest as the ancient mammoths or ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Boom! With just a thought, Duanling Tian unleashed his power, and they surged out, unrestrained, like wild horses. His energy rose like a flame, shrouding him within. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian heard a peculiar noise above him, he quickly looked up. He was curious about what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon he had manifested. Duanling Tian was taken aback. Instead of a heaven and earth phenomenon, he only saw the heaven and earth spirit energy hanging above him like dark clouds in the sky. He wondered inwardly, do I have to wait a little longer? Duanling Tian waited for a while, but there were no changes in the sky. Tang Xiao, who stood next to Duanling Tian, could no longer contain her curiosity. She asked, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing Duanling Tian's explanation, Tang Xiao also unleashed her strength to manifest a heaven and earth phenomenon. However, her result was similar to Duanling Tian's result. She speculated aloud, "Perhaps we're too strong and our strength exceeds the limit of the heaven and earth energy here. That's why we can't manifest a heaven and earth phenomenon." That's possible. Duanling Tian nodded and gave up on trying to manifest a heaven and earth phenomenon. Duanling Tian froze just as they were about to continue on his journey. What? Tang Xiao stopped moving as well as she looked at Duanling Tian in confusion. Duanling Tian did not reply to Tang Xiao. He lifted his hand without any explanation and a shining jade token appeared in his hand. This jade token. Isn't this from that senior? Tang Xiao recognized the jade token. It was given to Duanling Tian by Xianxia. The jade token shone with a blinding light before it suddenly flew toward the south, as though it was leading Duan Ling Tian somewhere. What's happening? Duan Ling Tian was confused when he saw the jade token flying south, leaving only a streak of dark green light in its wake. He quickly regained his composure and flew after it with Tang Xiaoxiao following suit. Although the jade token's speed was not slow, its speed was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian's speed. It did not take long for him to catch up to it. What's this? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. I'm not sure as well. Before this, I sensed a movement in my spatial ring. When I took the jade token out to examine it, it was vibrating in my hands as though it was trying to escape. Then, when I released my grip, as you saw it, it flew off on its own. Duan Ling Tian replied with a helpless smile on his face. As Duan Ling Tian kept his eyes on the dark green jade token, he saw the light brightened again. Strangely, he could sense a hint of excitement from the jade token even though it was an object. I see. Realization dawned on Tang Xiaoxiao. It seems like it's leading you somewhere. Yeah. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, he was still confused. Why did the jade token suddenly move? Where was it leading him? Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand, and a sword materialized in his hand. The sword was unlike any other sword. Most swords were about 3 foot long, but this sword was only a foot long. It looked like a longer dagger. It seemed as though it was made from the same material as the jade token. When Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the sword, she could tell it was not made from ordinary jade. This sword, she recalled, it was given to Duan Ling Tian by that incredibly strong powerhouse, Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia had given Duan Ling Tian 2 items, the jade token and the sword. Currently, the jade token was leading Duan Ling Tian somewhere while he held the sword in his hand. He looked at the dagger-like sword in his hand and thought to himself, Third Uncle is a powerful celestial from the diving offering land. It stands to reason the items he has given me aren't ordinary items. When Xianxia had given him these items, he had put them away without thinking it about too much since he had to rush back to the St. Province realm. He had been so busy that he had completely forgotten about it until the jade token began to move in his spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian had no idea what was so special about the sword. It did not seem like a celestial supreme treasure, nor did it look like a weapon from the mundane realms. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Ling Tian sent some of his energy into the sword to test the water, the sword began to vibrate violently. After a while, it seemed as though it was going to shatter. He was shocked when he saw this. Crack! A moment later, a clear noise rang in the air as the sword Duan Ling Tian held in his hand shattered. It broke. Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly shocked. Is this sword really from one of the most powerful celestials from the divine offering land? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but doubt Xianxia. However, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Brat, the sword I've given you is called the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. It's a Devata artifact. Duan Ling Tian could tell it was Xianxia's voice. Xianxia must have placed a spell on the sword. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword? A Devata artifact? A forced smile appeared on his face. The sword that had broken so easily was a Devata artifact? However, it did not take long before Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes in shock again. After the sword had shattered, a red light had suddenly appeared. The red light grew before it turned into a red sword ray. Following that, an orange light appeared before turning into a sword ray as well. Then a yellow light, a green light, a turquoise light, a blue light, and a purple light appeared consecutively and turned into sword rays. 7 sword rays, the colors of a rainbow, appeared before Duan Ling Tian, who was in a daze. Similarly, Tang Xiaoxiao was also shocked when she saw this. Watch out! She suddenly cried out. She saw the broken sword slicing through the air toward Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, her warning came too late. However, even if Tang Xiaoxiao had reminded Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner, he still would not avoid the broken sword. This was because he heard Xianxia's voice again. The shattered sword is just an illusion. The illusion will break once you infuse your energy into it. It would need a little of your blood to activate. The shattered sword sliced Duan Ling Tian's palm, leaving a wound that was neither shallow nor deep. The blood that seeped out was extremely eye-catching. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw the 7 sword rays shoot out as though they were attracted by something. The 7 sword rays shot toward the wound on Duan Ling Tian's palm. He braced himself for the pain, but he discovered the sword rays did not hurt him. Instead, it seemed to enter the wound on his palm, causing his palm to tingle. What's happening? Tang Xiao, who witnessed the entire process, was baffled. She saw Duan Ling Tian's wound healing at a visible speed when the 7 sword rays entered the wound. Soon after, a mark appeared in the center of Duan Ling Tian's palm. This mark. Both Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiao's eyes were glued on the mark. If it was just a normal mark, they would not have been so surprised. However, the mark was in the shape of a sword. At this moment, Xiajia's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears again. After it's been activated, the 7 orifices exquisite sword will appear and disappear with just a thought from you. It'll dwell in your body. Upon hearing this, he quickly tested it out. However, he discovered he could not sense any trace of the sword in his body at all. Didn't third uncle say the sword would dwell in my body? He was naturally confused. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian felt a strange feeling in his body. The feeling was not just limited to his body, he felt it in his bones and blood as well. A thought appeared in his mind. It seems like the sword is not just dwelling in my body. It has become a part of me. Duan Ling Tian calmed down and looked at the sword-shaped mark on his right hand as he thought to himself, 7 orifices exquisite sword. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he discovered a constantly changing beam of light had appeared above his right hand. Shortly after, it solidified into a sword that seemed as though it was made of glass. Then Xiajia's voice appeared again. The 7 orifices exquisite sword belonged to my late friend. Although it's a Devata artifact, it has lost its sword soul. Without its sword soul, it's only about as strong as the top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. Comparable to top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Xiajia's words. According to the pagoda spirit, Elder Hua, the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, that he had obtained by chance was also a top celestial supreme treasure. However, because the pagoda was broken, its full strength could not be exerted. He learned from Elder Hua that top celestial supreme treasures were extremely rare in Devata realms. Moreover, Elder Hua had also told him Devata artifacts were usually only possessed by heavenly emperors of Devata realms. All Devata artifacts usually have artifact souls. This was the extent of his knowledge of Devata artifacts. He did not ask for further explanation from Elder Hua previously. After all, at that time, obtaining a Devata artifact was like a dream. Although Duan Ling Tian was surprised Xiajia would give him a top celestial weapon, he was still able to maintain his composure. After all, although it was broken, he had once possessed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that was also a top celestial treasure. The artifact soul of the pagoda, Elder Hua, was both his teacher and his friend. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, according to third uncle, this Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, only has strength comparable to a top celestial weapon because it has lost its artifact soul. Even then, it's much stronger than my celestial sword. It's even stronger than the Jasper celestial sword from the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After he had tested the sword, it was clear it was stronger than the swords he had owned. A hint of excitement rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Even without its artifact soul, its power was comparable to a top celestial weapon. Moreover, it was not in need of repair like the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Swoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian sent his energy as an eminent celestial into the 7 orifices exquisite sword, and sword ray appeared on the tip of the sword. The sword ray shot out and left a hideous crack in the void. If he had used his ordinary energy as an eminent celestial and sent it into his celestial sword, the celestial sword would not have been able to have such an effect. Duan Ling Tian continued to study the sword as Tang Xiao said in surprise, "It seems like the sword is really extraordinary." Duan Ling Tian, who was delighted to have obtained such a treasure, replied with a smile. "Of course. The sword is comparable to top celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. How can it not be extraordinary? Are you joking?" Tang Xiao was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. The sword was comparable to top celestial treasures in the Devata realms. Since she was from Tang sect that had a long history in Yanhuang realm, she was quite knowledgeable. She had, naturally, heard of top celestial treasures in the Devata realms. However, it was only a legend. The sect had never seen nor possessed a celestial supreme treasure of that level before. How could she not feel shocked? Why would I lie to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Meanwhile, with just a thought, he put the 7 orifices exquisite sword away. It turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the mark on his palm without a trace. He could feel the 7 orifices exquisite sword that had become a part of him in his body. When Tang Xiao finally regained her senses, she said, I forgot this sword was given to you by Senior Xianxia. Even that man from the divine offering land who's stronger than heavenly emperors is afraid of Senior Xianxia. It's not surprising that the weapon he gave you is so extraordinary. A hint of envy could be heard in her voice when she spoke. After all, was there anyone who would not feel moved by a top celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard Tang Xiao's words. The divine offering land, these 3 words were the thorn in his heart. It was difficult to remove. When Tang Xiao saw Duan Lingtian had fallen silent and his dark expression, it was not difficult for her to guess Duan Lingtian was reminded of something unpleasant. Moreover, he had told her about the anguish he had buried in the depth of his heart. She felt bad for mentioning the divine offering land and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian regained his senses, and his expression turned slightly better. He shook his head and said, Don't worry about it. There are things I won't be able to stop thinking about even if you don't mention it. I would only be deceiving myself if I blame you. He did not think she was at fault since this was his problem. Tang Xiao said solemnly, I believe you'll certainly possess the strength to gain your father-in-law's approval and be reunited with your wife after 1,000 years. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled. At this moment, Tang Xiao's expression suddenly changed as though she had sensed something. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian asked, concerned, What's going on? Tang Xiao smiled bitterly. I think I'm leaving the mundane realm before you. Duan Lingtian was startled by Tang Xiao's words. His eyes lit up as he asked, Did you feel your celestial ascension force? Tang Xiao nodded. Yes. Then, she said with a sigh, I didn't think my celestial ascension force would come within 10 years after I successfully passed my tribulation. I think I have to leave now. This is good news, right? Why do you speak as though it's a bad thing? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he smiled. Duan Lingtian, I don't know when we'll meet again, but I'll never forget that my life belongs to you. Tang Xiao said solemnly. Duan Lingtian said in an equally solemn voice, Don't mention it anymore. Your life belongs to you, not me. I was helping my friend out when I killed that 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion. I don't expect anything in return. You don't owe me anything. Boom! Tang Xiao was about to reply when a deafening sound rang from the sky. Duan Lingtian sensed a peerless energy in the air that shrouded Tang Xiao. So this is the celestial ascension force. Whoosh! Then Duan Lingtian saw a flash of light. When the flash of light disappeared, Tang Xiao had also disappeared. Everything happened in just a split second that it took him a moment to regain his senses. So she has ascended? I wish her all the best in the Devata realm. Although Duan Lingtian merely saw Tang Xiao as an ordinary friend, they had been together for some time. Therefore, he felt rather reluctant to part with her when she suddenly left. There's no feast that doesn't end. I hope we'll meet again in the Devata realm. He suppressed the sense of reluctance he felt as he followed after the jade token that Xianxia had given him. Crimson Sky Kingdom? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered the jade token had not only brought him to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, where the 7-star sword sect was located, but it had led him to his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's hometown in his current life was in the Saint Province realm. To be precise, he came from the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was a part of the 10 great dynasties on the Cloud Continent that was located in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the Saint Province realm. He had many memories in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had some friends still living here, therefore he had returned to take a look at them. However, he did not expect the dark green jade token that was shining with a mysterious light would lead him here. Since that jade token had brought Duanling Tian to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, its speed began to slow down. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian was puzzled. Its speed seems to have slowed down. Does this mean the destination is somewhere in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Xianxia had also left Duanling Tian a message regarding the dark green jade token. According to Xianxia, he had obtained the jade token by chance. At that time, Xianxia received a message that said the secret of the jade token could only be decrypted by someone with 99 heavenly veins. All these years, Xianxia had tried to discover the secret of the jade token, but it was futile. Xianxia was even further convinced the jade token was special since even the clan leader of the Xia family in the Divine Offering Land, his elder brother, could not leave a mark on the jade token nor decrypt its secret. Xianxia had also told Duanling Tian that he had met a few people with 98 heavenly veins, but he had never met someone with 99 heavenly veins in the Devata realms, the Divine Offering Land, and other realms similar to the Divine Offering Land. He was not even sure if someone with 99 heavenly veins existed, therefore he was not convinced the jade token could only be decrypted by someone with 99 heavenly veins. It was only until he met Duanling Tian that he discovered someone with 99 heavenly veins existed. He had urged Duanling Tian to discover the secret of the jade token, since both he and his brother were convinced the jade token was extraordinary. For this reason, Duanling Tian was certain the secret that the jade token held had to be extraordinary, even though he had no idea why only someone with 99 heavenly veins would be able to decrypt its secret. He did not dwell too much on this and focused on the jade token that was still leading the way. He slowed down his speed as well as he continued to follow the jade token that had decreased its speed. Fresh Breeze Town is up ahead. Duanling Tian had followed the jade token to Swallow Mountain County before passing the Aurora City. At this moment, he was approaching Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was the starting point of his current life. The jade token suddenly came to a halt at a place that was a few dozen miles away from Fresh Breeze Town. Duanling Tian, naturally, came to a halt as well. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the jade token began to vibrate violently before it seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as it flew out again. Duanling Tian followed the jade token into the barren hills. Although the barren hills were located near Fresh Breeze Town, he had not been here before nor did he hear of anyone coming here. Based on how treacherous the terrain in the barren hills was, it was clear why the residents from Fresh Breeze Town did not come here. After all, with their cultivation bases, it would be difficult for them to navigate the terrain. Those with a higher cultivation base, similar to Duanling Tian, would leave Fresh Breeze Town to Aurora City after possessing a certain amount of strength. The saying, "Man struggles upwards while water flows downwards," was true. Duanling Tian continued following the jade token to one of the valleys in the desolate barren hills. The jade token finally stopped moving and hovered above a floating black stone. Duanling Tian was puzzled. Although the black stone was darker than normal stones, it looked extremely ordinary. If it were not for the jade token, he would not have paid any attention to it. He was rendered speechless when he saw this. The jade token brought me all the way here just to lead me to this stone? Even then, Duanling Tian still picked up the black stone. After all, there must be a reason why the jade token that Xianxia had given had led him to the black stone. As soon as he picked up the black stone, a voice rang in his ears. The secret of this stone can only be decrypted by someone with 99 heavenly veins. This was similar to what Xianxia had told Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian studied the black stone intently, but he could not see what was so special about the stone. The jade token was shrouded by a mysterious light, so one could tell it was extraordinary. However, there was nothing extraordinary about the black stone. Duanling Tian was looking at the black stone with a skeptical expression on his face when he discovered the surface of the stone was emitting heat. Soon after, a mysterious light, not dissimilar to the jade token's light, shrouded the black stone. He smiled bitterly when he felt a repelling force from the black stone. That hurts. I thought someone with 99 heavenly veins is able to decrypt the secret? Why can't I decrypt the secret? Then he reached out and grabbed the jade token that was hovering in the air. As soon as Duanling Tian grabbed the jade token, his expression changed drastically. He felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning as the jade token and the black stone's energies suddenly flowed into his hands. He could clearly feel the two energies entering his saint veins. The two energies coursed through his 99 saint veins before they suddenly fused, shocking him. He discovered he could not stop the two energies from fusing. At this moment, he was deeply aware of the gap between his strength and the two mysterious energies. Duanling Tian, naturally, felt apprehensive. He was not sure how the fusing of these two energies would affect him after all. Who knew if it would be detrimental to him? At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered the two energies that had fused separated again and rushed into his left and right hand respectively into the jade token and black stone. They're gone. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He was truly worried the energies that were running amok in his body earlier would impact him negatively. At this moment, the black stone in his left hand and the dark green jade token in his right hand suddenly emitted a light that surged into the sky before an energy forced him to release his grips on the items. Then the two items flew out of his hand and rose into the air. What's happening? Duanling Tian watched as the jade token and black stone that had flown out of his hand began to shine blindingly bright, causing them to look like two blazing suns. In just a moment, the two items suddenly flew and collided with one another,